There will be no humans elsewhere. Only here. Only on this small planet. We are a rare as well as an endangered species. Every one of us is, in the cosmic perspective, precious. If a human disagrees with you, let him live. In 100 billion galaxies, you'll not find another.
With galaxies, it's all I see. It's all I see. Way up in the take me on your boat one day. We'll fade away, we'll slip away, we'll go away, we'll be away, we'll stay away. We'll go down the longest street, reflected in a sunbeam. Just a speck of dust in the Milky Way. We'll fade away, we'll slip away, we'll go away, we'll be away, we'll stay away. We'll go down the longest street, reflected in a sunbeam. I'm not going. I'm not going.
Oh, wow. What is we have a trade deal. We finally have one. We got one, I think. I think this is a real one.
Well, thank you very much. It's a beautiful Sunday in Scotland, and we thought we could cut things short and certainly travel distance, right, by having our meeting here. So we discussed options, and it's an honor to have the President of the European Union with us. Ursula's been really done a terrific job for them, not for us, but she's done a great job. And she's highly respected by us also. And we look forward to talking to see if we can do something. We've had a very good relationship over the years, but it's been a very one-sided transaction, very unfair to the United States. And I think both sides want to see fairness, but it's been a very, very one-sided deal, and it shouldn't be. And so we're here with her very brilliant staff, and hopefully we'll resolve a few issues. But it's a great honor. You know, we just built this ballroom, and we're building a great ballroom at the White House. The White House has wanted a ballroom for 150 years, but they never had a real estate person in it.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much. European Union, biggest trade volume. It's a huge market, 800 we will have now. You're known as a tough negotiator and deal maker. What is in front? And fair. And what is in front of us?
That's less important.
If we are successful, I think it would be the biggest deal each of us has ever struck. So I'm very much...
Things are 750 billion.
Wait! It's doing the thing. Hold on. Or just like enable or disable or re-able or whatever this. And
I think for myself.
Normally it fixes itself. Hold on. Oh wait, there it was.
a heavy lift.
Things are 750 billion. Those things are 750 billion, 600 billion, opening up the country. We are agreeing that the tariff straight across for automobiles and everything else will be a straight across tariff of 15%.
Ugh. Okay.
Question for the EU Commission President. What are the U.S. concessions? What is the U.S. giving up in the deal?
So the starting point was an imbalance, a surplus on our side and a deficit on the U.S. side. And we wanted to rebalance the trade relation. And we wanted to do it in a way that trade goes on between the two of us across the Atlantic, because the two biggest economies should have a good trade flow between us. And I think we hit exactly the point we wanted to find. Rebalance.
So we're starting from the assumption that a trade deficit is necessarily a bad thing that needs to be ameliorated with tariffs. Trade deficit just means that somebody buys more from somebody else and they buy from them. It's not necessarily bad. There's a lot of other things that currency can be used for in the other country. For instance, like buying U.S. debt to keep our interest rates low on our debt. But it sounds like we're starting from that perspective that the trade needs to be balanced, which means there's probably going to be a whole bunch of weird distortionary things that have to be done in order to balance the trade. Because obviously, organically, Americans are strong consumers and would buy more otherwise.
I think they're going to end up in the same place. You might as well go there quicker. And the other thing I say to Europe, we will not allow a windmill to be built in the United States. They're killing us. They're killing the beauty of our scenery, our valleys, our beautiful plains. And I'm not talking about airplanes. I'm talking about beautiful plains, beautiful areas in the United States. And you look up and you see windmills all over the place.
Why does Trump have the power to do this? Isn't Congress the only branch of government allowed to levy taxes? Yes, Trump does not have the power to do this. This is clearly and plainly unconstitutional and a usurpation of power from the Congress. However, the Congress grants the president the ability to set tariffs in times of national emergency using the, what's the name of the act? Emergency Presidential, is it just the Emergency Powers Act? Or it might be the National Emergencies Act, which is the reason why, basically, as stupid as it is, executive order declaring national emergency. Donald Trump says that our trade, that sounds so stupid, but Donald Trump says that our trade deficit is a national emergency. And because it's a national emergency, he can manipulate tariffs to to alleviate that national emergency. President Trump is invoking his authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977 to address the national emergency posed by the large and persistent trade deficits that is driven by the absence of reciprocity in our trade relationships and other harmful policies like currency manipulation and exorbitant value-added taxes perpetuated by other countries. This is the job of the Congress to ratify trade deals. It is not the job of the president. This is obviously and plainly unconstitutional. It's obviously and plainly taking power from the Congress. And it's obviously and plainly a bad thing that one man can unilaterally write new trade deals for the United States. One, the trade deals might be bad, but two, more importantly, the trade deals undermine your confidence in the United States to abide by any trade deals. As we've seen now, if you were trading for 4 years under Biden, you can't trust that the next president isn't just going to undo all the trade like Donald Trump just did. And who's to say that the next president that comes in that's a Democrat doesn't undo all of Trump's trade policy? This is just clearly and obviously a stupid approach to trade. Even if you agree with Trump's trade policies, it should have been done through the Congress, but here we are.
It's a horrible thing. It's the most expensive form of energy. It's no good. They're made in China, almost all of them. When they start to rust and rot in 8 years, you can't really turn them off. You can't bury them. They won't let you bury the propellers, you know, the props, because there's a certain type of fiber that doesn't go well with the land. That's what they say. The environmentalists say you can't bury them.
What the fuck is his problem with windmills? Everything in the United States is politically coded now. You know this. So green energy is gay and weak and trans. So we have to fight against all forms of green energy whenever we can. Windmills are gay and they kill birds and they ruin everything. And actually the most masculine and heterosexual and straight manly thing that you can do is mine coal, which is why he's obsessed with the idea of clean coal and mining coal and drill baby drill, because those are masculine, manly forms of energy. I wish there was a better explanation for this, but there simply is not.
Because the fiber doesn't go well with the land. In other words, if you bury it, it will harm our soil. The whole thing is a con job. It's very expensive.
Also, apparently they put up windmills outside one of his golf courses, and that made him mad too. But
the Massachusetts area, that over the last 20 years had 1 or 2 whales wash ashore, and over the last short period of time, they had 18. Okay? Because it's driving them loco. It's driving them crazy. Now, windmills will not come. The Massachusetts
heavy lifting, but now
News Sunday. Mr. Secretary, welcome back to Fox News Sunday.
Great to be here.
Okay, August 1st, that deadline is coming within a matter of days. Will there be any more grace period, any more extensions, and what deals are closest to getting done at this point?
Okay, so no extensions, no more grace periods. August 1st, the tariffs are set. They'll go into place. Customs will start collecting the money, and off we go. Obviously, after August 1st, people can still talk to President Trump. I mean, he's always willing to listen. And between now and then, I think the president's going to talk to a lot of people. Whether they can make him happy is another question, but the president's definitely willing to negotiate and talk to the big economies.
Mr. Secretary, welcome back to Fox News Sunday.
Great to be here.
Okay, August 1st, that deadline is coming within a matter of days. Will there be any more grace period, any more extensions, and what deals are closest to getting done at this point?
Okay, so no extensions, no more grace periods. August 1st, the tariffs are set. They'll go into place. Customs will start collecting the money, and off we go. Obviously, after August 1st, people can still talk to President Trump. I mean, he's always willing to listen. And between now and then, I think the president's going to talk to a lot of people. Whether they can make him happy is another question.
okay, no more extensions. This time for real, for real. For real, for real, for real. Piers Morgan is Wednesday.
it keeps it even. Everybody respects it. It's going to be a lot of jobs for here, and great for America. And in terms of even the relationship, our relationship is unparalleled, but it keeps it even closer. When you're able to have a good trade deal, it keeps it even closer.
The entire German media is saying the EU capitulated before Trump and then he made a good deal. I don't know how to feel about it. Probably better than no deal. I mean, remember, the conservative mindset, I don't know if the conservatives are like this in Europe or if the conservatives are like this everywhere. I know in the United States they're like this. Conservatives view everything as a zero-sum game. So if a conservative walks into a room and 5 people are playing Monopoly and they're happy, and the conservative wants to play video games with his 4 friends, the conservative would go over and trash the Monopoly game because he would think that my friends can't have fun playing video games if these people over here having fun playing Monopoly. For a conservative, everything in life is zero-sum, and if somebody else is winning, that means you're losing. It explains their view on immigrants, on trade, on economics in general, on blue states and red states and everything. Conservatives just don't like it when, if they feel like they're not doing well enough and other people are doing well, then they feel like it's because those people are doing well that they're not doing well enough. So it's always a zero-sum game. So from Trump's perspective, if he can fuck over the European Union a little bit with a trade deal, then it's good for us, because if they're losing, then we must be winning. But what conservatives can't conceptualize is that you can actually do things where all sides are losing. Generally, voluntary trade is beneficial for all sides. If a guy is making a whole bunch of coats and another guy is raising a whole bunch of chickens, the guy that gives away a chicken to the guy that's making the coats is not losing a lot. And the guy that's giving away the coat to the guy that has the chickens is not losing a lot, right? There's a marginal utility to both of these items. One less coat for the coat maker doesn't mean anything, and one more chicken when he has no chickens means a lot. And the guy that's losing a chicken when he has a lot of chickens means nothing, but gaining one coat when he has none means a lot. Trade is generally mutually beneficial if people are doing it voluntarily. But conservatives just don't believe in that concept or don't understand it. They would know it intuitively if they saw it, because everybody engages in trade. When you go to a store, you make that decision every single time. When you give $10 to a cashier, you're deciding that your $10 worth of labor is worth less than the thing that you're buying, which is why you're exchanging for it. But it's just a conservative approach to everything right now.
Whiskey? Well, we'll talk about that. I didn't know whiskey was a problem. I'm not a big whiskey drinker, but maybe I should be when I'm over here. Maybe I'll have some whiskey today. Well, we're going to take a look at it. We'll take a look. We want to make the Prime Minister happy. We want to make, by the way, your First Lady, I would say First Lady, she's a respected person all over the United States. I don't know what he's doing, but she's very respected. As respected as him. I don't want to say more, I'll get myself in trouble. But she's a great woman and very highly respected. Yeah, well, we've, as you know, given a lot of money to Gaza for food and everything else. A lot of that money is stolen by Hamas, and a lot of the food is stolen. But we're very much involved, and I think it's one of the main reasons for our meeting today. Yeah, we're going to be discussing it today. We'll be talking about Gaza. Well, we want to get it going, but as you know, with Cambodia, they just announced a very big peace. That was going to be a very bad war. And so we're honored we got involved, and it's essentially settled. I think they're going to be settling it today. So it went for a few days. That was going to go on for years. That could have gone on for years. Millions of people could have been killed. We ended the war, and we're very happy about it.
I like how every single thing that happens around the world, if it's bad and it starts, it's because of something Biden did. But every time a thing ends and it's good, it's because Trump somehow ended it. Like, I don't even know.
Says that recognising the Palestinian state will be a concrete step towards a lasting peace. Do you agree with his position?
Well, I'm not going to take a position. I don't mind him taking a position. I'm looking for getting people fed right now. To me, that's the #1 position, because you have a lot of starving people. You have people that, the United States recently, just a couple of weeks ago, we gave $60 million. That's a lot of money. No other nation gave money. I know the Prime Minister would if he knew about it, and he really knows about it now because we're going to be discussing it. But we gave $60 million. Nobody said even thank you. Thanks. Somebody should say thank you. But other nations are going to have to step up. When I spoke to Ursula yesterday, she said that the European nations are going to step up very substantially too.
What's the importance of free speech today?
Well, free speech is very important. I don't know if you're referring to any place in particular. Perhaps they are, but
we've had free speech for a very, very long time here, so we're very proud about that.
Well, what's your advice on the small boats crisis? How would you deal with it? What's your advice on dealing with the small boats crisis in this country?
What is it?
It's about the boats coming over the channel, so we're taking a lot of action to stop people coming over the channel who shouldn't be here, stopping them coming in the first place.
Well, immigration is a big factor, and I think, frankly, if they're coming from other countries and you don't know who they are, and are they coming from prisons? We have them where they came in from prisons. We're moving them all out. We had a border.
President, what about Russia and Ukraine? You're talking about ceasefires. What's the latest?
I would have said 5 times we would have had a deal. I've spoken to President Putin a lot.
Why are Lutnick, Stephen Miller, etc. doing this? Surely they're aware these policies don't work. Do they have an esoteric vision for America, or do they have some secret financial motive? It really depends on who you're talking about. Stephen Miller, I think, is ideologically very possessed. Like, he's like an authoritarian, fasci-esque person. So I think he's very ideologically like committed to, even if the United States is hurt a bit, he's okay with enforcing his vision of the United States. Lutnick seems like an opportunist. I can't tell with him. I've not heard enough to know if he's like actually a dipshit or not. But
I got along with him very well, but fine.
YouTube chat is like Destiny's Child. Did you use the weird stepkid who argues with the fridge? And Cake chat is the raccoon he feeds out of pity. Wow, hater.
5 times, and every time 4 times maybe, but we've had discussions. You and I have had discussions. Yeah. We thought we had that settled numerous times. And then President Putin goes out and starts launching rockets into some city,
crazy,
like Kiev, and kills a lot of people in a nursing home or whatever. You have bodies lying all over the street. And I say that's not the way to do it. So we'll see what happens with that. I'm very disappointed. I'm disappointed in President Putin. Very disappointed in him. So we're going to have to look, and I'm going to reduce that 50 days that I gave him to a lesser number because I think I already know the answer what's going to happen. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
Why do other PMs and presidents suck up to Trump constantly? I don't think I've seen any EU leaders other than Zelensky speak out against him. I mean, like, you're kind of in a fucked spot. It's hard. I think that the rest of the world, I think it's what I said before, and nothing's moved me off this spot, that, like, everybody is kind of thinking that America is done leading the world, but nobody really wants to believe that. I think everybody is still kind of waiting to wake up from the nightmare that is Donald Trump. And it just hasn't happened yet. And there hasn't been a European country or group of countries that have stepped up and have been like, you know what, we are really breaking from the United States and we're going to do our own thing. Everybody's just kind of waiting for the nightmare to end. It might be like Trump is going to be gone in 4 years and we can go back to some semblance of sanity, maybe. Yeah, that's the guess. But do you think Europe will be the new leader of the free world? So one of the things that I've said before is a very tenuous grasp on history, but I think that America has just been very lucky in our geographic and historical position to lead Europe because we're far away from them and we have our own country and history that doesn't put us in conflict with a bunch of Europeans individually. In a way, I think that our ignorance to history and our lack of appreciation for the differences across the continent of Europe kind of make us a better friend to Europe because we don't generally favor one side over the other because we don't really know the differences between. That's why you hear Americans say like Europeans so much. I'm not sure for Europe to lead itself means that all of those weird histories and all of those tensions between the countries, between the France and everybody else, between maybe Germany and everybody else, that stuff might come out a lot more. And I don't know how willingly even the European Union would subject itself to heavy German or French leadership versus the United States, who's like, well, what are you going to do? They're the U.S., they're across the ocean, they got the biggest military, I guess we all have to fall in line. But I don't know, maybe not.
But the president's definitely willing to negotiate and talk to the big economies.
Mr. Secretary, welcome back to Fox News.
Would you like to say?
Jesus, this guy's doing interviews like crazy.
When you go to London, or are you worried it's no longer about this?
About what?
Will you visit London during the state visit?
I will. I'm not a fan of your mayor.
Why not?
I think he's done a terrible job, the mayor of London. But a nasty person. I think he's done. I think
he's a friend of mine, right?
No, I think he's done a terrible job. But I would certainly visit London. Yeah.
Would you state visit when you go to London, or are you worried it's no longer about this?
About what?
Meaning he saw a bad thing on Twitter about London, but okay. Or because he just doesn't like the mayor, yeah. Personally. Sweeping changes are coming to the world's most powerful central bank. President Donald Trump and his top advisors have said. And they're already starting to make good on that promise. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent last week made it clear that the Trump admin intends to shake up the Federal Reserve just as it has done with the rest of the federal government. Change at the central bank will accelerate once Chair Jerome Powell steps aside at the end of his term in May 2026, or earlier if he resigns or Trump manages to fire him. Those changes include the rules that impact the largest U.S. banks, which are already being reviewed, and on the Fed's workforce of tens of thousands across the country. What we need to do is examine the entire Federal Reserve institution and whether they have been successful, Bessent told CNBC. On July 21st, all these PhDs over there, I don't know what they do. Jesus. This is like universal basic income for academic economists, he said. Nice, good one. Cutting down on bank regulations. In June, Trump began to etch the legacy of his second term on the Fed by elevating Michelle Bowman to lead banking regulation as a vice chair on the central bank's board of governors. She had been a member of the board since 2018. Yeah, because certainly nothing happened 15 years ago that would have caused us to revisit banking regulations, right? Cornerstone of Trump's economic agenda is to slash regulations, and Bowman is widely expected to deliver on that goal when it comes to the banking industry. She's already begun to do exactly that. The Fed is in the process of revisiting and easing a raft of banking rules that came about in the aftermath of the global financial crisis of 2008. For example, the Fed last month, after Bowman assumed her new role, proposed an overhaul of how much buffer global banks must have against their total leverage or assets that carry some risk, such as loans and treasury holdings. The board approved the proposal in late June. Nice.
Welcome back. Joining me now is House Speaker Mike Johnson of Louisiana. Speaker Johnson, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Great to be with you.
Well, it is great to have you. You just heard my conversation with Congressman Massey, Congressman Khanna. So let me start off with this question. Why did you adjourn the House early? And does it run the risk of feeding the perception that there's something to hide in the Epstein matter?
So they adjourned the House early just because they don't want to talk about the Epstein shit anymore, right? It's actually so unbelievable, but...
Look, these are all important questions. Let me be absolutely clear, as we have been from the very beginning. House Republicans insist upon the release of all credible evidence and information related to Epstein in any way. But we are also insisting...
all credible.
...upon the protection of innocent victims. And our concern is that the Massey and Khanna discharge petition is...
I'm just coming into stream, but I have a question regarding healthcare. Do you think that the costs that people complain about in regards to healthcare are more the fault of the hospitals and doctors themselves rather than the insurance companies? So the thing that I like to stress over and over, if you actually want to understand any industry, is every single player at every single part of a chain of consumption is trying to maximize for themselves. So the reason why healthcare is so expensive is because customers want the most they can get for the least amount of money. Insurance companies want to get the most premiums they can while paying out the least possible within regulation to hospitals. Hospitals want to get the most amount of money for their administrators, their owners, for their services. Doctors want to get the most amount of money for the services that they provide. Like every single person along the way, pharmaceutical company, like everybody wants to extract the most money they can. That's just an ordinary part of any supply chain. There's nothing unique in healthcare as opposed to food delivery or not delivery, but like food production or clothing or housing or anything else. It's just how everything goes. Yeah.
Upon the protection of innocent victims. And our concern is that the Massey and Khanna discharge petition is reckless in the way that it is drafted and presented. It does not adequately include those protections, and I can explain all the details of that. Well, the important thing on the timing, to answer that question first, is that we did not do anything to end the term of Congress early. The Massey-Khanna discharge petition was filed so that it would not ripen until a day after Congress had previously been scheduled for almost a year to be out of session and in the district work period for August, and that is the timing of it. So what we did do this week is end the chaos in the Rules Committee, because the Democrats are trying to use this in a shameless manner for political purposes, quite obviously. They hijacked the Rules Committee, and they tried to turn it into an Epstein hearing. That's not what the Rules Committee is about. So that's why the floor votes ended on Wednesday instead of Thursday. But the work of Congress continues, and the...
Which is why healthcare should be nationalized. Rent-seeking behavior and things that are life or death is bad. So this is a super common misconception, and that is just an incorrect statement. Anybody that says that, you should just ignore everything they have to say about economics, okay? Having things that are life or death has nothing to do with whether or not a free market versus a government should provide for them, or it should have very, very little to do with it. The only thing that we should look to see whether or not a government versus the private industry should provide for something is to see how effectively each party does it. That's it. food is life or death. But food is largely handled by the private markets. And for the most part, it does a good job. Same thing with like clothes are kind of like a necessity, life or death, kind of, right? Whether or not you have any clothes or not. But like the free market deals with that pretty well. Whether or not something deals with something pretty well, you know, like is it doing what we want it to do is the question, not like is it life or death.
Schedule of Congress was published well over a year ago, December of 2024. So none of this was a surprise. And Khanna and Massey could have brought their discharge petition a day earlier and prevented that, or as noted earlier, anytime over the last 4 years. They did not do it during the Biden administration, and that's an important point for everybody to note.
But, Mr. Speaker, it's not just Republicans supporting this. It's 11, not just Democrats, it's 11 Republicans as well. Let me just ask you, because I hear you saying that, yes, the files should be made public while protecting the victims. Let me just ask you, though, should all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein be released and made public?
He's just going to say the credible ones, because remember, they never lie. They just kind of like change the definitions of all the words that they're using, so they're always technically telling the truth. They just redefine what the words mean in the prior statements they've made.
Yes, I agree with President Trump, with the Department of Justice, with the FBI, that you need all credible evidence and information out there.
Credible evidence, not the uncredible evidence.
That word credible is important. And why? Because you have to protect innocent people's names and reputations.
Then why does no one complain about private farmers and everybody complains about the healthcare industry? I'm not American. Can you explain? Because people do complain about food in the United States all the time. For one, some people say it's too sugary, or some people say that we don't have, RFK's whole thing is fighting against our quote unquote food industry. So I wouldn't say that nobody complains about the food industry, but also the food industry is super ultra subsidized as well. You know, farmers get a ton of subsidies for their crops and everything.
Out there. That word credible is important. And why? Because you have to protect innocent people's names and reputations whose names might be, as you noted at the outset of the program, intertwined into all these files. This has been a long legal process. There's a reason, for example, that grand jury materials are protected under the federal rules of criminal procedure, because they're not to be put out. See, the Massey and Khanna discharge petition would require the release. They would require the DOJ and FBI to release information that they know is false, that is based on lies and rumors, and was not even credible enough to be entered into the court proceedings. And that would be a dangerous thing. Our main concern here, though, is the protection of the innocent victims. I mean, these are minors in many cases who were subjected to unspeakable crimes, abject evil. They've already suffered great harm. We do not need their names being unmasked. The Massey and the Khanna discharge petition does not have adequate protections. For example, in the way that it was drafted, they cite that they don't want child abuse, sex abuse information uncovered, but they cite...
Like, nothing has anything to do with the victims in this. There's plenty of information that you could release in redacted form that wouldn't implicate any victims or speak to specific things about any victims. So this is always like a red herring when they bring this up. Would a high market entry, low volatility in demand, and only a handful of companies existing to provide a service be indicative of a market that might be better suited to be nationalized? I mean, maybe. It would depend on the market, possibly.
Cite the wrong provision of the federal code, and so it makes it unworkable. It requires the DOJ to release grand jury testimony. They are prohibited by law from doing so. So it is not the right approach. There is another approach out there. The House Republicans on the Rules Committee have a resolution that is well drafted, that is thoughtfully drafted by lawyers that would make this workable. That's the approach. We have to protect the innocent. We'll do it at all costs.
They do say that they want victims' names redacted, though, just to be clear. Let me move on to Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes, but their language doesn't adequately produce that. Yes, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me move on to
QT. Sudan, Myanmar are larger humanitarian crises than Gaza. They have each received significantly less aid from humanitarian orgs, both conflict zones. So why less global care? Will you research these? Nope. Tell me when white people or Jews are doing it, and then I'll give a fuck. If you want to look to some really bad shit, you can also look to Sudan. Also not good.
Ghislaine Maxwell. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Attorney General spent 2 days interviewing her. She, of course, has been convicted of grooming, recruiting, abusing young teenage girls, along with Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. Speaker, Maxwell's attorney said she answered all questions honestly and truthfully. But do you think that Ghislaine Maxwell can be trusted?
Well, I mean, look, it's a good question. I hope so. I hope that she would want to come clean. We certainly are interested in knowing everything that she knows. And as you'll note, in our House Republican majority...
When a Boy debate, when we finish our news, we'll go over all that shit. Jesus.
We're working towards that. Chairman Comer and our Oversight Committee has already issued their own subpoena. They want to bring in Ghislaine Maxwell as well. I hope she's telling the truth. She is convicted. She is serving a 20-year sentence for child sex trafficking.
For now.
Her character is in some question. But if she wants to come clean now, that would be a great service to the country. And we'd like to know every single bit of information that she has. I certainly hope she's telling the truth.
Well, listen, this week, President Trump didn't rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. Of course, that's one of the big questions looming over all of this. So let me put this to you, Mr. Speaker. Would you support a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell, a convicted sex trafficker?
Well, I mean, obviously that's a decision of the president. He said he had not adequately considered that. I won't get in front of him. That's not my lane. My lane is to help direct and control the House of Representatives and use every tool within our arsenal to get to the truth. I'm going to say this as clearly and plainly and repeatedly as I can over and over. We are for maximum disclosure. We want all transparency. I trust the American people. I and the House Republicans believe that they should have all this information to be able to determine what they will. But we have to protect the innocent. And that's the only safeguard here that we've got to be diligent about. And I'm insistent upon doing so.
Well, I guess my question is, are you open to a pardon or commutation? I mean, Mr. Speaker, the victims referred to Maxwell as Epstein's right-hand woman. Here's what one victim who testified under a pseudonym told the court at sentencing, quote, "The many acts that were perpetrated on me by Epstein, including rape, strangulation, and sexual assault, were never consensual and would not have occurred had it not been for the cunning and premeditated role Ghislaine Maxwell played." Is that someone deserving of a pardon or commutation in any circumstance, Mr. Speaker?
If you're asking my opinion, I think 20 years was a pittance. I think she should have a life sentence at least. I mean, think of all these unspeakable crimes, and as you noted earlier, probably 1,000 victims. I mean, it's hard to put into words how evil this was, and that she orchestrated it and was a big part of it. At least under the criminal sanction, I think is an unforgivable thing. So again, not my decision, but I have great pause about that, as any reasonable person would.
Two more critical topics to get to with you, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about what has been called the Big Beautiful Bill. In June, you told me the bill would not cut Medicaid, but two Republican senators ultimately voted against it because of what they thought were cuts to Medicaid. And Senator Josh Hawley is already out proposing legislation to actually roll back some of the Medicaid cuts that he just voted for. Did the Medicaid cuts go too far, Mr. Speaker?
The bill does not cut Medicaid. The One Big Beautiful Bill does not cut Medicaid. What it does is strengthen the program. And we talked about this, Kristen, is that the problem is there's a high degree of fraud, waste, and abuse in that program. I'm talking about tens of billions of dollars every year. What we did is we went in to go in and fix that. We introduced work requirements, which is a wildly popular notion in public opinion polling because it makes sense. Medicaid is a safety net program. It is intended for the elderly, the disabled, young, single, pregnant women, young mothers. And those resources are being drained because you had able-bodied young men, for example, with no dependents who are riding the wagon. That's not right. It's morally wrong.
Never numbers, never, like amounts spent on these people, never any exact things given, but...
And it doesn't comport with the law. So what we did in our Big Beautiful Bill is we went in to carve those guys out of that program. They have work requirements now, 20 hours a week. They either have to be working, looking for a job in a work training program or volunteering in their community, which is good for them and their surroundings. We find dignity in our work. We're proud of that reform. And by the way, there was a Harris and a Harvard poll that came out about 2 weeks ago. And they looked at 17 of the 21 primary provisions in that Big Beautiful Bill. And 17 out of 21 are majority support in the public. And that's after the onslaught of the mainstream media and Democrats lying about the bill. So we're excited to go out into our districts in August and tell the truth.
But Mr. Speaker, Josh Hawley says he is worried about cuts to payments and Medicaid reimbursements. Why would he be introducing a bill to roll back cuts in Medicaid if there were no cuts in Medicaid? He says the people in his state are going to suffer.
They're not cuts. They were just eligibility changes.
I haven't talked to my friend Josh Hawley about his legislation. I'm not sure what that's directed to, but I will tell you that the One Big Beautiful Bill safeguards the program. It strengthens it. It makes sure that Medicaid will be there for those who actually need it and who the law is intended to provide for. It is not for illegal aliens. We kick them off. It's not for people who are gaming the system. We kick them off. And it's not for people who should be working. They have to be able to prove that they're in one of these programs in order to get those benefits. And I think taxpayers will be served very well by that. But everything else in the bill is wildly popular as well.
Let me ask you about a critical issue on the world stage. The world has been watching what has been unfolding in Gaza. We are going to show some of these pictures. They're very disturbing, Mr. Speaker. Of course, this humanitarian crisis, children starving to death. Israel has now paused military operations amid the international outcry over this hunger crisis. Are Israel's actions too little too late, Mr. Speaker?
The images are disturbing and heartbreaking. We all want a peace there in that region. President Trump is trying to forge that, and we support it 100%. I will tell you that I've spoken to my friend Ambassador Leiter, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., and to other Israeli officials. This is important to note. Israel, since this war, spoken to my friend Ambassador Leiter, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., and to other Israeli officials. This is important to note. Israel, since this war began, has supplied over 94,000 truckloads full of food. It's enough food to feed 2 million people for 2 years, trying to get that into Gaza. But Hamas has stolen the food. A huge...
All of it? What the fuck? What? Is it the, like, Hamas? Is it them?
In fact, in 2024, the numbers are that Hamas profited over $500 million in stolen food aid that was supposed to go to these poor people who needed it. That's half of their budget. So this is a broken system. The UN needs to work with Israel to make sure that the food is getting to the people that need it most. The IDF, I'm told as recently as this morning, will begin tomorrow in opening new channels of distribution to get it to those people who are desperately in need. That's Israel's intention, that's the U.S.'s intention, and the UN as well.
All right, Mr. Speaker, we are out of time. We should note the New York Times just yesterday did report that the IDF never found proof that Hamas had systematically stolen deliveries of aid provided by the UN and other groups. We do really appreciate your joining us, and I hear you defending the Israeli position on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You got it. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated.
Thank you. Damn. Not to be mean or personal. Has this guy chubbed out a little bit?
Based on lies and falsehoods. So, yeah, I'm very familiar with it. What you don't seem to acknowledge is there's something new being found. Yeah. Rather than reinventing the wheel here, let's go back to a special counsel model to look at this something new. The something new is statements by President Obama. I don't like your analysis. Russia wasn't involved here in 2016.
Senator, you're saying there's something new. This report goes back to 2020. It's 5 years old. There's actually nothing new in this report and nothing that changes any conclusion. But I want to talk about
she
Gaza.
Turned over
Senator.
is new to me.
Senator,
it's new to me.
But Senator,
you're trying to sweep this stuff under the rug, and that's not right.
But Senator, you know that at the time you said you did believe the assessments and the multiple investigations. But let me move on to Gaza. Let's talk about Gaza, Senator, because this is so important. As I just talked.
Whatever he said. Yeah, whatever.
Senator, because this is so important.
Whatever. Whatever. Whatever.
Senator, because this is so important.
Whatever. 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 True. King. Okay. Can I just say, just a PSA, okay? Because a lot of you guys are mega fucking autistic, okay? Here's a question. Let's say that somebody asks you, do you think it would feel good for somebody to shove scissors in your eye? And you go, no, fuck no. I do not want anything stabbing me in the eye, okay? And then let's say the person says, okay, I get it. And then let's say 10 minutes later, your friend says, what about a knife in your eye? Do you agree that that would be a mega retarded autistic thing to ask? That would be incredibly stupid, right? It's pretty obvious that they don't want scissors in their eye, that they wouldn't want a knife in their eye, right? So can somebody explain to me why the disgusting seafood enjoyers always do this thing where like, oh, do you like seafood? And you're like, no, I don't. And like, oh, what about like sushi? What? Why do they ask that? Can somebody explain why seafood enjoyers ask that? Or is it, no, I don't like seafood, so I don't like sushi either. And they're like, oh, okay. What about like crab or like shellfish? Why? Can somebody explain to me why they do this? God, I hate seafood enjoyers. Ah! They trigger the fuck out of me, okay?
Wasn't involved. What the hell happened? Let's get a special counsel.
Hold on, Senator. As you know, former President Obama has waited.
Remember what Lindsey Graham said about supporting Trump? Anybody remember that?
I'm not supporting.
You can now add, get this, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham to the list of Republicans who will not, repeat, not, back Donald Trump, the party's presumptive presidential nominee. Here's the statement just released by Senator Graham. Let me read it to you. It says he cannot, in good conscience, support Donald Trump because I do not believe he is a reliable Republican conservative, nor has he displayed the judgment and temperament to serve as commander-in-chief. Very strong words from Lindsey Graham. I want to bring in Mateo Goldar.
Remember that?
I'm not supporting Mr. Trump. I'm not supporting Hillary Clinton. These are two very flawed choices. I've been a lawyer all my life, and I've never heard anything like this before, to suggest that a judge can't fairly decide a case because of where his parents were born. It's a new low in a campaign with plenty of lows. I think it's un-American. I think it runs against who we are as a people, and I'll have no part of it. I think his comments were racist. I don't think that Donald Trump personally is a racist person, and that he wouldn't, he's not going to refuse to hire somebody because of the color of their skin or their background, but he's playing the race card. It's pretty clear to me that he's playing the race card here.
Crazy, huh?
To detract
Isn't that kind of crazy?
Of the lawsuit.
Isn't that kind of crazy where these guys all were 10 years ago? Isn't that kind of weird?
Background of the judge. And I don't want to go there. Every person in the Republican Party has got to make their own decision. I'm going to focus on the House and Senate.
NBC's Ali Vitale is on Capitol Hill for us. And Ali, House is back in session next week. Talk about
Steve Bannon and Sebastian Gorka, not talking necessarily about politics. Distinctly last night on Hannity, I want to show you what he said.
Can we move forward without President Trump? The answer is no. I've always liked Liz Cheney, but she's made a determination that the Republican Party can't.
Oh, this was after Trump had his 4 years in office, and now
can't grow with President Trump. I've determined we can't grow without him.
And the argument that you're hearing here from people like Stefanik and others in House leadership is that Cheney can have her opinion, but they don't want her leading a party.
Kind of crazy, huh?
In through a spokesperson. He says that's just patently false. I actually spoke.
Wasn't involved. What the
Senator,
hell happened? Let's get a special counsel.
Hold on, Senator. As you know, former President Obama has weighed in through a spokesperson. He says that's just patently false. I actually spoke to Susan Miller, who's a former senior CIA officer who helped oversee the 2017 intelligence assessment on Russian interference. She says it's completely false that Obama or anyone else asked them to change or sway their investigation. She says they all. She says, and she's a Republican, says they all would have quit if that had happened. Senator, are you trying to rewrite history to distract from the Epstein matter, Senator?
No, I'm trying to let you know and the media know that we found something we didn't know before. Wasn't involved.
What did we find? What changed?
What you said at the time. Take a look.
Yep.
The Russians did it. It was the Russians who tried to interfere in our election. Every member of the committee agrees it was the Russians. They didn't change the
Oh, no. Was he on that Senate Intelligence Committee that did that report? Uh-oh. Was that true?
But they did release information embarrassing to the Democratic Party. It did affect Hillary Clinton.
There's only one person in Washington that I know of that has any doubt about what Russia did in our election, and it's President Trump.
Senator, are you now saying that you don't believe that Russia tried to interfere in the 2016 election?
Well, what I am saying is that you left a lot out here. It's called the Horowitz Report. Is the Mueller investigation was crooked and rotten to the core.
Really?
The Washington Post and the New York Times got a Pulitzer Prize for reporting on Trump's campaign's relationship with Russia. It was all BS. At the time, I didn't know any of that. At the time, I didn't know that they were manufacturing evidence to get FISA warrants. There was a confirmation bias. Durham didn't say there was no political bias. He said quite the opposite. He said every time a FISA warrant was sought in the Mueller world, they got it, and the errors made to get warrants in this space were a lot greater than they were in anything not involving Trump. But what I'm saying is that this is new evidence. This is something I didn't know, you didn't know, that in 2016, Obama suggested, I don't like the outcome that there's no evidence Russia was involved. Well, now we all say Russia was involved, but in 2016, they said Russia wasn't involved. What the hell happened? Let's get a special counsel.
Hold on, Senator. As you know, former President Obama has weighed in through a spokesperson. He says that's just patently false. I actually spoke to Susan Miller, who's a former senior CIA officer who helped oversee the 2017 intelligence assessment on Russian interference. She says it's completely false that Obama or anyone else asked them to change or sway their investigation. She says they all. She says, and she's a Republican, says they all would have quit if that had happened. Senator, are you trying to rewrite history to distract from the Epstein matter, Senator?
No, I'm trying to let you know and the media know that we found something we didn't know before.
I just can't believe they're reaching so hard with this republishing of the fucking Epstein shit. Like, if this doesn't catch on, do you think that we're going to get like a 9/11 was an inside job? We're re-releasing the, is it NIST? The National, what's the abbreviation for the, like the infrastructure review? Part of the federal government? What am I thinking of? The report, the big report on the buildings and everything. Report on 9/11 buildings falling. What's the name of the federal like branch or whatever? That did like the big report. I want to say, oh, it is NIST, NIST. The National Institute of Standards and Technology.
Democrats have also joined in on actually voting in favor of doing things like issuing subpoenas and whatnot. That creates a whole nother problem for Republican leadership, because if they do a discharge petition or something else, you're going to have all the Democrats on board, and that creates a whole nother set of worms for Speaker Johnson. I can tell you, I'm just telling you this, this is, but I also do think I totally buy what Guy is saying. I would also argue that part of what they're trying to do is they are trying to distract from this big issue of President Obama.
Sorry.
Obama's personal involvement in what was going on in targeting Donald Trump.
All right.
And that.
Okay.
From prosecution for all his official acts. There is no immunity for unofficial acts. Wow. So that takes you to this issue of presumptive immunity. Because what Barack Obama didn't, what he did wasn't within his official acts. What he did was he moved from his official acts. And he asked the CIA and the others to do something that was corrupt. Not part of his official act. Part of his official acts would be as if Obama ordered taking out a terrorist in Yemen, which he did.
Like, I don't even know what to say about this guy. Like, is he an idiot? Is he bad faith? Is he lying? Like, he's not even identifying the categories, 3 categories. It's core acts, it's official acts, it's unofficial acts. The Obama ordering anything from any agency would obviously be an official act. So presumptive immunity would be granted as per Roberts' ruling, the Supreme Court ruling on this. So you would have to overcome the presumptive immunity buffer to even probe any of those acts. Like, that's like all plainly obvious from the plain reading of the ruling. To try to pretend that Obama ordering some federal agency could be an unofficial, I mean, maybe if he ordered them to like pick up his dry cleaning, maybe.
And it turns out that he takes out the terrorist, but also kills his 15-year-old son, who's a U.S. citizen. Obama can't be prosecuted for that. That's part of his official acts. That's fine. But when
See, like, he's not even getting the categories right. You can still be prosecuted for your official acts. Official acts are things that are not exclusive and preclusive to the office of the president. It's the core powers that you can't be prosecuted for, according to Roberts and the Supreme Court. Official acts you theoretically could still be prosecuted for. You just have to overcome that presumptive immunity buffer.
If it's official acts, that's fine. But when a president of the United States says, I need a new assessment, effectively telling the agencies and the rest, I need to get Trump. That's not within your official action. So what would happen in court if they brought some charges? You would have this presumptive immunity allegation.
It's so funny because the argument that he's giving here is kind of like a common sense one that I would agree with. Like, the president probably shouldn't be able to just plainly order his cabinet members to just break the law, right? But remember, that's what Trump was granted presidential immunity for, was him ordering people underneath him, like Barr and everybody else, to break the fucking law, right? This is kind of where that immunity thing came from. It was a challenge to it was challenging the Jack Smith case, right? Was what that case was for? Where the criminal immunity came from. So the idea here that, like, well, the president probably shouldn't be able to plainly order his executive branch members to break the law, right? Well, yeah, that's what we all kind of said prior to that Supreme Court ruling. I would agree with you.
Allegation, and then you would have to overcome the presumption. So the people say there's absolute immunity when it comes to what this is alleging, what Toby Gabbard has released. There's not absolute immunity. There's presumptive immunity that can be overcome. So I explain this. Now, what else? They say, well, what crime was committed? And what about the statute of limitation? Now, this is pretty funny, coming from the people who went after Donald Trump for 2 years in the second massive Obama-Biden scandal.
Excuse me, but when you say what crime was committed, and you point to the people that went after Donald Trump, there were crimes listed. There were indictments, and you need crimes on indictments to actually charge somebody with something. And he was convicted, and you need crimes to issue an indictment and convict somebody. So I don't know what he's saying here. I don't know what the joke is. Well, what crime did they do? Oh, that's funny. Didn't you guys say the same thing? No, we charged him with actual crimes. That's what an indictment is.
And that's this. You conduct an investigation. You don't need probable cause. You just need some reasonableness to think that some crimes have been committed by Obama, maybe as surrogates, maybe as staff and so forth, and you open your investigation, which is what the Department of Justice has done. We have these things that we call process crimes, right? Potential obstruction, false statements, destruction of records, and that sort of thing during the course of the investigation. So there's always that. There's no statute of limitations on that. And furthermore, there may be criminal activity that we're not aware of that specifically addresses what Obama did. We don't know. You know why we don't know? Nobody's ever asked them.
True. The Republicans have never gone in on trying to investigate every single Democrat for all of fucking history on every single crime they could have potentially committed in this universe or any other universe.
Have Democrats here on this committee, like AOC, like Jasmine Crockett, they of course downplay this and they say that it's political theater. Tell me what it's.
Kentucky is not setting their bets. Who else comes from Kentucky? Johnson. Mike Johnson comes from Kentucky. Comer is from Kentucky. Is there anybody else? Is Mitch McConnell from Kentucky? Jesus, what's going on there? That state's sending us a lot of highly questionable. Oh, Mike Johnson is Louisiana. Oh, is he? Oh, never mind. My bad. Okay. Wait, who else comes from Kentucky? Maybe I was just thinking of McConnell. Mike Johnson is a member of the U.S. House representing Louisiana's 4th Congressional District. Okay, just kidding.
Like, to try to conduct an investigation like this.
I can't get over the fact that Trump's fucking daughter-in-law is a Fox News employee. I can't get over that. I still can't get over this, that we just like accept this. It's just so crazy to me. What?
When, they're trying to have these viral moments attacking Republicans in here, you guys are trying to do a real investigation that's highly important to the future of the country.
It's almost impossible to conduct an investigation in this committee room. What we're doing with this investigation is we're conducting depositions and transcribed interviews. Every transcript will be released at the conclusion of the investigation, but we can't have a substantive hearing in this room because of the behavior of the Democrats. My job is to get the facts. We conduct investigations here. We can't prosecute anyone. We can't arrest anyone. At the conclusion of the investigation, we issue a report, and we'll deliver that report to Pam Bondi, the Attorney General.
Since you have Democrats here.
It's so cringy. You defend Israel for everything they do. You're almost as bad as Assange in the opposite direction. Well, I'm a massive Israeli Jewish simp, and I hope one day they accept me because I want to go and pray at the Wailing Wall so that I can cry for my ancestors, my spiritual ancestors, the Jews.
Like they have never obsessed over anything before. Now, in the wake of the bombshell, new revelations.
Bombshell. Remember, this bombshell is nothing. This is the ultimate. This is a bigger test of faith than the Epstein shit. It's seeing if you can get everybody on board with the most nothing burger statement, literally, of all time. And if you can get all of them to try to amplify. They're trying so hard to make this work. They're trying to force this. This is the most cringe forced meme in the universe. They're trying so hard to get this to catch on. And like nobody gives a fuck. It's so stupid.
And declassifications about the origins of the Russia hoax. Oh, now the media lost all interest in Russia. I don't want to talk about it at all. For example, on ABC, NBC, CBS, here is all of the Russia hoax reporting from their nightly newscasts shortly after Tulsi Gabbard released this critical new information, new details, declassification that the Obama administration was involved in. Take a look.
The White House tried again to redirect focus onto a different subject, in this case.
For example, you denying the aid blocking and you saying that the Palestinian civilians intentionally get themselves shot on camera, unhinged. I mean, they do intentionally get themselves shot. That's like undeniable, right? If you just watch the video footage, it's undeniable what they're doing. Now, whether or not that's a good or bad way to approach doing propaganda, I mean, is up for you to decide. It's effective, right? It's gotten them a lot of attention over the past couple of years, for sure. It does seem there are aid problems going on right now inside Gaza. I think even Avi was tweeting about that. But the idea that they've been starving to death for 2 years, I think kind of undercuts right now the fact that they actually are having food problems. And now you guys literally have no vocabulary to discuss it because you've been saying it's like an IPC-5 starvation zone for 2 years. And you have nowhere else to go. You've already hit the ceiling on your starvation rhetoric, 2 years ago.
That the Obama administration was involved in. Take a look.
The White House tried again to redirect focus onto a different subject, in this case, how the Obama administration investigated potential Russian interference in the 2016 elections. National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard walked reporters through her review of the matter and accused the former president of leading a coup against Trump. But past bipartisan congressional investigations and a special prosecutor found no such wrongdoing. President Obama's office calls the accusations ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction.
That is a weak attempt at reporting. 30 seconds of extremely biased coverage that barely even touched on what Director Gabbard actually revealed. 30 seconds.
What
The
did she
judge said
reveal?
prosecutors would need to
Nothing.
launch a new case if they want that information. But there's an ongoing attempt to unseal grand jury evidence from the second federal Epstein case in New York.
Ed, the president said anytime a Republican is asked about Epstein, they should talk about Barack Obama. That basically was happening in the briefing room today.
That's right. The White House tried again to redirect focus onto a different subject, in this case, how the Obama administration investigated potential Russian interference in the 2016 elections.
President Trump woke up this morning in Scotland and immediately went to hit the links, teeing off at his Turnberry golf course. He's also meeting with top
Many top business leaders condemned Trump's tariff plan. Seeing the CEO of NVIDIA call Trump's economic plan visionary is ridiculous. Why aren't more leaders calling him out for his nonsense? I don't know. I think maybe everything in the economy became too specialized. And now people just have no understanding of anything that's not outside of their incredibly narrow purview of business. I truly don't know. I can't. The whole tech world's obsession with Trump, I thought, maybe they all just followed Elon. But even Elon's obsession with Trump, I thought was incredibly fucking pathetic. So who knows?
European officials over his tariff policy and facing some international pressure on the desperate situation in Gaza. As overnight, Israel said it would open new aid corridors to ease the starvation there amid growing international outrage. Domestically, even though the president is thousands of miles away, he's still facing questions about the crisis that he and his administration set in motion that has outraged many of his supporters here at home. Demands by his base to see the full files of disgraced pedophile and sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, to some extent, it could be them just like sucking off Trump, too, because they don't want to obviously get on the bad side of this admin. That could be it as well, actually. That was unfair for me to say about the NVIDIA CEO. I don't know if the NVIDIA CEO said any retarded economic things. It could just be that when you are the sole person that everybody has to go through for to get reprieve from tariffs and everything, you kind of have to be on his good side. You don't want to start talking shit and have your entire company get fucking demolished. Especially, I would imagine NVIDIA stock is probably fairly fragile, because I think a lot of that stock, is a mega uninformed take, but just because of how much they've exploded, I'm sure quite a bit of this stock is speculative. So the idea that you could say something bad to Trump and your shit would get mega fucked is probably a bigger fear. With this stock is absolutely speculative. Never mind. I can't believe I hedged like that. PE ratio of 56.65. This is an absolutely highly speculative stock at the moment. So yeah, I imagine any bad news from this admin could fuck over or cause it to tumble quite a bit, you know?
As he and his attorney general had previously pledged to do. Overnight, Trump threw out another wild threat that seemed...
Do you think the claims of genocide against Israel makes it difficult to criticize the government as the issue has been made all or nothing rather than the shades of gray that lie in between? Yeah, I mean, that's been a complaint I've made from the very start, is that, like, it also precludes your ability to negotiate with them or do anything, because who the fuck negotiates with a genocidal government? Like, if they're doing genocide, that's kind of wild, right? And it also removes all of the onus from the other party to do anything, right? Like, nobody is ever saying, like, I can't believe that all these people in Gaza are starving. Why hasn't Hamas released the hostages yet, right? Like, I feel like that would undermine Israel's position pretty significantly. If Hamas releases all of the hostages, now it's like, Israel, what the fuck are you doing? But they can keep kind of like pointing at stupid shit like that to say, like, well, sorry, this is kind of why we got to keep doing what we're doing. But I felt like if all the hostages were released, I feel like even internal pressure in Israel would cause a lot of that Gazan offensive to kind of collapse, or at least the support for it would be a lot more difficult. But what are you going to do?
His attorney general had previously pledged to do. Overnight, Trump threw out another wild threat that seemed perhaps designed to distract, saying that former Vice President Kamala Harris, Oprah Winfrey, and Beyonce should all be prosecuted over 2024 campaign events. But as Republican lawmakers head home for summer break, bracing themselves for demands from their constituents to see the files and for much, much more, it is not clear what Trump's strategy will accomplish when it comes to quieting those concerns. Joining us now is a close ally of President Trump, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen.
NVIDIA CEO is brilliant and seems very patriotic. By the way, NVIDIA is not speculative because the PE is a backward-looking ratio. You have to look at the PEG ratio. Price earnings to growth ratio, what it is and the formula. Is a stock's price to earnings ratio divided by the growth rate of its earnings for a specified time period. The PEG ratio is determining stock's value, also factoring in the company's expected earnings growth. I've never even heard of this before. Okay.
from the great state of Oklahoma. Senator, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Something you said on the Senate floor a couple days ago.
Thanks for having me on, Jake.
Something you said on the Senate floor a couple days ago gained a lot of attention. You were arguing against a push by Democrats who were calling to release the Epstein files in full. Let's play what you said.
I'm sure this would be handled just like any other thing that they've tried to go after, like the baseless impeachments or the unbelievable amount of charges they've tried to file against the president. I'm sure
that have been filed, not just tried to be filed, but they were filed. There were indictments issued, but okay.
this would be handled the exact same way. What we're simply wanting to do here is give them cover.
Can you explain what you meant when you talked about giving cover there?
Well, Jake, what you're doing is you're taking a 30-second clip from about a 6-minute debate. And by the way, we also put forth a resolution to allow the judges to release the information from these grand juries. So this is political theater. If you listen to the whole debate, you'd clearly understand what we had been talking about was Pam Bondi and the president and Congress wants transparency. We want them to release the files. However, we can't make them release it because of separation of power. The judges, the judicial
separation of powers is very important right now. Whew.
branch, have the files and they have the documents. Every document that Pam Bondi has.
What is the quote? I feel like I've reached for this in the past. Where like they defy process and procedure whenever they feel like it's on the correct answer, whatever's on their side. But whenever they want to obfuscate, they will wrap themselves in process and procedure as much as possible. This guy's picture apparently on January 6th. Nice. Fucking dipshit.
Every document that the Cash Patel has, they have been heard by a grand jury. And we saw the judge in Florida say, no, she's not releasing it. We're waiting on the judges in New York to say, are you going to release it or do you not? We all want transparency. And what's funny about this is the Democrats want it too. But when I put forth my resolution calling on them to do the same thing, which is what I was meaning by that term, is that we're trying to agree with Pam Bondi and with President Trump that we want transparency, we want the files released. But when I put my resolution forth, guess what? The Democrats also denied the request. So it's interesting to me, though, Jake, that for the last 4 years underneath President Biden, not one Democrat asked for the files to be released. Now they're all about transparency. But yet President Trump is the most transparent president we've had. I mean, look, you wrote the book literally on the biggest cover-up from the Biden administration, the cover-up that the previous administration covered completely for President Biden the whole time he was in office. So transparency is what we're all about. But the Democrats are trying to distract from their awful record and from the questions they need to ask, like who was signing the executive orders as an auto pin, who was actually choosing to continue to run the Russian gate when we know it was a huge hoax, who was making the decisions at the White House, and they can't answer that, so they're deciding to run a distraction by this Epstein file when it's a big hoax, and the American people know it because they never said a word about it when Biden was in office.
But let's just take a step back here. The reason that we're here where we are is because for years, President Trump and the MAGA base and Trump's allies have been calling for the release of the Epstein files. And then after taking office, take a listen to what Attorney General Pam Bondi has been saying over the course of the past few months.
Clip ambush. Uh-oh.
What you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names. Everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children.
Now the administration is saying they can't release this information. Now, I understand you're talking about a resolution you offered calling for the grand jury to release transcripts from the grand jury investigation into Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and a judge said no. But there's troves of information that the administration could release tomorrow if they wanted to, and they've been promising to, and they haven't.
Oh, Jake, that's not true. You know better than that too, because you know every piece of file that they have, every video, every document, every flight log has all been heard by a grand jury. They've all been seen by a grand jury, and we want the judges to release it. Pam Bondi has called on the judges to release it. Trump has called on them to release it, and the Congress has called on them to release it. But we can't because there's a true co-equal branches of government, so we can't force the judicial branch to do anything. All we can do is ask them to do it. We
I'm not talking about
that the judges would release it. Pam Bondi released it. No, there isn't, Jake. There isn't one piece of document that Cash Patel at the FBI or Pam Bondi in her office has that a grand jury hasn't seen. So everything that they have
she was talking about releasing this information
by the judges.
She was talking about releasing this information. She could release it tomorrow. She doesn't.
She was, but she can't. No. She can't release it until the judges release it, because if it's been heard by a grand jury, and Jake, you know this, if it's been heard by a grand jury, regardless if Pam Bondi has it or the FBI has it, the judge that overseeing the case that the grand jury listened to and saw the documentation and the evidence has to be released by the judge, and you know that.
Like, this is so fucking hilarious, right? They were willing to go, and they won this, by the way. Congratulations to our current Supreme Court. They were willing to go to the Supreme Court and say, actually, we kind of don't think injunctions are allowed if they affect other people. We're going to kind of get rid of the ability for the federal government to like enjoin, large scale behavior from the federal government. Those all have to be filed as class action lawsuits. We're going to get rid of injunctions. Okay. Oh, cool. All right. And then it's like, what about releasing stuff from the grand jury that you guys have cried about releasing for 5 years? Well, actually, only the judge can make that decision, and there's absolutely nothing that we can do about that, and there's no way that we can challenge that. All we can do is say pretty please, and hope to God that the judge releases it, because we're utterly powerless to do anything in the meantime. Meanwhile, they will challenge every other, this is a president who's unilaterally invoked the Alien Enemies Act to say that we're at war with Venezuela to deport people. He's invoking random national emergencies so they can solo do trade policy for the entire United States. Congress gives all this power to him willingly. He said that he can fight judges in every single venue, in every single district across the United States for whatever crazy shit he wants to do. But when it comes to releasing stuff from a grand jury, actually there is a official policy and process, and we kind of have to just wait and see what the judge says on that one. Like, come on, give me a fucking break.
I don't think that that's correct. I think that the FBI and the Southern District of New York and the Southern District of Florida, and just because something has been shown before a grand jury, that doesn't mean it is only going to be. It can only be released to the public by a judge. If the FBI has it, they can release it.
Then why did the judge refuse to release the records?
He doesn't have to release his record. He's playing a word game too, right? You understand this? So this is like a word game. I wonder if they have like a Trump pump machine where every time they tell a lie or spin a story, they get to like stick their dick in the little like fucking semen milking machine at the end of the day in order to have their cummies from Donald Trump and this administration. Because I can't explain how else, right? I don't know if you understand what this guy is saying, right? For Jake Tapper, right? So the FBI does an investigation, and they have files and research, okay? And then from this investigation, the FBI might recommend to the DOJ, like, hey, DOJ, because, they're part of the Department of Justice. They might recommend it to the Attorney General, right? They might say, hey, Attorney General, like, maybe you should pursue this, okay? And then the Attorney General says, okay, sure, let's get a prosecutor together. We'll find a courthouse to file this in. And then a prosecutor will take this, I'm horribly misspelling all of this, and they'll take all of this information to a grand jury, and they'll say, okay, grand jury, we're going to present a bunch of evidence, and then we want you guys to decide whether or not you'll issue an indictment. And what the Republican is currently saying is like, well, we can't take this, what was the presentation to the grand jury, we can't release that. We need the permission of the judge that was overseeing that. And what Jake Tapper is saying, okay, hold on, fuck the grand jury, fuck the prosecution. Why can't the Attorney General and the FBI just release what they have? Which they could. They could do that. Now, is that proper? I would argue, no, you should never do this. There's a whole bunch of good reasons why you would never want stuff like this released to the public. It's bullshit for a whole huge numbers of reasons. But I mean, the fact that they've hyped up the Epstein stuff like this so much, yeah, fuck it, they should release it. Fuck them, Now they've made their bed, now they should lie in it. But for him to try to lie here and say, oh, well, they can't release what was shown to the grand jury, bullshit. The FBI can release what they found. They have the ability to do it. Trump literally said he could psychically declassify stuff to save him in Mar-a-Lago. Why can't the FBI release what they investigated on the Epstein stuff?
Shown before a grand jury, that doesn't mean it is only going to be. It can only be released to the public by a judge. If the FBI has it, they can release it.
Correct.
Then why did the judge refuse to release the records?
Judge doesn't. We don't need the judge's records. We just need what the FBI has.
Florida. Because once it's been heard in a case, it is a sealed case. It is sealed by the grand jury. And you have been through this. I don't know why we're even debating this. Because if it is considered evidence in a case, then it is sealed.
The information that has been released.
Bring a separate judge on and ask him the same question.
Grand jury hearings and transcripts, the judge has control over. Absolutely. That doesn't mean that everything that went into the grand jury is therefore locked from the public. It does not work that way. And that's why Attorney General Bondi was saying for months. Well, then tell me why for months she was saying that she's going to release the information tomorrow.
We made the assumption that the judges would release the order and allow the evidence that they had that it could be heard. But it's all been sealed. And so if it's been a sealed.
Do you not think there are probably legitimate information in the Epstein case that could actually implicate Trump in things? Doesn't the public deserve to know? You absolutely do not want a world where investigators are unable to secure an indictment from a grand jury, so then investigators just dump everything out to the public. That is probably one of the greatest miscarriages of justice that could ever happen in the United States. Now, I very narrowly support it here just because it would be funny as fuck and because Republicans have kind of made their bet on this. But no, if you're getting investigated because there's some reasonable suspicion or whatever, and I don't even think you need reasonable suspicion. I don't know if you need any standard actually to start an investigation on somebody. But if you're being being investigated, and ultimately, they find some information. It's not that great. They go to a grand jury. They can't really get an indictment or anything. For the FBI or for some local police department to say, oh, well, fuck it, we couldn't get an indictment. Here's all the information we found, by the way. You're basically assassinating this person in the court of public opinion, which is bullshit. We don't want our investigative bodies to be used that way. If they can't secure an indictment, then they shouldn't really release what they've investigated, because they didn't find anything that came to the probable cause standard for issuing an indictment. Now, again, I think that in this case, you're talking about, I mean, the Republicans have hyped this up so much, fuck them, but.
Case, we can't release it.
What was all the stuff Bondi released before in those binders, if they weren't allowed to release anything? Yeah, good question. I think it was just information that had already basically been public.
Had that it could be heard, but it's all been sealed. And so if it's been a sealed case, we can't release it until the judges allow us to release it. And you would think common sense would play. That's why they ask for transparency. We want transparency. We want the judges to have transparency in this too. But
Strong disagree. The public has a moral right to see evidence that doesn't meet the high beyond a reasonable doubt standard, but may affect their voting patterns under a lower standard. No. Hold on. An indictment is not issued beyond a reasonable doubt. Indictment is just issued on probable cause. The reason why the public shouldn't want to see this or has a moral right to this is because all you're doing is you're saying, holy shit, we should just have every single candidate being investigated. You're asking for basically what Trump was trying to do with Hunter and Joe Biden, where he wanted people to, or what happened with fucking Hillary Clinton and Comey, right? Where they were doing an investigation. And you're like, oh, well, they should make public statements about the investigation, even if they don't actually issue an arrest warrant. It's like, well, hold on. Now we're just saying that every single newly elected person or a person running for office is going to be investigated indefinitely by the sitting president. That's not a good standard to have. You don't want that.
You would think common sense would play. That's why they ask for transparency. We want transparency. We want the judges to have transparency in this too. But remember, there was a plea deal that was struck in 2009, way before I was in office, way before Trump was even considering to be in office, way before Pam Bondi was in office, way before Kash Patel was director. 2009, there was a sweetheart plea deal that was made underneath the Obama administration. Way before Kash Patel was director, 2009, there was a sweetheart plea deal that was made underneath the Obama administration with Epstein, and that sweetheart has not been exposed.
No, it was 2000.
Well, when was the case heard?
It was 2008. It was the U.S. attorney at the time was a guy named Alex Acosta.
Remember, Alex Acosta, the guy that made that deal, went on to become Trump's labor secretary when he was in office. Not that anybody's talking about that, but
he was a Bush appointee. He went on to become President Trump's Secretary of Labor.
Okay, good job.
All took place in 2008.
Who was in office at the time?
2008, George W. Bush.
Who was in office at the time?
George W. Bush.
No, 2009 is when the case came out, and it was and Obama was in office at the time.
It's not true. But let me ask you a question, Deputy Attorney.
Like, how can you just lie about that? How can you just how can that stand? He just lie about that. You should force a concession. I mean, I understand he would never come back on your show if you did that, but
Colonel Todd Blanche met this week with Epstein's accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell, who was serving 20 years in prison for sex trafficking. After the meeting, Maxwell's attorney indicated to reporters that he hopes President Trump will give her a pardon. What do you think of that idea? Will it be a mistake for President Trump to pardon Maxwell? And do you think that she's credible?
I don't know enough about Maxwell or the conversation to even wait.
Oh, I don't know. Oh my God, he did it! I'm so sorry. I just want to apologize for releasing that hidden OP strat to make it more publicly known. I don't know if people are utilizing it more now. We just pay attention to it more, but it is the hidden OP strat for conservatives. I don't know anything about that. I don't know. I never heard anything about it. I don't know. I've never heard about that.
I don't know enough about Maxwell or the conversation to even weigh in on that. But I'll go back to what you're saying about it wasn't true. The case was sealed in 2009. That's absolutely true. It was heard in 2008. It was sealed in 2009.
The point is that the sweetheart deal, which was completed in 2008, was under the Bush administration, U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta. That's why Alex Acosta resigned in the first Bush administration, because the Miami Herald had written this story in 2018 about how Epstein got away with so much. And then in 2019, the U.S. Attorney under President Trump, Jeff Berman in the Southern District of New York, then brought charges against him. So, I mean, there is stuff to say that you could point to that say, like, President Trump did this or President Trump did that.
And remember, in 2019, President Trump and his administration called for it to be unsealed at that time, too. It went silent and not.
Why didn't it get unsealed then? He called for it to be unsealed, and he was president, and
a word was said during the Biden administration. Not a word. Nothing was said during the Biden administration.
People can look it up. The sweetheart deal was 2008 during the George W. Bush administration. But I always appreciate your coming on the show. Senator Mullen, thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
For 4 years under Joe Biden's Department of Justice, the media didn't give a damn about the Epstein files or about the Epstein case. For literally 20
I wonder what changed. I wonder why they cared more with you guys than they cared with Biden.
years, the story about this scumbag, and he is a scumbag pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein, he's dead now, but For 20 years, you had Obama and George W. Bush's Department of Justice go easy on this guy. They didn't fully investigate the case. They didn't show any curiosity about the case. And now Donald J. Trump is asking his Department of Justice to show full transparency. And somehow that's a criticism of Donald J. Trump and not Barack Obama and George W. Bush. If you want to criticize the people who aren't showing full transparency, you ought to go after the administrations that went easy on Jeffrey Epstein, the administrations that concealed this case for 20 years, and the administrations...
Why was it Obama and Bush? How does Trump not get any credit? Couldn't he have dug in on it more? When did Epstein kill himself? 2019? Wasn't Trump president for 2-3 years before that?
that failed to show full transparency. Donald J. Trump, I'm telling you, he's got nothing to hide. His administration has got nothing to hide, and that's why he's been an advocate for full transparency in this case. He's going to keep on being an advocate for full transparency, but while we're focused on that case, Donald J. Trump is also worried about making sure these great workers get more take-home pay and better jobs, and that's the focus of the administration.
America is back, baby. Wow. God, this disgusting traitor. What's her name? I always fuck her name up. She's got a weird name. Somebody say it in chat. Type it. She was one of the Dominion lying people. She was one of the crazier ones. Baratiromo? How do you say her name? Maria Bartiromo?
It's almost like a rite of passage on Maria Bartiromo's show.
Yeah, real quick, Congressman, before you go, President...
Wait, is Maria Bartiromo asking if Chinese authorities were...
Maria Bartiromo. Ugh.
What I think I hear you saying is there is still an opportunity for indictments, potential prosecutions, accountability from those people who may have lied under oath, like John Brennan, James Comey, and perhaps Hillary Clinton.
Well, that's why I've made the referrals that I have. DNI Gabbard has made referrals, and why we're going to continue to share the intelligence that would support the ability of our Department of Justice to make fair and just bring fair and just claims against those who have perpetrated this hoax against the American people and this stain on our country.
Director, one other question on this. Tulsi, as well as President Trump, used the word treason. Is there a statute of limitations on treason?
Well, Maria, what I would say is this, is there is no doubt in my mind.
JVL at the Bulwark described JD as a person wearing exactly 19 pieces of flair. Base.
And that the people that we just talked about conspired. They conspired against President Trump. They conspired against the American people. And so I'll leave it to Pam Bondi and our Department of Justice, Kash Patel, and our FBI to investigate the conspiracy to do what and what charges that they're capable of bringing. But again, I don't think statute of limitations are going to impact, because in a conspiracy, Maria, the statute of limitation doesn't start to run until the last act in furtherance of that conspiracy. And Maria, part of why this is so important is the people behind this are still furthering the conspiracy. They're refusing to admit or acknowledge what they did in 2016 and what they did in 2020 was wrong. And so, so I think that's why this is so important and why I'm excited about what the American people will see very shortly and what's to continue to come.
We'll wait for that John Durham report.
Yes, true. If they honestly start arresting people, that's when we revolt, right? I feel like arresting Obama would be pretty crazy, because he still has all of the old aura from his 8 years as president. I don't know if people would tolerate it or not, but who the fuck knows?
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says deportation flights have started leaving the so-called Alligator Alcatraz facility. There were 100 detainees on the first flight. Said it's unclear where they're going.
It was never intended to be something where people are just held and we just kind of twiddle our thumbs. The whole purpose is to make this be a place that can facilitate increased frequency and numbers of deportations of illegal aliens.
So this facility is in the middle of the Florida Everglades. It's surrounded by really dangerous wildlife. So with the help of 3D models and the testimony of detainees, we're getting a sense of what life is like for the migrants there. Check out this investigation from CNN's Priscilla Alvarez.
This is sad, hopeless. It's a type of torture.
These are the stories of migrants held at Alligator Alcatraz,
a new detention facility deep in the Florida Everglades. Using a plan of the site shown during President Trump's visit and photos from media tours and social media, CNN created a 3D model to take you inside the site, where
Can I just say real quick, hold on. How dangerous are alligators really? Like, I know I've seen them like in the throes of killing shit, but if there was like a field of alligators, couldn't you just like run across? I feel like they kind of just lazy around most of the time. They're just like chilling. Like, are these like really the apex predators that are running people down? Yeah, if you have to swim through alligator water, I feel like that would suck. But if you could like run on land the whole time, are they really chasing you down?
Hundreds of immigrant detainees are being held. Here are the giant tents where people report being crammed into cells made of chain link fence, packed with bunk beds. CNN spoke with 8 detainees to hear firsthand accounts of what conditions are like on the inside. Some asked not to be named for fear of retribution.
Because of the way that we have been treated, it has been a very terrible experience.
Gonzalo Almanza Valdez was detained by ICE when he showed up for a meeting with his probation officer.
32 people per cell, or per cage, really, because this is a cage. It's a metal cage strapped in with zip ties.
3 open toilets are shared by dozens of men who say there's no running water or sewage system. Roger Moreno, who has lived in the U.S. for more than 30 years, told CNN the rain makes it worse.
The toilets, when it rains, they overflow, and the cells we're in fill up with sewage.
Every time it does rain and storm, the toilets clog up.
Detainees told CNN the lights are kept on 24 hours a day.
We can't sleep. I have to personally put a rag on top of my head to at least try to take a nap because the lights are so bright. There's 24 LED lights in the roof, and it's like shining bright.
I'm not really sure what the point is of reporting on stuff like this. If you're a liberal and you didn't vote for Trump, you're never voting for Trump no matter what. And conservatives like literally cheer for this stuff. Like it's very weird, but no, it can't be that bad. Because I'm trying to think. One criticism I've had of my good friends in Israel who pay me every single day, thank you, Mossad, is that they suck at doing propaganda. And some of the best Israeli propaganda was made by Hamas when they recorded shit and released it. And it was like, oh, these guys are kind of fucking deranged. And I wonder sometimes if CNN is doing like inadvertently like pro-MAGA propaganda where it's like, yeah, these motherfuckers, when they're sleeping in cages, their shit floods every night. Fuck them, you know?
Martinez has lived in the U.S. for more than 20 years and was also picked up.
Someone said, Destiny, this shit would sway my dad. He legitimately almost voted for Kamala over an abortion out on CNN LeMayo.
By ICE at a routine meeting with his probation officer.
I no longer know when it's daytime or when it's nighttime. I don't sleep. It's affecting me mentally and physically.
The tents aren't.
The maximum speed of an alligator can reach is up to 35 miles per hour travel speeds on land. Show me a video of that. I don't believe you. 35 miles an hour for a retarded alligator? These guys look like they barely have a functioning brain.
Seal. You can see cracks in this image. And at the height of the hot Florida summer, that means the insects are relentless.
For like 10 feet bursts.
Yesterday, the air conditioning went out. We had the whole morning without air conditioning. Lots of mosquitoes came in because they get in from all sides.
Multiple detainees say they don't get enough food, though they're served 3 meals a day, and that water is limited.
Scan our bracelets, so we go into the food hall. The food is very terrible here. Very, very, very small portions. People are having a hard time living here because like they're starving. Probably like a quarter cup of rice.
We've eaten as late as 10 at night. The food at night is cold too. There's never.
Are you willing to talk to a convoy? We'll get to that after the news segment. I think we have something scheduled tomorrow, maybe, or Wednesday. I think tomorrow, maybe.
Hot meal.
Showers are located in a separate tent, and opportunities to shower there are scarce, according to the detainees we spoke with.
All the showers are connected to the same water source. There's barely any water pressure. So we have to like literally put ourselves on the wall right next to the water drainage so we can at least get hit with water.
Congresswoman Kat Kamek, well, the great news on the migrant children, finding them and making sure they're safe. But I want to start with the alligator Alcatraz and the deportation flights. You know, it's crazy. So Democrats, you have open borders, you let terrorists, rapists, gang members get into the country and then fight any efforts to get rid of those people who shouldn't be here in the first place. But walk us through those deportation flights. What do you know about them and who's being deported?
Well, it's good to see you both. And yes, I mean, welcome to the real swamp, not the fake DC swamp. This is the real swamp, the Everglades. And if you
wait, somebody said look up Cuban crocodile gallop. Any updates on Tectone? I messaged him on Discord. We traded 2 messages. I said I can chat whenever he wants.
Chiquita.
Oh my god.
There you go.
Okay, that's kind of adorable. But Why is it running? I don't think these things don't even have like, not to be anti-vegan or whatever, like I don't think they even have like a conscious experience. Right? Aren't reptilian brains like insanely simple? Like, do they not have like the prefrontal cortex or something? Am I making this up?
Kita.
Alligators have been on this planet for 84 million years. They are literal peak apex predators. Really? Why don't you tell me the last movie an alligator is made? Or show me the last missile that an alligator put together. I'll wait. Tell me where alligators are at on their AI projects, okay? Jesus, fuck that shit.
What was that?
Okay, I believe you.
You can just imagine this establishment was put up in 8 days. That's what happens when you have people who are dedicated to the America First cause. And you have a singular runway that is now taking flight. We are actually moving people out of the country who never should have been here in the first place. And I would say to the point that Kevin Guthrie, who is the executive director of the Florida Emergency Management, as well as Governor DeSantis, they have been stating that the conditions inside are actually better than many of the prisons. They have air conditioning in Alligator Alcatraz. More than 75% of prisons in Florida don't have AC. And so this constant.
That sounded like a really, 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 really horrible self-report, if that's true. What? Is that true?
In Alligator Alcatraz, more than 75% of prisons in Florida don't have AC. And so this constant beating of the drum that these protesters are saying that, oh, the conditions are horrible. Give me a break. I would love.
I mean, that's pretty bad. That's like saying, like, these guys don't even get raped, and in 95% of prisons, the guards are raping the inmates, so they don't even have it that bad. Like, that would be a pretty bad thing if that's true. Like, what the fuck?
For these people to fight as hard as they are for illegal criminals in our country, I would love for them to fight for American citizens like they do illegals. But now that we have...
Oh, my God.
Flights underway, we're going to see this ramp up quickly. There's already thousands that are currently in the facility. We've seen more than 100 take flight today, and that is going to be a steady tempo around the clock because when it comes to Florida, we don't play.
Well, you have almost 24 Democrat attorneys general who want to keep the money flowing to illegal migrants. They have sued President Trump and his administration over the policy that bars illegal aliens from accessing federally funded benefit programs.
October 11th, 2023. Most of Florida's prisons lack air conditioning, a persistent problem for decades, but this past summer's excessive heat has brought the issue to the forefront. Florida Department of Corrections Secretary Ricky Dixon addressed a group of state lawmakers Wednesday saying that 75% of all housing units in Florida's corrections system currently do not have AC. Jesus.
Congresswoman Kamek, how do you see this? They're trying to say that this bars legal visa holders and even potentially U.S. citizens who lack government-issued IDs. I doubt it.
No, I'm not buying that for 1 second. Think back to what the entire Democrat agenda has been. It's not been a singular issue. It's always about dependency and control. Think about why they fought us so hard on basic ID just to vote. Then you couple that with an open border policy that let in more than 10 million illegals into our country over a 4-year period.
10
no
million.
vetting, no IDs, no biometrics, no nothing. These are the same people that want to make sure that they stay in control. That's why they're so anxious to put as many people on government programs so that they can stay in office. Because once you're on these programs, it's very unlikely that you're going to vote against your interests, right? So we see this as just another political ploy for these swamp-like creatures, these bureaucrats, these big blue city advocates to keep people on the rolls. Meanwhile, you have Americans who are actually on wait lists that just need a hand up, not a handout. But instead, they're doing handouts for illegals. It's absolutely crazy. It's the epitome of America last. And that is why I'm so proud of President.
What is your take on ID requirements when voting? I don't think there's a problem with it. They should just offer it for free. I think that if they were to couple those two things together, I think you'd have a hard time pushing back against that. You need an ID to vote. The federal government's going to automatically issue you a free ID if you just like sign up for one or whatever online or whatever, and then boom. I don't think there's necessarily a huge problem with that if you want to do it. Well, the only problem might be that states have the right to determine that and not the federal government. I don't know if I would want states to give that power up to the federal government, but
President Trump and governors like Governor DeSantis, Governor Abbott, people who are willing to put Americans first. That's what we should be fighting for.
And the big, beautiful bill, what you did with that. And trying to shore up Medicaid for the disabled and children and those who deserve it and need it. Congresswoman Kat Cammack, thank you so much.
Jesus Christ.
Armed masked.
I think we already watched this one, right? Or is this another one?
Oh no! Oh no! I'm being blasted! These motherfuckers are good. Oh, fuck. Come on, bro. Come on. Let's do this shit.
How much is it to get your social security card? I'm not sure, but I don't know if a social security card counts as an identification because there's no photo on it.
Dude, they have Alpha on their thing, and it's a fucking Ford with a fucking it's a Ford, and it has Alpha something, and the phone number is something something. Alpha Green, it's Alpha Green, it's Alpha Green, it's Alpha Green, it's Alpha Green. The Explorer is trying to hit me, he's following me! It's called Alpha Green. The business is called Alpha Green, and he's trying to hit me right now with his car. It's a Ford Explorer. And he's gonna try to block me in right now. His license plate is 77DF556. Ah, he's gonna hit me! Fuck! He is pulling a weapon on me! He's pulling a weapon on me! He's pulling a weapon on me! He's pulling a weapon on me!
Okay.
He's letting me in! He's letting me in! He's letting me in! He's letting me in! Oh no! I'm being blasted!
Wait, is she? I'm sorry, hold on. Is she following them around or are they following her around? I can't tell. Sorry, I wasn't watching shot. I don't get what's happening. Oh, I think she's following him around? I don't know. This lady seems autistic as fuck. I'm not sure. Okay.
Town, I have to tell you one of my favorite things. New sheriff in town, I have to tell you, one of my favorite things to watch on YouTube these days are the court hearings where illegals are in court and ICE shows up to drag them out of court and deport them. I can think of nothing more American today than keeping our streets safer by getting those violent criminals out of the United States of America, and we all have Donald J. Trump to thank for it.
It's just like, this is just like an unhinged... like this is just like the demented, evil, unhinged thing to say, but okay. An immigration lawyer asked ICE for help. She said they gave her the number for Taco Bell. Well, what did he ask for help with? Maybe he said he was hungry, and it made sense. I'm guessing this was a wrong number. I'm guessing. Chatterjee felt it was a prank this ICE officer had played before because of how quickly he provided the phone number. She did not know where the agent was based. Governors Walz and Kelly to leave the National Governors Association, citing lack of bipartisan initiatives. Sources say 2 prominent Democrats are stepping away from a national bipartisan organization that brings together the chief executives of all 50 states, citing a lack of pushback to Trump administration policies and to some recent threats to state funding and operations. Nice. Further dividing us, yes. wonder how much they were paying in dues to be part of this National Governors Association thing. I don't think any, like, Republicans are just incapable of saying anything bad about any Trump initiative ever. It's actually so crazy. I worry sometimes that we're like in the moment. Like if we got to like the concentration camps and the insane shit in a year from now, I think we would look back over the past like 10 years and say it was obvious from the first Trump admin what was happening. And then we would probably feel like really, really stupid where we're at right now. Like, we're like, fuck. Like, it would be pretty embarrassing to explain to your children, like, wait, so you guys let the guy take over? Like, how? What happened? It's like, I don't know, man. We didn't, it just didn't seem possible that he could be so crazy. It's like, you really? The alligator Alcatraz guy? I thought it was just a meme. But yeah, the alligator Alcatraz guy. UN's public opinion on immigration has moved left. Voter. Oh, this guy had the tweet. Wait, who has the tweet that I brought up with Connor? Because I think this guy is the one who tweeted it. That like everybody basically benefits socially from shitting on Democrats. I think this was the guy who made that tweet. Somebody link it. Even as public opinion on immigration has moved left, voters still trust Republicans to handle the issue better than Democrats by a 17-point margin, according to a new Wall Street Journal poll. In some cases, the disparities are striking. Disapproval of Trump's handling of inflation outweighs approval by 11 points, and yet the GOP is trusted more than Democrats to handle inflation by 10 points. By 17 points, voters disapprove rather than approve of Trump's handling of tariffs, and yet Republicans are trusted more than Democrats on the issue by 7 points. I think Democrats are still looking for a direction and a leader and a just like a clear idea of what they are or what they stand for. I think Democrats, it feels like they still haven't found that. Why do you think Democrat approval ratings are so low, even lower than Trump's? I think it's a proxy. I don't think it's that Democrat approval ratings are low necessarily. I think it's just that like nobody even knows like what the Democrats stand for. So like the fact that Republicans are doing literally anything is, my guess is going to mean that people will say, I trust them more to fucking do something. Because like when you think of like the Democratic Party right now, like who do you think of? Like who embodies that? If there's nobody there, I mean, how can you trust them to do anything, you know? So Trump is like a negative, what, 8-point rating on the economy, but he's preferred by 11 points in the handling over the Democrats. Preference for Republicans over Democrats is higher even on like healthcare and vaccines. Jesus. Even in foreign policy, Ukraine. Jesus. A textbook negative impact of tariffs as other countries will retaliate given the reality that blanket protectionist policies are bad for everyone involved. Why would nations retaliate at all? Because you don't want to get fucked exclusively by just one side, so you'd want to fuck over everybody. I'm looking at the large amount of money owed by the Democrats after the presidential election and the fact that they admit to paying, probably illegally, $11 million to singer Beyonce for an endorsement, $3 million for expenses to Oprah, $600,000 to very low-rated TV anchor Al Sharpton, a total lightweight. You're not allowed to pay for an endorsement. It is totally illegal to do so. Can you imagine what would happen if politicians started paying people to endorse them? Yeah, you have to do it in an openly corrupt manner like Trump does with Trump coin. Networks aren't allowed to be political pawns for the Democrat Party. It has become so outrageous that, in my opinion, their licenses could and should be revoked. MAGA. Like, imagine this after the Dominion lawsuit with Fox News. Imagine this after Fox News is literally employing Trump's children. But, okay. Jesus. Good one. Just revealed, President Trump's golf swing is being shown off in Scotland, and people are amazed at his form for somebody nearly 80 years old. Democrats have spent months trying to say he's not fit for office. Is golfing well? That means you're fit for office? Wow. What an absolute god. Thank God we have all of our MAGA influencers to tell us how amazing Donald Trump's swing is. Jesus. Imagine being 79 with 5 children and 11 grandchildren playing golf better than most 20-year-olds. The left can't stand this. True. My God, it triggers us so much to see how great Trump is at golf.
When are the people of the United States of America going to start standing up for God? Do you think that our Lord wants these children to be starving? And Mr. Trump, I am so very disappointed in you. I voted for you, and you have just turned us into a bunch of hateful, mean, horrible people. And it's just, you know, I know we've got too many immigrants in this country, but my goodness, we don't have to be mean to them. That's not what this country is built on. I probably won't be here for the next election.
Right.
But my goodness, I'll never, ever vote Republican, and I've been voting for 80 years. I don't know. This country's just going in the wrong direction. It just saddens my heart.
If you look at the polls right now, you're usually tied in third place, which means last place.
No. Excuse me. Last place is Eric Adams.
Okay.
He's at 8%. I'm up there with Cuomo and Zoran Mandami.
So if you...
Right. President Trump promised to end child sexual mutilation, and he delivered. What, everywhere? Or, oh, this is about, I thought this was actually about like genital mutilation, but this is about trans shit. Good job, wow.
New York, all over the world. They brought him to Mount Sinai in New York, and they had a laboratory that I visited where they would induce food allergies and other allergies in rats and feed them different things to try to find out what treated it. And I asked the scientist there, how do you induce an allergy in a rat? And he said, it's formulaic. You take an aluminum adjuvant and inject it into that rat with a protein. If it's a peanut protein, that rat will have a lifetime allergy to peanuts. If it's a dairy protein, he'll have a lifetime allergy to dairy. If it's a latex protein, he'll have a lifetime allergy to latex. That's the same aluminum adjuvant that's in the hepatitis B vaccine. We're giving, and many of those vaccines contain peanut oil excipients. There's a study by two scientists called Mawson and Cowlings, one of them from the University of Mississippi and one of them from Britain, and they looked at the same issue, and they
Don't you think that if it was that easy to give allergies to people that somebody would have said something about this by now? I guess not if you think that literally the entire world is roped together for some fucking reason on these conspiracies. But just think people are missing the point with the EU refusing to retaliate to Trump's tariffs. Why would a counter tariff ever be the solution if you're just stifling innovation and increasing inflation on your own citizens? Okay.
They show that it's not only when you give what's in the shot when you give that injection, but also what's in the ambient environment at the time. So that if there's a Timothy weed outbreak, at the time you get that injection, they found that you could have a lifetime allergy to Timothy weed. And vaccinated children, according to their study, are 30 times more likely to have allergic rhinitis than unvaccinated children. So we need to look at the aluminum in the vaccines and see if we need to look much closer. We're doing that today at NIH to see if that has anything to do with this.
The number one indicator also when people say things, when they're talking about looking into stuff, when people say things like, we need to look into this, we need to look into this, and it already has been looked into, that's like a good indicator that you can ignore everything this fucking retard has to say on literally any topic ever. Like they're a worthless, valueless human who would be better off never being heard spoken from by any single person in society ever. Like the idea that like this guy is fucking functionally retarded and it's trying to say, oh, we need to look into these things. It's like, has anybody looked into it at all yet? Maybe like it's your job as the Health and Human Services Secretary to see if anybody's looked into it. Is there a single study on any of that you could reference or cite or reference when you're talking about looking into it? According to the community note, apparently there is, but I hate the jacking off that dipshits like this guy and Joe Rogan and everybody else is like, well, have we looked into this? I don't know. Have you looked into if it's been looked into? Like maybe you could do that before giving a speech on it. Maybe.
Explosion of allergies that began in 1989, which was the year they expanded the vaccine schedule.
Obviously, wherever the data leads us, but in Israel, they do use the same Hep B vaccines and vaccines as.
They don't use anywhere nearly as much, and they don't give them early in life. We give that hepatitis B vaccine during the first 24 hours of life. No other country in the world does that.
Aluminum is used as an adjuvant in non-live vaccines administered in early childhood. Concerns persist about potential association between vaccine and aluminum-absorbed vaccines and increased risk for chronic autoimmunity, atopy, or allergy, and neurodevelopmental disorders. Large-scale safety data remain limited to assess the association between cumulative aluminum exposure from early childhood vaccination and risk for autoimmune, atopic, or allergic and neurodevelopmental disorders. 1.2 million children born in Denmark between 1997 and 2018 who are alive and residing in the country at age 2. Measurements. Incident events of 50 chronic disorders, including autoimmune, dermatologic, endocrinologic, hematologic results. Cumulative aluminum exposure from vaccination during the first 2 years of life was not associated with increased rates of any of the 50 disorders assessed for groups of combined outcomes. Adjusted hazard ratios per 1 milligram increase in aluminum exposure were 0.98 for any. Why don't they? Maybe there were, outside of this 50 chronic disorders, maybe there were more that they didn't measure that they should have. Jesus. MAGA Florida Republican jailed and charged with 24 felonies after soliciting a 13-year-old female child and transmitting child porn. God damn.
Simple in the first term, but much simpler in the first term, less responsibility. Real quick, are you for the redistricting that the president's pushing for in Texas and Ohio? Because in response, the Democrats say, we're going to do it to you in New York and California.
California has a problem. They've got to amend their state constitution, as I understand the law out there, to do it. Look, we have to fight for every inch of ground in the country. We're in an era of small margins, as you said, because of gerrymandering and redistricting, but they have to follow the law. I'm convinced the red states will, and we will probably have a few more seats out of that, and of course, that's good news for me.
Fucking loser, degenerate fuck. Retrofitting Trump's 747-8, a luxury jet bribe from Qatar, might cost taxpayers $934 million. Wait, what the fuck? Getting the White House to discuss another of Washington's expensive renovation projects. The cost of refurbishing a free Air Force One from Qatar is quite another matter. Officially and conveniently, the price tag has been classified, but even by Washington standards, where black budgets are often used as an excuse to avoid revealing the cost of outdated spy satellites and lavish end-of-year parties, the techniques being used to hide the cost of Mr. Trump's pet project are inventive, which makes my mind no one wants to discuss a mysterious $1 billion transfer of funds from one of the Pentagon's most over-budget, out-of-control projects, the modernization of America's aging ground-based nuclear missiles.
Your producers had been reaching out trying to get me to talk to you for at least a year and a half. And my feelings toward coming on your show went from I would never in a million years to kind of giving myself the opportunity to listen to your podcast to figure out who you really are. Because, of course, I had very strong thoughts about who you are.
Really?
Yeah, but I realized that it was based on
the lying liberal media. God, she's such a hideous fucking human being. A hideous fucking ghoul, dude. Oh my God.
clips that I would watch of you that had gone viral. And they had gone viral because they were offensive, or you had said something that was
viral, like syphilis is viral.
I mean, pretty much. I mean, you should think of it that way, because it was mostly painting you in a very negative light. And to be sure, you and I have some pretty deep disagreements, but I think that some of what you've been talking about lately like hits at the heart of what I care most about, and that's the importance of this country representing the American people, the importance of the United States being a sovereign country that has politicians and a government that prioritizes the American people as opposed to a foreign government. And speaking out the way you've been speaking out about some of these issues takes a lot of courage, because it goes against the grain and it goes against, I mean, decades of propaganda and conditioning in American media.
Okay. Destiny, this is what Pisco watched and said this was great this morning. It was wild. I sent you a clip. Wait, what? There's no shot. He has to be trolling.
Terrible about Trump.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
That was the era that I'm not proud of. And I was basically building.
So Gen X with the boyfriend says, this is the most idiotic conversation I've ever heard. And I watch QAnon streamers for fun. It's a bit insulting, because I actually am really enjoying this conversation. And so
people in chat are saying he was trolling. I don't trust it. I'm sorry. You have to send me you have to send me like the full clip, because I don't trust you guys. Sometimes people are trolling. You guys don't realize it. So I would have to see the full thing.
Because I actually am really enjoying this conversation. And so it's almost like you're making some kind of aspersion at me. And I don't like shit on you for your beliefs. I don't shit on you for practically anything.
He was trolling the whole stream, LeMayo. He wasn't trolling. He keeps getting one guy in chat throughout the whole segment.
My own prison.
He was definitely trolling. The entire stream was a bit. Okay.
Secretary Rubio, thank you so much for sitting down with me. Since becoming Secretary of State, you really have made some big changes here.
Thank God. We can get the real take on Marco Rubio from Lara Trump. My God.
Kind of pared things back at the State Department. You've restructured some things here, and you actually say that this was long overdue. So tell me about the changes you made and why you felt like they were so important.
Well, the important thing to know is that we reorganized the boxes, in our org chart in terms of how the State Department functions. This wasn't an effort to go in and get rid of people. It was an effort to reorganize. And now, if you get rid of a bureau you're not going to use anymore, obviously you don't need those positions anymore. And it was very small. I mean, it was 1,300 people out of 70 or 50 or 60,000. I read these reports about how we've gutted American diplomacy. It's really silly. But here's the fundamental nature of it. It took too long to get things done. We had too many bureaus, too many offices. They were unaligned with each other. I get these decision memos, and these decision memos have to be cleared by these different desks, these different offices. Some of them had 30 or 40 boxes. 30 or 40 people had to clear it before it even got to me, and that's why it takes the State Department so long to function. So what we're changing on that is, people can certainly give their opinion. If they don't agree with the decision or they have concerns about it, that can be noted. But ultimately, I need to get that decision memo to my desk so we can take action. We can't wait 6 weeks.
Pisco's clearly a liberal, obviously not a socialist and friendly. Any reason not to talk to him and clarify things? I'll do that when we get through all the news. I got 2 more sections. We'll talk about that after.
6 months to do things. It renders us irrelevant, especially in a world that moves so fast.
Let me ask you about Russia. The president gave Russia 50 days to strike a peace deal or face possibly 100% tariffs. Where do you think Putin is on this? Do you think this is an effective strategy, and what do you expect to see happen?
First of all, I think everybody should be very happy that the American president, the president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, is focused on peace. There's nothing he wants more than to be a part of peace agreements, stopping wars, preventing wars, ending wars. It's not his war. He didn't start this war. It didn't happen. It never would have happened had he been president, but it did. He inherits it, and he's done everything possible to bring it to an end. I think he's growing increasingly frustrated that despite having very good interactions with Vladimir Putin and phone calls, it never leads to anything. So the time has come for some action here, and I think the president has made that abundantly clear. He's
crazy. I thought it would be that easy, that he could just make a phone call and stop it all, huh?
losing his patience. He's losing his willingness to continue to wait for the Russian side to do something here to bring an end to this war. That wasn't his war, but he wants to see it come to an end. You know, since January of this year, over 100,000 Russian soldiers, just on the Russian side, have been killed. It's a bloody conflict with a lot of death and destruction. A lot of this engagement has been really about playing for time and sort of delay tactics to make it look like they're interested in peace, but not really serious about it. He's not going to fall into that trap of being, pulled into endless talks about talks. And I think he picks up a lot of that from his just understanding of human nature and human behavior, having dealt with some of the most cutthroat people in business for 40, 50 years.
The negotiator in chief.
Yeah, and he enjoys that part of the job.
He does.
He does. He enjoys that part of the job. And I think it's very useful for us because ultimately,
the negotiator in chief.
We know we have the ultimate closer in the administration with our president, and our job is to put these deals together, bring them usually to the 95% range of agreement, and then he comes in at the end and closes it. And whether that's on trade or hopefully on peace, that's the role he's played, and it's a very powerful role. That last 5%, those last few yards, are always the hardest one in any negotiation.
Well, so many people talk about the fact that China is conspiring with Russia and Iran. How does the U.S. deal with that and a potential alliance between those three?
Everybody knows, it's not a secret, that China is giving Russia as much aid as they can get away with without being discovered. The Europeans have caught on to this. There's no way that Putin could have sustained this war without Chinese support, particularly buying his oil. And I think the Chinese have an incentive to see this war go on. They think that the longer this war goes on, it'll distract us and prevent us from focusing on other parts of the world that they're interested in. With Iran, the Chinese also buy a lot of their sanctioned oil and have provided them some defense articles in the past. I think everyone, China, Russia, others, even North Korea, have become a little bit more cautious about supporting Iran, especially after our B-2s flew halfway around the world and conducted an operation and left before anyone found out about it. So I think that what's happened now is a lot of these countries are being, in the middle of that war when Iran turned to Russia, turned to China, turned to some of their proxies. They all kind of took a pass and said, we don't want to get involved in this thing. It sort of reminded the world that we have a strong president and the most extraordinary military capabilities in the world. No one has the things we have in our defense, whether it's our airplanes, our missiles, our bombs that we use, and our guided munitions. A lot of people have forgotten that. President Trump reminded him.
You also recently met with the Chinese foreign minister. Do you feel like there are still areas where we could see cooperation between the U.S. and China? And what came out of that meeting overall?
Yeah, look, the United States and China are the two most powerful and important countries in the world, so we have to have relations. We have to be able to talk to them, and we have to, if possible, find areas of cooperation. We're going to have some irritants. There's no doubt about it. I think just talking about the trade perspective, just understand, everybody should understand this. For 30 years, the Chinese have basically carried out this economic scheme or operation where they could sell anything they want into the United States. Every Chinese company, unfettered access to the U.S. market, the most important consumer market in the world. But the Chinese market is completely closed. So their market is closed, and their companies are protected inside of China, but then they want the right to be able to sell us anything they want and export anything they want. And it's not just been going on for a year or 2 years, it's been going on for 3 decades. President Trump's been talking about this for 20 years. This is not some new thing he discovered the day after he...
Why didn't he do anything about it in his first term then? Why, stop talking about it and fucking do something. Oh, all he's doing is blowing up our relationship with every single fucking country on the planet. I hate how these guys get credit for identifying theoretical problems and then never actually doing anything substantial about any of them. It's so fucking annoying. Boring. This is boring. He's boring. Defense Secretary Hegseth's use of polygraph tests to hunt for people leaking info to the news media was stopped at the direction of the White House after a senior advisor to Hegseth raised alarm to senior White House officials. People familiar with the matter say, nice, gotta find those leakers. Aid trucks moved from Egypt to Gaza after Israel said it began airdrops.
As I just talked about with the House Speaker, the world is just watching this humanitarian crisis unfold. President Trump said he told Prime Minister Netanyahu to, quote, finish the job this week. I know that you are in touch with President Trump. You're in touch with Israeli officials. What are you anticipating is going to happen next? What does finish the job mean, Senator?
Well, I talked to Cindy McCain last night. Here's some good news for the people in Gaza. Humanitarian quarters are now going to be open. Israel's going to work with the UN, the World Food Program, to get some food into these people who need it. But I think what the topic we're talking about today is a change in strategy. I think President Trump has come to believe, and I've certainly come to believe, there's no way you're going to negotiate an end to this war with Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization who is chartered to destroy the state of Israel. They're religious Nazis. They hold Israeli hostages. I think Israel's come to conclude that they can't achieve a goal of ending the war with Hamas that would be satisfactory to the safety of Israel.
Are you just now figuring this out?
They're going to do in Gaza what we did in Tokyo and Berlin. Take the place by force, then start over again, presenting a better future for the Palestinians, hopefully having the Arabs take over the West Bank and Gaza. But I think going forward, Christian, you're going to see a change in tactics, a full military effort by Israel to take Gaza down like we did in Tokyo and Berlin.
Wait, what does that mean? What? Is there even anything left to bomb there, I guess? What?
tactics, a full military effort by Israel to take Gaza down like we did in Tokyo and Berlin.
Senator, bottom line, does that mean the hostages are not going to be coming back alive if Israel were to move forward with what you're effectively saying?
I hope not. I think there are people maybe in the Hamas organization that would accept safe passage if they release the hostages. If I were Israel, I'd make that offer to Hamas fighters. You can leave safely. We want our hostages back. But here's the problem Israel has.
Yeah.
They're losing soldiers 4 and 5 a week. I hope and pray the hostages are
4 and 5 a week. Oh no, 4 and 5 a week.
will come back. Hamas could end this tomorrow by laying down their weapons and releasing the hostages. There is no future for the Palestinian people as long as Hamas is around. So all I can say is that you're going to see, I think in the next days and weeks, a military effort to destroy Hamas akin to what we did in Tokyo and Berlin to destroy the Nazis and the Japanese.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on...
Does he know what that means?
Both Cambodia and Thailand reached a common understanding as follows. 1. An immediate and unconditional ceasefire with effect from 24 hours local time, midnight, on 28th July 2025, tonight. This is a vital first step towards de-escalation and the restoration of peace and security. Second,
Thank God Donald Trump saved us.
to convene an informal meeting of regional commanders, Regional Military 1 and 2 on the Thai side, and Regional Military 4 and 5 on the Cambodian side at 7 hours on 29th July 2025, which means tomorrow morning.
Clapper.
Now, okay, is shit gonna happen? The answer is probably fucking not, right? It's the same song and dance. Yes, I don't want to hear about how bad the thing is that you heard about behind closed doors that you can't talk about. I want to hear about the thing that you heard about behind closed doors, and I want the people that are doing it to go to jail. Like, again, I think they have burned through all of their goodwill and all of people's faith because of the delays on the Epstein files and the way Trump has acted regarding the Epstein files. Again, Trump did not champion releasing the Epstein files, but he appointed multiple people, including his own vice president, to come on and talk about the Epstein files. So yeah, that's it. If I guess, yeah, I just don't want to hear that or see that bullshit. I think it's very fucking annoying, man. And so yeah, there it is. They've been in office less than 6 months. Well, how long is it going to take? They've only got 4 years. And so yeah, they've got to push it pretty fast. Did you sign an NDA? Just fucking talk. The song and dance is bullshit. I'm sick of it. Yeah.
Hey, so the incels are at it again.
That's right. And we're going to keep at it. We're going to keep at it. And you can cry, you can bitch, and you can get mad and everything like that. It's totally okay. But at the end of the day, it's still going to keep happening, man. It's still going to keep happening, and people aren't going to give a fuck. And so, again, you have, and this is what got leaked, by the way. This is what got leaked right here. Yep. I knew it. I fucking knew it, bro. Yep, there it is. Holy brother, that's right. I'm just saying, right? I mean, that's just what it is. And so I don't know why somebody dressed themselves up like this, but I guess people don't know why I dress myself up like this either way. But yeah, it was a major, major hose mad situation yesterday. You saw a lot of people getting mad about the T. Let me see here. T app. Are there any more posts about this? Any new information about this? I mean, these obviously are the people that, you know, I'm not going to go through the photos, right? But Whorefinder, well, they're, oh, God, I almost had a really good one. But we'll try to avoid those. And anyway, so yeah.
Oh, see, look, I think he's still moderating his humor because of me, because he knows I'm watching.
These are the women calling you a loser, incel, rapist. That's right. Never take these people seriously at all. And yeah, 5'3", 190 pounds. There you go.
This is a hose mad situation, though. That T-app is crazy. What is the T-app? It's basically a place where if a woman has a date with a guy and the guy doesn't return her phone call or it goes bad, she can basically just go on some app and tell all the other women that he's a fucking rapist so that they can freak the fuck out about him. Jesus. Meet the Palestine Power Rangers. Oh my God. The sad thing is the person who drew this must be like 30 plus years old to have, like, this is like the old Green Ranger armor, right? 40 years old? Holy shit. Who drew? Is this real or is this a meme? What the fuck? Stop. Why would you draw somebody like that? I can't tell if it's a troll or not. Jesus Christ, why would you do this? I also like how, yeah, they avoided making the Black Ranger the black guy. But this guy right here, the Black Ranger, I don't even know who this is supposed to be. But he kind of looks he looks more like Billy the Blue Ranger than, I don't know why. Because didn't he have like glasses and he was like a brown-haired nerdy guy? Am I making this up?
Actor David Yo,
like, but he couldn't make the black guy the Black Ranger?
who played the original Blue Ranger.
Oh shit, whatever, okay. That's Noah Sampson? Gotcha. Lol overruled is being called out by some in Hassan's community for allegedly being inappropriate to and about women. He had recently privated his Twitter, stating he's not ready to talk about it all yet and currently in the midst of an intensive outpatient therapy program. Not ready to talk about it all yet, but there are things I want to talk about. I've been mulling over how to even do it or if I should in public. I am, however, in the midst of an intensive outpatient therapy program, which is good. Don't know when I'll be back. For what? The girls are saying lol overruled is a sex pest and serial abuser. White cis men are fucking trash. Calling out bigotry, misogyny, anti-blackness, ableism, etc. will never hurt any movement or revolution worth fighting for. What did he even do? Holy shit. I got to a point where I was fucking so many people from behind in my bed. Oh, is this him? Is this the guy? I had an out-of-body experience and I directly connected with Leonardo DiCaprio wearing his sound-canceling headphones as he bangs, and I finally understood. Perpetually alone, Peter Pan, never grow up. Fucking one of the hottest women you've ever seen in your life and feeling nothing. Have almost become a big enough person to let go of something a dickhead on here, who some of you like and who I tolerate, said to me 5 years ago. Pretty cool of me. Mutuals have begun blocking me over this. Sad to see people siding with a predator. How is he a predator? What did he do? Destiny, he's called you out before, Hassan Orbiter? Oh, well then he is a rapist. Fuck him. Got him! Unfortunately, I've seen video evidence of him being a sex pest. He's on a video of himself jacking off in the bath to a sex worker friend he was DMing on Twitter. Oh my God. Wait, what is that? What happened? Or what did he do? Where can I read more? He's locked his account, and if you go through tweets made to his handle, it seems like his followers keep replying to a tweet he made that's likely said he's going offline. I don't really read about it, but I know people started cutting him off for his problematic behavior towards women. A victim comes out. Marina comes out and confirms one of her past tweets was about lol overruled. A content creator threatened me, saying if they ever hurt me, I would be powerless because more people like them, and it would be so easy to call me a liar and ruin my life. This is about lol overruled. I feel like, well, what is the context to this tweet? Or does she post logs or something? Or... The content creator in the middle of mutual flirting said, I didn't respond with nudes fast enough, so they went to my OnlyFans instead after making it a point that they didn't sub out of respect. Blocked now because of the fuck. And he's a scumbag who used vanish mode on Instagram, so all those convos are gone. A scumbag? Because you, what the fuck? The girls are saying lol overrated is a sex pest. Given the way he talks about systemic misogyny, I believe them. He's been a bigot for years, and recently he joined in on the big booty Latina jokes. He deleted that tweet only because he was catching heat. He recently posted he was checking into an intensive outpatient for mental health issues. So I wonder if this is related. I mean, he's been dealing with major depression, hasn't he? Even when Hassan called him after Zoran won, he was at home alone and depressed. Oh shit, was that an out? Can I say I have depression and autism so nobody can be mean to me about anything? I don't see anyone coming forward, just someone saying someone else said he did something, but I'm still not clear what. There are a few comments in the thread of people's direct experience. One is less so, as she said her friend showed her an unsolicited jerk-off video he sent, and then another tweet, which has now been deleted, is from a woman saying she posted a pic in his merch and he sent her dick pics and asked for her STD results to see if she's clean enough. What is the, are there any logs at all?
Alex Lolo, then that's not drama. That's like straightforward creep shit.
What did he even, did he do anything? What even happened?
Okay, if that's what you guys are referencing as drama, you're a psycho. That's not drama at all. I mean, this dude apparently was all up and down being a fucking pest, and it's completely unacceptable. Yeah, and you guys are being fucking ridiculous if you think that this is just drama. That's not just drama, dude. That's like, that is, yeah. It's incredibly disappointing. It's not something that I was obviously privy to. I was completely oblivious to whatever the fuck was going on, and it's a betrayal of my trust. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. Apparently, and I don't know the full details of what's going on, but I heard like bits and pieces about him like potentially being abusive. And
like how in DM? What was going on here?
And I didn't like, I don't.
Destiny, sex work communities on Twitter / online are left progressive so far. They're horseshoeing into being retarded Puritans. I'm aware of this. It actually sucks because like 5-ish years ago, like sex workers were generally like pretty chill people to chat with online, but something happened. I noticed this around like the Merrick time, and then like kind of just like looking, well, like kind of following some of the talk from these communities online. There's a lot of now, if you're talking to people who are like politically active and sex workers or OnlyFans, like you're almost guaranteed to get some insane like socialist or ultra progressive shit. Like there's like, I don't know when that happened completely or what the change was, but yeah, holy fuck, sorry.
I didn't know enough about what was going on, but it was enough for me to like, you know, sever ties. And then past that point now, there's apparently a bunch of people that he was literally in the DMs of all up and down Twitter, like leftist Twitter accounts, public defenders, and even
public defenders,
even women in this community. Luckily, we have a pretty awesome community of adult women who can take care of themselves. But it seems like he was just sending unsolicited DMs and being creepy and pushy.
Unsolicited DMs? Does he mean dick pics? Or like, were they really? Or until I see logs, I wouldn't believe it.
And the pest overall. Yeah, it's obviously completely unacceptable.
But I also cheer for these communities to destroy themselves. So. Wait, did we click this one? A victim comes out. Yeah, okay. Oh, wait, hold on. So I'm going to be very honest, but part of the reason I never got too loud about Lolo is because he was friends with Hassan. Why do they always censor the names again? Is it so people can't find it on Twitter? I'm so confused why people do this. It's such an annoying fucking thing in tweets. It's because he was friends with Hassan, who got very mad about me commenting on the Harry Potter game and did not tell people. It was just me trying to peddle my OnlyFans. Like, once again, no one likes sex workers, side frowny face. Sex workers run the whisper networks, but everyone online is actively hostile to us all the time. So the violence and sexual harassment we face is considered an acceptable amount of abuse to justify our existence as sexual punching bags for evil men, and we need to be saved. So I'm happy he cut that man off publicly. It's the right thing to do. And now I can watch the stream in peace. But everyone here needs to do a better job about organizing with the online sex worker community, who have a lot of experience navigating these types of abusers. There were so many red flags immediately, and it was mostly centered around me as a sex worker or being powerless. So I knew if I met up with him and was left alone, he would have crossed my boundaries physically. You cannot pay me any amount of money to be alone with. What is this? Wait, so he did something in DMs and you know that if you show up like in real life, he would rape you? Are we canceling people for future hypothetical rapes now? What? The way he spoke to me scared me. It would make me feel physically sick because my stomach would hurt so bad. Knowing the conversation would be him focusing on my sadness to flip the convo immediately to get him off. He's manipulative and a genuine threat in my pro opinion. If you're such a pro, why didn't you, I don't know, stop talking to him? What? This is why online sex work needs a socialist labor party to join that will help us decriminalize and end stigma around sex work so no one, working or civilian, is hurt by the abuse of men who seek us out using politics to sexually manipulate vulnerable creators. What the fuck? What are we talking about here? What? How would socialism help? How would this even help at all? What? I don't understand what it would even do. What is, they didn't have the technology for it to send a fucking email?
Guys, I'll be real. I think somebody needs to jerk Destiny off. I do. I think somebody needs to trigger Destiny's prostate and finally let this man come. Because bro is definitely having some severe semen cramps right now. He is. Stop making...
Not to be like cringy or weird or whatever, but like, well, never mind. Okay.
Making this guy jerk off is somebody else fucking his girlfriend, okay? Somebody give this guy an orgasm. He needs it, man. The semen cramps are getting to him, man. Let my man Destiny off the cuck chair. Somebody trigger this man's prostate. This guy needs to relax, man. He does. So hopefully his wife's boyfriend allows somebody to do that.
Fuck, it's so cringe. I can't. Whatever. Okay. If that's what you think, buddy, you know, go for it. Okay. Where are we at? One-liners. Chinese media tested ADAS in various scenarios, including highways and night driving. Tesla's vision-based system outperformed emerging Chinese brands like Huawei and Xiaomi, as well as traditional automakers. Even with LiDAR, competitors' ADAS performance lags behind Tesla. Wow.
一番下来
Don't know, don't care. 1.5 hour video of tests, turn on captions. That's crazy, chat.
Jeans are past.
What? So why is... I was eye-rolling everyone saying this is weird master race shit until I unmuted this. What the fuck?
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very genes.
Fuck. Okay, I hadn't heard the audio from this. Okay, that is a little bit weird. I seriously doubt American Eagle is trying to intentionally do Nazi ads, though. And I doubt that she's a Nazi, but that is kind of a weird... It's a reference to an old ad. Okay, well, I've never heard it before, but okay. I can't believe these guns are still going off. Bro. Not good. Not good. Also, I don't understand. SIG is such like a big brand. Why can they not like just fix this issue? Why can't I just make this not happen? Hello?
Kurt Warner is a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame's class of 2017.
Did you see the military guy killed? Yeah, like a week ago.
Wing has ordered its personnel to lock up their pistols. They are pausing the use of M18 handguns following the death of an airman at a Wyoming base.
King 5 investigator Chris Ingalls has reported extensively on this gun in his series Shooting from the Hip. Chris is here now with the latest. Chris?
Yeah, Greg and Jessica, there's a lot happening this week here in Washington and across the country related to our series, Shooting from the Hip. Critics say the 6-hour M18 handgun and its civilian variant, the P320, can fire on their own. And tonight we start with questions about whether that might have cost a young service member his life. They fight our battles overseas. We don't expect them to die suddenly here at home. But that's what happened on Warren Air Base in Wyoming this Sunday. 21-year-old Airman Braden Levin died of a gunshot wound. In a press release today, Air Force Global Strike
How
Command said
unbelievably unlucky. I think a guy like set a gun on the table in a holster and it went off and happened to hit this guy in the fucking chest.
the incident involved a firearm discharge that is currently under investigation. But most telling was this directive earlier in the week. All personnel in Air Force Global Strike Command will pause the use of the M18 for safety investigations. So far, the ban isn't Air Force wide. It affects only Global Strike Command, responsible for the nation's nuclear weapons. Its personnel will carry M4 rifles when needed. The civilian version of 6 Hour's M18 is the P320 handgun, the only difference being the P320 does not have an external safety switch. In March, Washington's Criminal Justice Training Commission, which trains all police recruits in the state, banned the P320 after reports of uncommanded discharges here in Washington and across the country. A common police weapon, some of these incidents were captured on video.
So we will no longer have that firearm on our campus. It could hurt someone, it could kill someone, and we are very concerned about keeping our officers and our instructors safe.
Now, the guns manufacturer, Sig Sauer, has turned both barrels on the Academy's ban. Last month, Sig quietly filed this lawsuit in Thurston County Court, seeking an order that reverses the ban, and even bars the Training Academy's executive director from making public statements about the P320.
I've carried several types of guns. I know how to handle guns. I did not do this to myself. This gun malfunctioned and it fired while still in the holster.
Sig Sauer faces legal troubles of its own, the latest coming from a veteran Houston police officer who today sued the gunmaker, saying his P320 fired from the holster into his leg. This interview was supplied by his Texas law firm, Hardin & Associates.
When I was laying in the driver's seat of my police car, bleeding, they were putting tourniquets on me, and I think I said something like, this is the way I'm going to get shot.
He couldn't believe he was shot by his own gun. In a Facebook post, Sig Sauer gives its sympathies to the service members at Warren and the Airman Levin's family, and said it's offered its assistance to the Air Force to investigate whatever happened.
The P320, it ends today, March 7th, 2025, like 4 months ago. In the decade since its introduction, the P320 has undergone the most rigorous testing and evaluation of any firearm by military and law enforcement agencies around the world. It consistently delivers a proven record of performance and reliability through state-of-the-art engineering and documented quality control at every stage of its production. Claims that unintended discharges are anything more than negligent handling and or manufactured lies to support an anti-gun, anti-SIG agenda are false. Furthermore, lawsuits claiming that the P320 is capable of firing without the trigger being pulled have been dismissed in courtrooms around the country. In addition, multiple plaintiffs, so-called experts, have conceded it is not possible for the P320 to discharge unless the trigger is fully actuated.
Slide somewhere, will it go off again? Will it put some input into the slide somewhere? Will it go off again? Will it release? Let's see. That's 3 in a row. Let me take the screw out. Number 4. Let's try it again. Let me show you. Fully functioning striker safety. All right. Should we do it with the magazine again? Let's put the magazine back in, and then we'll try the last one with the magazine out. Handy dandy trigger input tool. We are going to try to, dang, sorry about that. I'm trying to get over a sinus thing and a cough. We're going to try to simulate All right, here we go. Again, we are roughly, as we saw on the tabletop, I'm guessing we're roughly 1 millimeter to less than 1 millimeter of engagement.
So what is the point of, like, he's got this screw in here? Why is that? What is he trying to simulate with this?
On that trigger, and let's see if we can get it to go off again. That was 4.
Pressure on the trigger, a light trigger pressure. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Put some input.
Well,
some input as we saw.
I remember we watched some YouTube video where they were going to do drop tests with it, and like they dropped it on the very first time it like went off. Okay, I'm dumb. Is this bad then? I assume most guns don't do that. Yes, it's very, very, very bad. You shouldn't have a gun going off unless the trigger is fully actuated, right?
Race realism.
Okay.
To a position where like if.
All right, I've decided that I'm going to be more active in this war now because fuck it, because everybody else is. Okay, just so you understand the pressures that are at work here. Okay, so the Gistical Queeman Kiwi Farms Army has like sided up in this to defend Hassan and attack my takes on this. I think so far, Hutch, it's Hutch, Josiah, hold on. I think Hutch, Josiah, and Kyla so far have had their doxes spammed because of the side, quote unquote, that they're taking on this. And then people are actively seeking other doxes for people near here. I don't know if people give a fuck about getting doxed or not. Apparently, it's just nobody cares anymore about this stuff. But this is the, and then Queeman and Gistical are scheming in their Discord servers at night for how to like lend support to one side of this. But this is the, this is like the active and ongoing campaign, I guess, behind the scenes for this stuff. We'll see where Hassan weighs in on this for.
Fucking right-wing fascist piece of shit that's doing mass deportations of migrants while simultaneously destroying the global trade design that America actually invented that is greatly beneficial for America.
Is it Juice Walker's community doing the doxing? It never happens in his servers directly, no. But there's a lot of interflow between his community and the one that does do the active doxing.
America in general, while also simultaneously allowing the Israeli genocide to continue.
Do you know what ticked them off? Yes. So the fact that if anybody mentions me and they don't mention me as being like a rapist or whatever, then what they do in their streams is they constantly go over like conversations that anybody's having, and then they try to like reset the record on. Oh, they're also trying to dox August as well to make sure that people understand that, like, hold on, guys, you got to remember, like, Destiny's admitted to doing all of this stuff, and he's a fucking he's violated all these people's consent. Fuck. I had a clip on this, but I need to start saving these better.
That guy might be a little bit worse than a fucking Twitch streamer that believes in.
Wait, he's gonna do the thing. Believes in like what, free healthcare and higher minimum wage? Is that the meme that he always says?
Being steadfast in his approach to anti-war and wants the American government to fucking
can you
better
even be
serve.
the president?
Okay, anti-war, I guess. Okay.
I could, yes. I was born here.
No, you're not unk enough yet.
That's true. But
that's what I was getting at. I wasn't talking about geography.
Well, I'm 34. I got one more year. I got one more year.
Conversation's moot anyway.
Yeah.
Wait a year. Yeah, that's my message to these perverts in general. Wait a year.
Yeah.
I think it's really fucked up. This is what Northern Lion.
Are we okay? Okay.
Does now.
Dude, come on! Don't come after my goat like that. Northern Lion would never.
He would never. He's great.
This man is tarnishing the. Hassan is worse. This whole discourse is making me want to kill myself.
Wow, he's actively reading my tweets on stream now. Okay.
We agree on that.
I like that his mods constantly shit on him. You suck right now. That's what one of his mods said.
Pick your poison.
Oh, he's watching Hutch read my tweet. Sorry, Jesus. We're 3 layers deep.
Like Hutch, we'd be in camps. Hutch, we'd be in camps under Hassan. This is such a dumb hypothetical.
Pick your poison.
Yeah, there's people are.
Queeman will also quote tweet and spam chat messages to people like Pisco to suck up and try and get in their good graces to make an alliance. Yes. And they also, Justical has an account that he's put in Pisco's chat as well to try to stir shit up as well. It's a whole ass like fucking coordinated thing. They're pretty. They try their best.
He's literally already sending people.
Yeah, that's right. I would be sending Hutch to the camps, I guess.
And Pisco doesn't promote it. What is this loose association? I've never said that Pisco promotes it. I don't think that Pisco or them, I don't think any of them are part of this network of people that are doing it. I'm just making you aware of the things that are working in the background. I don't think I've even implied that Pisco, Econoboy, or whatever support that. I don't think they support that in any way, size, shape, or form. But it's just these are the people that are like working in the background to try to like make all the drama and push everything in a certain direction.
Right-wing personality latching onto identity as a target rather than ideology is such a good point. Zizek would like that.
How is Physical's community so powerful? Isn't it a super small community? It's not really powerful. It's that if you have a group of like 10 or 15 people who are really dedicated in small edge spaces where, especially if stuff is already like in a certain direction, you just try really, really, really hard to control the narrative on everything. And then what they do in the meantime is if you ever push back against it or mention it, then they just try to like gaslight you and say like, oh, you're crazy. Like we don't have anything involved in any of this. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's it. That's it. I am a far more interesting target than to actually like discuss the issues on the boundaries of policy, on the boundaries of impact of policy, on what it would look like if you were to play out a legislative agenda that like puts workers.
Why even mention them? Because people like Hassan, like all the way at the top, are amplifying everything that comes from these people. So I'll just be more blatant about pointing it out from now on. Because when I bring this stuff up like very sparingly, then I just sound like I'm schizo posting. But when people like Hassan are now actively platforming people like Bad and Banana, who are also like amplifiers of all this stuff, I think I kind of have to call it out. So I will call it out when I see it. Did you see Queeman's retarded defense of Hassan's re-education camps? Yes, Queeman and Justical again are like full on like 100% like it's like raccooning, like scheming in the background, trying to like stir shit and cause drama and push people in a certain way. Fuck, I'm trying to find this clip somebody sent me of Justical's like watching like the 4 of the Live and Learn guys talk, and he's like, "Oh, do these guys not remember that Destiny fully admitted under testimony that he's guilty of all the crimes?" And I'm like, what? What is this? Re-education, as Hassan explains in the Leftovers clip, is referring to de-radicalization programs for violent offenders and terrorists who commit ideological crimes. Something many Euro countries already do. Very dishonestly portrayed clip. You should focus on just white. What? I'm sorry. Excuse me. What? Quimmin is your number 2 hate watcher. Yeah, and it's so funny too because he was such a pussy cuck. Every time we were in a call together, he wouldn't say anything to me at all. But I realize now why. It's because remember, the way that the propaganda works is like it can never be directly confronted. You always have to have like your own little environment in the background where you can say shit unobstructed. Or you have to find like the weakest people. You have to find like the weakest people to fight with because if you have to actually confront the insane shit you're saying, you always look like a retard. Which is why every single call that I was ever in Quimmin with, he never said anything to me at all. I've been going through a claim of culpability that started just like yours. A homeowner told me about a problem they have after some work I did on their house. They're using my text of "I'm sorry" as proof I'm 100% at fault based. Pisco defended the Hassan re-education camp clip in my call-in saying it's not really what Hassan said, quoting a post put on his subreddit. Wait, Zip, give me the timestamp it, because that's the drama we're doing right now. And then I'll explain, I guess, like the Econoboy stuff. That post was made by a snarker, Hassan, and Mr. Gold Poster, I think. Wait, link. Where are my links? I need drama researchers next. You shouldn't trust DGG with how to interpret Hassan's ideology. Re-education camps as an example.
Sukkot
with Donald Trump.
Part 1, re-education and Hassan's ideological beliefs. On yesterday's stream, someone named ZipZip called in and claimed that Hassan wants re-education camps and referred to his conversation with Ethan Klein about them. Hassan does not believe in having re-education camps, and this interpretation that he does is clearly bad faith when you listen to Hassan's fleshed out thoughts. Here are the clips.
With Donald Trump on things.
Okay, so you're saying, for example, when he's against the deportations to Sukkot, it's because of why?
Because he doesn't like Donald Trump and because he hates minorities or for whatever reason. But basically, I know what you're getting at. But Hassan has also explicitly said that he would be in favor of like re-education camps in his ideal society or whatever in that one conversation with Ethan Klein. I don't know if you've seen that clip, but there's a lot of stuff there that if you
that's bad.
look at Hassan,
which
is bad.
I think Kirk would, but Kirk right now is defending the stuff that's actually happening, and I think Kirk would also support re-education camps if Trump instituted it. So
correct.
I
don't disagree.
But I think that like
there's a difference here. Charlie Kirk, I don't think, would do re-education camps on his own. I think he'd probably support Donald Trump, literally whatever the fuck Donald Trump did, because Charlie Kirk is Donald Trump's #1 nut hugger. But Hassan would implement re-education camps all on his own. But
Kirk would also support a bunch of other fucked up shit that Hassan wouldn't.
Well, yeah, but then Hassan would also support a bunch of fucked up shit that Kirk wouldn't. So I don't know what.
Yes, but not because of where they came from. Like Hassan would support stuff that Charlie Kirk would not abide by.
Oh,
and
okay.
so if the will of the people is to go back to do more of a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but I think that yes.
So just to break down what's being said here, Ethan Klein is saying, also this is why I'll come down on Econo Boy later as well, who's, I think tweets were fucking insane. But what would happen if you had a social democracy or whatever the fuck socialist government you had, and there was like a political party that was coming up that was, like a capitalist or liberal political party? And Hassan says they should be resisted the same way that capitalist countries resist socialism. When Hassan says that, he's not talking about what is actually happening today, which is where people are like, ooh, boo socialism. In his mind, all of socialism is failing because of CIA ops all over the world that is destroying socialist governments and secretly murdering. It's like McCarthyism plus the Cold War era CIA. That's what Hassan thinks the CIA is doing now, and that's what he kind of wants his socialist governments to do, although not quite as bad, he says.
There'd be resistance in the government to keep socialism.
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but I think that yes, the solution to that would always be education and offering more.
Remember, like the solution to enemy political parties is education. We have to educate them, meaning that there is no legitimate disagreement between socialism or liberalism / capitalism. It's just re-education. That's it. With some degree of violence, but not as bad, I guess, as the CIA was in the Cold War.
Re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah.
Like, Ethan even uses the kind of coded dog whistle word or whatever, like re-education camps. And Hassan just owns it immediately. He knows what these are, right? He must know the meme, right? The re-education camp meme. And Hassan has no problem saying, yeah.
Re-education, certainly, yeah. I know that's like a trigger
put them in
word.
Camps.
No, not like that. I know there's a trigger word because everyone goes, "Oh, re-education." What do you mean, like?
Okay, hold on. Not in camps. Okay, whoa. Camps is too far.
Immediately, people think like, "Are you
China
talking
does
about
that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about the Xinjiang?" Yeah, 100%. They do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang, which I think
good, right?
No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well. Like that's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus that they built in Xinjiang is not good.
So what would be good about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
It wouldn't necessarily, I don't think it'd be camps. I mean,
like, I'm sorry, but that is an unhinged response. And if you can't see it, you are literally brain broken. I think Pisco, in trying so hard to be like not anti-Hassan, has like broken his brain on that response of like, oh, well, he said he wouldn't do, it wouldn't be quite like that. So like, that's not that bad, right? That is just an unbelievable, like I would never in my life imagine a leader of my country be like, would you put people in camps? Like, well, not like that. Like, that's an unbelievable response.
Camp for capitalists.
It wouldn't necessarily, I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends on, it depends on crimes, right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing South Korean style, purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America is aligned with, because they were anti-communist, where they've launched, military dictatorships, whether we recognize it or not, those things have happened, right? So in a situation like that, I think if there's any kind of like terrorism happening.
Sure, yeah.
Like he speaks in vaguish terms here, but the obvious answer is, why would you need camps for people that are engaged in doing crimes? Don't we just put those people in prison? Like, what are we talking about here exactly, right? Like, we already have places for people that commit violent crimes. It's called prison.
If there's violence, that's obvious.
I do think that there should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well, would probably be a lot better than like, a prison structure where they have slavery, like in the United States of America.
That's an unhinged answer. I'm sorry. That is a crazy answer. Let's see. What does this poster say? He explicitly rejects the idea of re-education camps. Not really. He just reforms it into something that sounds a little bit more euphemistically acceptable. And the way Hassan explains it, he talks about education of socialism to be the same how a capitalist country would teach or indoctrinate for capitalism. But Hassan believes that we do indoctrination of capitalism through permanent McCarthyism, and that like the CIA and the FBI are the people killing Martin Luther King and killing all the socialist leaders and killing all of the socialists around the world. Remember, that's what they think. And the way he talks about re-education, he is talking about a rehabilitative process for people who commit violent crimes or ideologically motivated terrorism. Really? We already have prison for these people. What are you talking about? Commit violent crimes? For Hassan's alternative in practice, it already exists. There are several liberal democracies that run compulsory or voluntary de-radicalization programs for violent extremist offenders. Denmark, Norway, Finland, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada all have some form of voluntary de-radicalization programs for offenders who commit ideological violence, but that doesn't mean being a capitalist. What? That's the ideological crime that Hassan is talking about, is being a capitalist. The UK, Germany, Singapore, and France also all have similar programs, but make them mandatory in specific legal circumstances. So Hassan's idea of re-education can be interpreted to be somewhat radical, but it is something some capitalist countries already do now. That's like saying we should be able to execute people for wearing the color green. And they're like, well, some countries already have the death penalty for certain crimes. So, there's a lot of countries that already kind of sort of do this to some extent. Like they execute people for things, that they've already done, that they've decided they have the death penalty for. It's like, This timestamp in Peace Goes Wild. Hold on.
The will of the people is to go back.
Part 2, Destiny, Thought Crimes, and Hassan Derangement Syndrome. I'd actually looked this up a few days ago because I heard Not So Erudite talking about Hassan, and she repeated the same bad faith interpretation as well. So Kyla has been doxxed recently, and then these people are also like trying to tell people to call ICE and shit on her. She's also like a public enemy #1. Queeman and Gisticle also unhingedly attack her constantly, and sometimes Gisticle will host his BPD suicidal girlfriend, Cherry, onto his stream to also obsessively talk about Kyla. It's one of the reasons why Gisticle likes to manipulate and abuse Cherry, is because he can bring her on stream to host all of her unhinged skinwalker, like insane attacks against Kyla as well. This is what compelled me to search this up, as I have also seen her having Hassan Derangement Syndrome. Then I felt compelled to make this post about DGG because after hearing this yesterday, I looked for more clips with ChatGPT. The prompt was something like, Hassan Piker is accused of advocating for re-education camps. Wait, what? I looked for more clips with ChatGPT. This prompt was like, Hassan Piker is accused of advocating for re-education camps. Can you find me clips from him doing this? The first 2 clips it gave me were literally Destiny clips of him going over this to point out the bad faith in the Destiny clip. Before Hassan even gave his answer, he's asking his chat for a clip of someone else talking about re-education. He then just asserts Hassan is lying, playing the clip of someone else talking about re-education camps and saying this is what Hassan actually wants.
The will of the people is to go back to do more of a social democracy. Is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance to the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to the same degree of violence, but I think that yes, the solution to that would always be education and
re-education camps.
bring more
re-education.
Re-education, certainly, yeah.
Somebody give me the clip of that one loser. Like, we would house our comrades in a re-education camp. Somebody please give me the clip. Please give me.
Oh my God, the guy. Oh fuck. Oh my God, what was his name? Who am I thinking of? Non-compete. Oh yeah. When he says that, oh my God, it was so fucking cringe and unhinged.
The clip.
I know that's like a trigger word. No, not like that. I know
not the camps. Oh no.
Trigger word because everyone goes, oh, re-education. What do you mean? Like immediately people think like, are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about Xinjiang? Yeah, 100% they do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang.
Which is good, right?
No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well. Like that's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus they built in Xinjiang is not good.
So what would you do about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
It wouldn't necessarily. I don't think it'd be camps. I mean,
well, it wouldn't be camp. Oh my God, I don't hate him. I don't hate Hassan. What I hate are all of the mind-numbingly retarded fucking fans that can watch him squirm like this and not think that it's the most. You literally have you've got like the drunken Dayquil master over here, okay, Ethan, asking the most innocuous questions, and Hassan is acting like he's getting pressed in front of like a fucking Senate Judiciary Committee, and he's like under oath, and he's like committed like 50 million crimes, he's trying to hide from the United States.
True.
Like, it's actually appalling.
True.
It depends on crimes, right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing South Korean style, purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America.
Sorry, hold on. We just skipped so much shit. This is stupid. My synergy froze. Oh, this is.
I like the implicit shout out to North Korea there as well. The unhinged South Korean style purge of communists. I like the mini shout out there.
But rather than this is the clip. Hold on. This is what they want to do.
Abandoning diagnosed or untreated mental illness will be substantially lower. It's a sad.
Oh my God, the non-compete guy. This is so fucking cringe. Holy shit.
Fact that some violent or predatory individuals may never be capable of entering back into society. But rather than abandoning these people, we must do our best to give them the best possible chance at recovery and reform with the hopes of eventually re-entering society. In situations where re-entry does seem possible, care must be taken to monitor and assist these reformed individuals to preempt relapse or deception and to ensure that the patient successfully merges back into wider society. Reactionaries and counter-revolutionaries would be treated in a very similar manner. How we deal with former capitalists, fascists, and other such oppressors will be one of the great tests of anarchist society. Great care must be taken to treat them compassionately and humanely, giving them every opportunity to join our society as active and productive comrades, starting by treating them like any other comrade with special circumstances. Rather than ship deposed class enemies off to inhumane gulags or otherwise seek out revenge, they should be placed in reform centers where they are able to live in comfort and benefit from counseling and education, teaching them about the benefits of our new society. Some may never be willing to give up their abuses, and these die-hard oppressors would need to be secluded, perhaps indefinitely. But capitalists and reactionaries who demonstrate a willingness to re-enter society on equal footing should be given every opportunity to learn, grow, and eventually rejoin our community in peace.
Bro, somebody link this to Ethan.
Jesus.
That's what Hassan wants.
As well, would probably be.
This clip has someone basically saying people should be put into re-education camps for thought crimes that go against socialism. That is essentially what Hassan is saying. I don't know if people are not understanding that, but that is essentially what Hassan is saying. Yes.
A lot better than a prison structure where they have slavery like in the United States of America.
I'm still a little bit.
Hassan clearly does not advocate for that and rejects the idea of it as bad. He only advocated re-education as a tool for de-radicalization of ideologically violent criminals. That means capitalists, by the way, and terrorists, and to make it part of a rehabilitation process as a replacement for American-style prisons. Destiny even poisons the well for people who interpret differently what Hassan is saying by demeaning them as regarded fans. I have never once in my life ever watched Hassan as a form of entertainment. Like 99% of my consumption of Hassan has been through either Destiny or Sitch and Adam. And the other 1% has been fact-checking what other people say Hassan said. I don't really know that much more about Hassan's politics. In the past, I had looked up a few statements about Hassan that Dan Saltman said that also turned out to be mostly lies. Pisco has been calling out more lies that come from this community, mostly lies involving himself, and I hope he continues to do so in other ways that narratives are misconstrued from there. Part 3, not so erudite caught the Hassan derangement syndrome, terminal. That's going to be slightly discombobulated because I want to finish this and have spent too much time on it already. I wanted to include the clip of her making the claim to show that more people from DGG just believe whatever narrative Destiny spins up. And because she goes beyond just accusing him of advocating re-education camps, she doesn't just think that Hassan wants them, but wants them for political speech he doesn't like, and claims he's similar to Trump in that way and would be just as authoritarian, if not more so, than the Orange Man.
Let me pull up your question so I can think about this and mull it over while we watch.
Destiny, these are all the KF/Gisticle/Queeman biggest hits. Yep.
Do you think that Hassan is doing a disservice to the larger conversation by focusing on the content of the protest rather than how either plan to reassert free speech in light of the administration's prosecution? I mean, he's pandering, right? Like he's pandering to his, like, him ever at any time just being like, oh yeah, bemoaning Palestine, wah, Palestine stuff. Anytime he talks about that, it's just going to be a W for his chat. It's such a like aggressively popular position. So yeah, sort of. In general, I think it would have been nice to just hear from them more. And I think the issue is that I don't know how much Hassan cares about free speech. Like, if Hassan and his worldview was in a position of power, they would be equally, if not more, authoritarian than Trump. Like, we need to be very clear, at least according to what they have said about their political positions, right? Hassan has basically openly acknowledged that he would be putting people in re-education camps who's had certain positions. And so I don't know why I would expect Hassan to make more space for the attack on free speech when Hassan doesn't even care that much about free speech. He cares about speech he likes happening, and he's using the talking point of free speech because it's a really strong argument under any democracy-loving, liberal-esque person who values free speech. But his audience doesn't value free speech. I don't even think they would talk at length about free speech. What they value is like Palestinian protests being successful. That's what they care. They've never been free speech.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty true. Sorry, here, I finally, Jesus, it took me too long to find this. But this was Gisticle watching because his audience has to set the narrative that I'm like a fucking rapist. It's like the most important thing. So that when they go to infiltrate the other like political communities, they can always like keep the message. Like Gisticle will go over and watch any community that is peripheral to me so that his audience has like the, how do I make this not full screen? Fuck. So that his audience has like the correct talking points when they go over to try to like, mind fuck whatever neighboring political communities they're a part of.
My heart goes out to Pixie. I can't possibly imagine what this must feel like. My heart breaks for her sharing.
I don't know why this is so fucking quiet, but fuck me.
Explicit images and videos of somebody non-consensually is super fucked up. And if that's what happened, that should be just openly condemned. That's so fucked up.
So now we know for a fact that this did happen, right?
I don't even know what else there is to say on this. Again, I know there's
like Destiny has testified that he's done this.
Like this is just a lie. I've never in my life testified that that's happened, but he again is just setting the narrative.
Understanding is there's litigation. I know one way.
Also, this anytime you see these like DGG foot soldiers tag, these are clips that are ripped directly off of Kiwi Farms. They like to tag all their shit that way so that they can circle jerk whenever Gisticle or whoever else plays it on stream. But that you can see the inner flow of like how all of the information works, right? So something gets ripped off Kiwi Farms, goes to Gisticle stream, he talks about it, he gets Queeman to talk about it, they try to get people like Nicholas Diorio to talk about it, and then they'll move over into communities where Pisco and Hutch and other people are to try to also have their war over there too. She also thinks Asmongold is better than Hassan as a content creator for young men. Not really important to my post, but shows the terminal nature of Hassan derangement syndrome.
As well.
I don't even know why this post is including Kyla, but okay.
I won't keep you because it sounds like you're strapped for time. Just one last thing I was going to mention too is a lot of times with young men, it's kind of like that episode of The Office where Michael Scott's on the date, and at first when he doesn't know he's on a date, he's acting normal, he's doing great, but as soon as he figures out he's on a blind date, he kind of like tanks it and stuff. Sometimes if the young men figure you're...
Why was it so easy for all your orbiters to get so mind fucked? Is that just par for the course of streamers? Well, one, I mean, like Pixie's initial Substack looked really bad, and Pixie has a reputation for being like an innocent little angel. Like people don't realize that she's also kind of like a fucking like a sex demon or whatever in the background. So like the initial thing that came out from Pixie looked really extreme. my ability to respond to it was like pretty hamstrung initially because with an incoming lawsuit, I don't know what I should say or shouldn't say online, so I have to be careful with what I say. And then I also, I think I need to just stop caring about this. I'm like, this is part of me stopping to care about this. I try to be, I think, like excessively careful about not trying to influence people's opinions about things or not trying to like feel like I'm like a manipulator or controlling person. But I realize like all these people call me a manipulator or a controller anyways, like despite the fact, for instance, that Justical is like dating a woman that he just had committed for attempted suicide 2 months ago and is still weaponizing her on stream to shitpost about me and Kyla is fucking insane. After he told her that he would be her Dr. K, that's just a wild, like, I can't believe that anybody would take anything seriously that comes from this guy after that set of arrangements. Like, that's wild to me. But I think rather than trying to, rather than being so concerned about being perceived that way, I think I should just like actively cover it and go over it. Because these people all call me manipulators and everything anyway. So I'm not even manipulating. I should just like give my opinion on it more. But generally, I'll refrain from saying anything. I'm like, hey, listen, you know what? If you want to think whatever you want to think, go for it, or talk to people or verify shit. But Destiny, she's crashing it again. By the way, she just privated her Twitter. Not surprising at all. Justical in that community, I feel like probably has the highest chance of pushing her to actually kill herself, probably than any community she's been involved in. It's actually funny. I remember before in the past, probably like a year ago, having to, I wonder if I actually kind of fucked her up a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything, because she would come to me for advice asking, do you feel like Justical in his community, are all of these people just manipulating me? And when I would look at stuff, I would say, no, I don't think so. I think you're probably just in your head. I don't think that people are actively like trying to manipulate or do crazy shit. I think you do, because Cherry does like not hallucinate, but like reads into stuff too much sometimes. But maybe they were actually in the past. I'm not sure. Maybe I should have looked more closely at it. I don't know, but
trying to go for their vote, they'll kind of lose respect for you. So trying to handle this subject without even mentioning voting or getting them to jump to your side, but just coming from a genuine place of their concerns and, you know, what impacts them and how you can help, probably would help out a lot too.
Yeah, I mean, I probably broadly agree. To be honest, I don't give a fuck how young men vote. I hate the Democrats at this point so fucking much. I don't think they've ever earned anyone's vote, and I don't think anyone should vote for people who don't care about them. So I agree that a lot of Democrats are approaching it, how do we get their vote? And if it came across in the video, like, that's what I care about.
They're implicating Not So Erudite because that's part of the KF narrative. It's important to shit on Not So Erudite to keep that narrative going. Oh, that is true, actually. Because part of the narrative that Pixie kind of sort of pushed this as well, because she's an actual fucking retarded child who's being manipulated by Lauren, and who the fuck else knows, whatever, tries to push this idea that Erudite is my Ghislaine Maxwell, which I don't even know where this comes from. Kyla and Aaron, who's escaped literally all culpability and responsibility for this for whatever fucking reason, whatever. But Kyla and Aaron were my two go-betweens for Pixie, because Pixie removed me from Discord after she started crashing out because I wouldn't say, you know, I guess give her $1 million or whatever the fuck. She removed me from Discord, and I'm uncomfortable talking to somebody who suicide baits constantly. And Pixie suicide baited to like 15 different people over the past, you know, few months to get whatever she wants on things. And I just used Kyla basically as a go-between for talking. But like Kyla is sending her messages to Pixie and me, and Aaron has them. Like, it's not like any of this was private. The weird obsession with trying to make her like a Ghislaine Maxwell is just like really fucking weird and strange, and it doesn't even make any sense. Like it just doesn't make any sense at all. Like, why? Like, do I? Even if I was like, let's assume that I'm a sexually active person that fucks people. Do I need somebody to like get women for it? Like, it's just super cringe and retarded.
Vote. That's unfortunate, and I'll be more cautious about that. I don't give a fuck how young men vote. I care about how they think. That's all I care about. And I think young men are thinking really, really poorly.
I agree. Well, thank you very much.
The last clip is to say, if she doesn't care who young men vote for, she doesn't think you should vote for somebody you personally believe, then it's odd that because it's not, I don't even know why this person is. A counterexample and final thoughts. This is the only logger clip I can find of a son advocating for education. Okay, don't care. So somebody said this guy is a cross poster in all these other communities. Is that actually true? Posts. Oh,
If you
true.
click through the posts.
Nice. Okay. So Pisco, and then DGG Snark poster, DGG Snark, DGG Snark, our Pisco, Me at work listening to Pisco eviscerate every Hassan hater who challenges him. The funny thing is like these people are the type just getting down, are the type of people that would fucking hate Hassan in any other circumstance, but because of like where the battle lines are drawn in these online communities, they're like roped into being the biggest Hassan stands in the world, which is fucking hilarious to me. Oh, we've got Loner Box posting.
Dude, Econo Boy will...
Oh, oh my God, it's so blatant. Holy shit. Queeman glazes up Pisco, says he appreciates that he is principled and he should be raping more people, LOL, because probably because of the public statements to distance themselves from me. Remember, anytime somebody makes a public bad statement about me, anything related to that will always be praised by the site. And then if it's the opposite, then you're going to get people, you know, like just to go watching that one VOD of trying to say, well, hold on, we all know that Destiny's like a rapist, right?
Dude, Econo Boy is never gonna hit, okay? This guy's never gonna be awesome. This guy could never go crazy. Pondering Politics, like, I'm sure his David Pacman-esque videos are fine. Pisco could be epic. Pisco could actually be epic. But he just, for some reason, he is not... There's no fire in him at the moment, do you know what I mean? Like, this guy should be out there raping people. And not, like, just going on Tim Pool and being like a fucking circus freak for Tim Pool. He should be out there, rape.
They love hyping up Pisco Lameo. For a while, I don't remember how many months ago this was, but I know that Blav is my #1 obsessive guy on Kiwi Farms who posts about me. It was like hyping up Pisco. It was like, because Pisco distanced himself from me, he hyped up Pisco as basically being like the better version of me in any way, size, shape, or form. So that became like the obsession. Now, that's not to say that there aren't legitimate reasons to like Pisco. Like, still think he's like one of the most fun people to debate, and he's incredibly knowledgeable when it comes to law shit. And even if he gives dumb political takes that I super disagree with sometimes, I don't think he's like an actual fucking retard or anything. I think Pisco's a really smart dude. And I think he does have the potential to be like a huge streamer and everything. So I'm not trying to say that like the only reason anybody watches him is because they hate watching him. That's not true. But he became like the kind of like the icon for Kiwi Farms and everything, to be like juxtaposed to me, to show that like, I could find, I was never ever going to comment on any of this stuff, so I don't have like these posts saved. I don't know how many months back you'd have to go, but Blav was like super obsessively hyping up Pisco for a while at being like my successor now that I'm like a rapist or whatever. If anybody who DMs me this shit from Kiwi Farms has a link to it, then you should shoot that to me. But
Raping people. Okay. Literally raping people. He should be out. He should absolutely be picking more fights. It's so clear that this guy has a way more principled and intelligent position on so many topics.
Oh
namely,
my God.
You know, First Amendment stuff,
the glaze,
the Hassan stuff, the Palestine stuff.
Anything that he could, big disagreements with me on. Good job. Yes, true.
All of these topics he's got such good takes on. And there are so many fucking retards out there. He's a lawyer. He's a smart guy. He's, it feels like he's motivated in the right direction. You know, like he's principled. If there is a principle he believes in, that it feels like his, you know, side are abandoning or something, he fights for that, which is, you know, I appreciate that. And he, you know, raped Destiny on several debates.
Nice, direct call out, okay. This was posted on May 30th, 2025. And then this is June 3rd. This is a Blav post, just part of it. This guy Schizo posted about me so much. So 4 days, I guess, after this clip was posted on this subreddit, I don't know how long until after it happened. I didn't post about it, but Pisco actually entertained a chatter who was shitting on him for platforming/cleaning Erudite's image. However, the fact that he entertained that kind of argument makes me think that he knows Erudite is a piece of shit, and therefore thinks Destiny is completely guilty. This is just to say that despite everything Destiny is claiming, that the case is going to get dismissed and his old orbiters are wanting to come back, that doesn't seem to be the case. Pisco, although probably believes Destiny's audience is a powerful tool to weaponize, doesn't seem to be buying any of Destiny's bullshit regarding his case at all. Yeah, so there's like a ton of posters sort of around this time. This has like been their fascination for the last few months. This is one of like of hundreds of posts that people make on this shit. It's actually so fucking unhinged. I don't know why this guy wouldn't make an oh, nice. DGG Snark. Pixie's legal team issues scathing reply, and another victim comes forward. The right to publicity. Does the Soundpiker have a legal case against redact.dev? Jesus. This Queeman guy admitted on stream multiple times that he talks directly to Hassan in DMs. If that's true, that's pretty funny. It's so blatant how mind-broken Jizcord and Jiz himself are over anything involving you. They all hated Pisco and hated his yes or no questioning style before any of his most recent shit happened. Now it's totally flipped. Yeah. It is what it is. Okay. I don't know if I have anything else for this right now. I don't understand the incentives for Gisticle to turn on you like this. Wouldn't he have more money / viewers by staying as your leech? I think there's other stuff that drives people more than that. I don't know in particular for him, though, given that he quit his software engineering job and everything. I can't say. But I used to think that. Remember, I thought that for like Lab and Mr. Girl. I never thought that they would like nuke their entire online presence for whatever weird obsessive thing they had against me. Oh, fuck. I think this is about to get outed. Whatever. I don't care. So I think they're watching my stream now in Justicle's Discord because I'm literally the most entertaining thing they have to talk about. 7. Okay, so this is basically now. I must have missed this recruitment drive you've been doing to push things in a certain way. These are people in Justicle's Discord server. Is that what you do when you argue with retards on stream about a topic that has nothing to do with Destiny? I don't know if it still exists in their server, but somebody told me that a month ago, Justicle created a dedicated room in his Discord server to argue with people about my court case, by the way. So he's going to bring Queeman on then, right? He's such a puss, he will bring him on, right? LOL. Oh, the shell boner person is also like an obsessed person who talks about me constantly, like for months in these Discords. It's fucking insane. I love it that Destiny acts like Justicle's doing some background shit when he's just on stream having a different opinion than him. And he stated most of his opinions before Destiny even said anything. Like, this is ignoring all of the weird side Discord servers, the obsessive talking in that spicy chat Discord server, that I think Chud Logic just privated it or made it so new people can't join. Oh, also, I just saw that Chud just said that he banned somebody for doxing in the spicy chat Discord. Finally, saying that he'd warned this guy for like a week. And he had to finally ban him for it. Fuck! I don't save this shit. I just decided yesterday I was going to talk about this more, so I don't have like all this shit saved. It's in my DM somewhere. I haven't prepared it. Also, he said all this shit about how he's a victim being gang-banged by Queeman and Gisticle and everyone that breathes around him, and gave zero clips, logs, or any proof. LeMayo, he makes schizo associations. Yeah, that shit. How far does the Kiwi Farms hate go back? Were they a part of the campaign trying to get your sponsors pulled from like Optic or Root? No. The Kiwi Farm stuff became unhinged. I think around the time at the end of like 2023, early 2024, when I started to not do kind of drama content anymore, I think those people started to get really weird or obsessive. Yeah. And then obviously the whole solo Pixie thing. By the way, and that leaker guy, the guy who leaked all of my shit, that guy was a member of Queeman's community as well. Crazy how that works, huh? Literally, all Destiny saying in response, that's unhinged, crazy. This is how he looks while he's taking pictures with a fan. It seems like a happy guy. He surpassed Keffels. Talking about Nathan, nice, good stuff. Destiny log a 2 hour. I don't know how there's nothing going on also in any of these people's lives. Also, like I'm doing this now, I have like dozens of Imager albums that people send me. Again, these people have obsessively talked about me for months. It's insane. Notice how the only time he's defending Kyla on his stream is when he's using her as a weapon against Gisticle. Remember, the only reason I'm even talking about Kyla is because this guy literally included her in his post.
Yeah.
I don't even know why the fuck. I don't know why she's even. I don't know why she's in here, and because she just got doxxed by Kiwi Farms because they're saying to call ice on her for like the 50th fucking time. And who the fuck is calling ice on her? Definitely on this community. Bruh, we didn't even allow Kelly to shit talk his GF too much. I don't even know what that's in reference to. Although I think Kelly has split over the Cherry stuff. No one should use not so erudite as a blunt weapon. She has enough CTE as is. So one of the jokes that they make on Kiwi Farms all the time is that Kyla got kicked in the head by a horse and so she's retarded or whatever. That's like a huge talking point from. So that's like a KF talking about. But these people also like they cross post shit from KF like constantly on here. But then obviously you'll have them denying that they, do any of that or talk about any of that. But like, it's very obvious if you're like familiar with the communities. It's always like the plausible deniability shit. Hold on, somebody said this. What?
Him off because I know he watches my stream all the time. And Quinn was like, "Yes, we will do that from now on." It was live. Okay. Destiny.
Wait, hold on.
Remember if it was live on stream or if it was in a private call. I think it was live on stream. My point, he fucking owned a But yes, who would you rather have as U.S. president, Charlie Kirk or Hassan Piker? By more than 2-1, it's Hassan Piker. Get out of here! Stop agreeing with Pisco! By the way, my number one piece of advice for Destiny yesterday was to basically say you were wrong and never engage with Pisco again, because every time you engage with Pisco, he's going to fucking own you because he works harder than you, he's smarter than you, he's more handsome than you, he's better than you in every way, and he will continue to fucking own you and take your audience from you.
It's just crazy how like blatant the anti-fanning. It's just like, but it's so funny because if you watch the Kiwi Farm stuff, like they've praised Abby, the like mentally ill girl that is just nonstop posting about crazy shit on Gisticle server, but he doesn't want to ban her because he likes the anti-fanning farming that he could do for me. They stand Pixie, they stand Cherry, they stand Hassan now. They shit on Ethan Client. Like it's the partisanness of all of it is just so fucking funny to me. I don't think we watched this on stream, but like I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, Gisticle had like a 1-hour science segment with Kelly Jean where Kelly tried to educate the audience on what the periodic table of elements was. It was just like the funniest fucking thing. It was just fucking hilarious. You did show us that? I don't know. I showed one thing, but then I think when I made a response on it, the next stream they did another response. They had like science hour with Kelly Jane. I don't remember if I showed that one or not.
Pisco, he's going to fucking own you because he works harder than you, he's smarter than you, he's more handsome than you, he's better than you in every way, and he will continue to fucking own you and take your audience from you. If you continue to engage with him, you will be left penniless on the street. Now, I would love that, but I'm just saying from a pragmatic point of view, stop engaging with Pisco, he fucking owns you, okay? That's all. That's all. Pisco grows a beard better too? I've been saying this, Myra. That is in fact my point.
Oh, and then Jacob the guy who is super mad at me because I fucked his girlfriend before they started dating. Jacob and the rest of them also like obsessively talk about, because I have a condition called alopecia areata, which is an autoimmune disease that attacks your hair. So when my beard was missing this huge like chunk, apparently Kiwi Farms thinks I just draw it in now and none of it's grown back, I guess. But they like to bring that up as much as possible too, because apparently it super really bothers me.
Dude, this is maybe the only.
I don't know who started this. I don't think Hassan gets credit for this, but like the super fake laughing. Like the ultra fake laughing on every single talking point.
Pisco grows a beard better too. I've been saying this, Myra. That is in fact my point. Dude, this is maybe the only. I can't remember if it was live on stream or if it was in a private call. I think it was live on stream. But me and Queen were sitting here. And I brought up this point. I'm like, dude, I'm just gonna start saying how much better Pisco's beard is than Destiny's to piss him off, because I know he watches my stream all the time.
And then the really funny thing about this was when Kelly revealed that it was actually Chad Gisticle who was feeling bad for being fat. And apparently Kelly and Cherry, I guess, were trying to console him because he was like super overweight now because he stopped going out or doing anything and is depressed and is crazy or whatever, depending on how much you believe from Kelly. So I guess that's where the fat accusations come from, to try to cover for Gisticle's, I guess, insecurity around it.
And Queen was like, yes, we will do that from now on. It was live? Okay. I was like, oh, that's some like cabal shit in the background, but we did it live, okay. It's very funny to me. And then Destiny started calling Pisco a communist, so like, who's really winning? Who's really winning, okay?
I don't think I've ever called Pisco. I don't think Pisco is a communist. I just don't like that they give cover to those people. But I mean, obviously, I know that Chisel was not trying to cover anything in good faith or whatever. So, I mean... Oh, wait, I have a thing for this.
I just think it's funny.
No, not that one. Wait. There we go.
Okay, it's us all the time. Okay, so even Destiny's subreddit shares that preference with me. So now, if you express a preference for Hassan Piker over Donald Trump, you endorse Hassan, want to be friends with Hassan, or want to build bridges with Hassan. Absolute derangement, sorry to say. Yes, it's like, Hassan is like the fourth worst person in America, is what you're saying. And DGGers are like, no, if you don't say he's the worst, you love him! It's like, no, he's like the fourth worst, actually. You're like the fourth worst. He's like the fourth worst. No! Stop! He's the worst!
I wonder how long he covered this shit for. When was this? This was 2 days ago, an 8.5-hour stream.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, buddy. Not boy. Hey, oh, like that. Get onto the browser. Here, let me.
Oh, cool. I love that you can see all the links. Damn. Thank you for whoever linked that post. So this is Gisticle on stream, right? We just heard him talk about Queeman and bring up Erudite, and now he's going over the poster here, who's posting in Pisco's subreddit, who is also a DGG snarker, and a Hassan defender, and a Lunarbox poster, and now we see Gisticle going over his post on stream relating to the Pisco shit too. Yeah, Jesus.
What am I doing here?
Okay, and then also going over all the tweets. Does he do this for all 6.5 hours today? Okay, he's going over.
I didn't say he was evil. Can he say he was evil?
Hunter Biden stuff. Okay.
I didn't say it was evil.
In his throwaway in the Sino-U.S. war. Okay, he's obviously like pro-China. He obviously has a lot of sympathies for China. So it's obvious just in his throwaway commentary, right? Like, I don't think anybody's confused about how Hassan likes China. We'll go a little deeper than that to probably suss out exactly what he believes or what he.
Okay, it's only for like 2.5 hours of this stream.
Like ideologically commits to. U.S. Navy. X consented to anonymously share their experience with Thor.
This is one of those very rare, maybe unique.
Improved whatsoever. The way he delivered a pathetical response. No one wants to be in the position I'm in. It's a lose-lose situation. It's hard for me to talk about it. And nowhere did I request for you to make a specific statement.
What is this about? I don't even know. Oh, this is over pirate software shit. Oh, and then some more Destiny at the end. Nice. What's going to happen to the brains of these people if you win your court case? The talks on all the court stuff has been slowly evolving over time. Where Kiwi Farms and Gisticle's community is now is the outcome of the court case actually doesn't matter at all. They've all decided that enough evidence has been released on Pixie Substack that I'm guilty of every single thing that they accuse me of, and the court case is literally just a formality, and it doesn't actually matter if I'm guilty or not. So where they're at right now is basically the outcome doesn't matter. He's literally using Ethan Klein's tactic against Snark. Just say they did CPS, say they sent skulls, and the retards will believe it. So do they think that didn't happen? Or... Bro, how did these people not get bored talking about Destiny all the time? Half the time I'll leave stream and come back because I need an attention reset. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no clue. I don't know how they can... But I'm never... I haven't been a part of these communities ever, so it's hard to say. Or it's just not the type of content I consume, I guess. Is this my friend turned also co-accuser or whatever? Best way to just ignore him and don't watch him, retard. Damn. I don't know if Stacy's the same as Stacy or whatever. It's a conspiracy when they do it being whenever he makes up and won't provide proof of or hurls loose associations that aren't connected, when his community does full send open campaigns and astroturfing doing actual organized harassment. It's fake news. And or they're just criticizing people who deserve it. This man is a whole ass website hosting embeds for anyone they hate or random girls they bombard and harass trying to get Destiny to sex pest over them. There was some Twitch streamer, I think that my chat was watching like 2 months ago, and Blav decided that it was like a Ghislaine Maxwell situation where they were secretly trying to get this person to be like a new fuck buddy of mine. Like I don't have anybody else, I guess, in my life to have sex with right now. And then they started pushing the conspiracy, and then they were like, oh my God, we have to email her stuff and send her shit to make her know how horrible Destiny is. I don't even know who this fucking streamer is. I've never talked to this person, never DM'd this person in my entire fucking life, but they were convinced that there was like some huge like trafficking attempt there. And that's what he's referencing here, is that one person that was hosted. Oh, somebody told me that this person is... Oh, no, wait. The pink name is a demoted mod, ZZ. Okay. Jessica forced Erudite to be a stupid, condescending fuck now. Jessica gave her the brain damage. Nice. Oh, we are now the reason for some random Reddit post on the Pisco subreddit? Holy shit. He's still crying about the Dr. K nothing burger. Remember when it came out that Jessica had to commit Cherry because she was gonna fucking kill herself for 3 days to an insane asylum, and they're still dating, and he still has her on stream and in Discord spamming stuff about online drama, which is definitely the most mentally healthy thing you can do for somebody that had to be committed because they were suicidal. But this is definitely just a big nothing burger, right? Jay Gord got Abby committed after that. Wait, did they really? Sorry, I'll respond to this one more time. But Destiny, you trying to defend yourself against Space is bullshit exactly what they want. Do 1 day of recaps every month if you have to, but opening the stream with it every time just fosters fucking bullshit. So I don't know where you're getting opening stream with it every time. I'm not, but I have to point this out because these people are constantly and actively working like in all of these little other side communities that all these other people are actively a part of. Like they've doxed and harassed like Willie Mack, they've doxed Hutch, they've doxed Josiah, they've doxed Erudite. They're trying to go after like people like Food Shops, who's a person I also like don't talk to. I'm not even friends with them on Discord. These people are constantly conniving and working, and it's worth calling out. Yeah, like I have to say something. It wouldn't be a big deal if people like all the way up to Hassan weren't actively catapulting these people or their messages or their rhetoric out to everybody else. Usually these people just kind of like stay in their own side communities. But now that there are other larger creators that are kind of amplifying everything coming from them, I have to kind of spotlight it at least a little bit. I'm new to all this. Why are they obsessed and hate you so much? I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. I actually can't answer that question. Jessica used to be kind of like a containment center for all of the weird anti-fanning, and now, or for all of the like drama, and now it just became like a massive anti-fanning server. But like all of these people also filter over into Spicy Chat from Chud Logic server, and then they filter into the commentary community through Queeman and kind of like Diorio, Nicholas Diorio. That's one of the reasons why he's so like unhinged against me on Twitter, is because they kind of have him a little bit. And then from there, they also try to like spread out to people like, you see them like dox and harass Willie Mack and go on this weird like Israeli wife attack thing. Yeah, it's all part of the group. And I guess a lot of them are jobless or they spend all day online, so they have nothing else to do besides constantly talk about this. He's really pointing to people correcting narratives to his crimes and spin that as narrative driving, being unfair, LOL. Don't hold me accountable for my actions. This is a classic Kiwi Farms line, is all we do is we just record what happened and hold people accountable. But it's obviously they have their own spin on everything. But anyway, good memes, good times. Okay, this is going to come up because I think I have a thing scheduled to. Is it tomorrow? Okay, we have a debate tomorrow, I think, with Econo Boy and Pisco. What am I looking for? Fuck, I tweeted a lot today. Hold on. Actually, I guess I don't need to go over the tweets with Econo Boy. It'll come up tomorrow. One of the things that I'm gonna have zero tolerance on this. One of the things that's incredibly annoying is there can't be this pass given to people because they have like the socialist thing. That like just because there are nice socialists means that we can just call ourselves socialists and then also like give pass to the other unhinged socialists. The amount of tolerance that people are having for like people that are directly supporting terrorists or directly advocating for terrorism or directly cheering on terrorism like Hassan, I just think that that's like an unhinged position to take up. Destiny, what about Boner Box? I think... I don't know. My guess is Lonerbox doesn't like me because he was dating Pixie when everything came down. I don't know. I don't really care. I mean, I don't have any ill will or I don't harbor any resentment towards Lonerbox. It's his shit. I don't think he's like brain broken on the socialist shit. But I don't know. It is what it is. I took some notes on Econo Boy and Pisco's VODs from last night. Do you want me to send them to you somewhere? Or you can just send me the VOD, I guess. Destiny, no, he isn't a socialist. Okay, so Lonerbox is like one of the few people I think. Oh, people said he stopped calling himself socialist ages ago. I don't have to guess like where his opinion is on people like Hassan. I would be surprised if Lonerbox would say like we need to build a bridge with people like Hassan because I just don't see. Because Hassan just does so much crazy and unhinged shit. I just can't see that. And then I also just need people to understand. There are just some things that you need to understand about what socialists think because they have all the pieces there, but they won't connect them all for you. And then they dance around like hard questions using nice language sometimes. Hold on. So like, for example, socialists believe that capitalists, through ways like lobbying or advertising, they'll call it manufactured consent, that any type of large wealth disparity in society can necessarily be leveraged by capitalists to brainwash the masses into believing that capitalism is good and socialism is bad. They'll use phrases like white terror, Hassan said, or they'll use phrases, like McCarthyism, and trying to weed out communists, or they'll bring up assassinations in the past by the CIA, or legitimately, crazy shit we did during the Cold War era, and they'll say this is how capitalists control regimes. Now, from there, they'll say that they want to establish a socialist state. But then when you ask them, like, well, what would you do with capitalists or liberal parties in your state? They always kind of give these kind of wishy-washy answers where they'll say things like, oh, like we should have freedom, but like we should be careful about, like what we allow, or like we should just criminalize violent speech or something. They always give kind of like these weird answers. However, it's not a strong enough refutation of the claim that like I think you would lock people in ideologically opposed parties in prison, and it's not a strong enough support for the idea that maybe society should have multiple ways to approach, like economies. Like if you want to have some private ownership in society, is that really a bad thing? It feels kind of vague, I guess. We'll see. I can respond more specifically here. But like when I quoted Econo Boy and I asked him, I'm like, hey, I'm just curious, would you ban private parties or like criminalize this shit or whatever? And his answer is like, well, I don't like people like in my chat were trying to say like, well, his answer was actually okay. Would you ban all forms of private ownership in your ideal society and outlaw parties that support private ownership? Like when the response is, practically, I think there's an upper limit on public ownership, but I think we can go even further than Norway and maintain economic growth. However, I think complete social ownership is ideal. That means that the answer is yes. Like you are banning private ownership, right? Which means that all forms of private ownership. So if I want to open a business, like I cannot hire an employee. That would be an illegal thing. I'm pretty sure, in his society. Or if he tries to say it's not illegal, he's going to do some very weird like Vauchism to say like, well, I'm actually in favor of, what was it called? Anarcho-syndicalism, or some way to have co-ops where you can have employees. Like, it's always like some weird, like, it's like, no, like you would ban anybody that wanted to hire an employee. Like all forms of private investment would be banned. Because if complete social ownership is what the goal is, that means that all the means of production and everything are owned by either the government or the employees. And anytime you want to start a new business or create a new product or do anything, either the government is directing it or some board of employees is, you know, choosing it or whatever. What is this? Pisco says, Hassan or Trump, who are you voting for if you had to pick? If the former ever did win, you'd have 6 months of chaos, ending with Bad Empanadas as the general secretary, and Hassan would be thrown in the gulag right next to Ethan. Okay, true. Unlisted.
All right, guys. I just restarted my stream. Hopefully this is better now. I feel, you know...
In a socialist world, can private ownership not exist? No, it cannot exist. Socialists will lie to you and tell you that maybe some forms can exist, but no, it cannot exist. In a socialist world, private ownership can't exist for two key reasons. One is because they believe that all forms of employment are necessarily immoral, because remember, for a private owner to make money means that he's basically stealing surplus value from the employee. The only way that a private owner can make money as not a laborer is for somebody underneath him to be being exploited by the employment-employee model. Number one. And number two, that necessarily creates a division between classes where the wealthy person will have more money because they're extracting labor value from the laborer, and they're going to use that increased wealth disparity to manipulate through either lobbying or some other form of manufactured consent to manipulate the political system to effect their outcomes. So a true socialist will never be okay with any sort of capitalism, any sort of private existence in their economy, because it would necessarily lead to the destruction of the economy, because all private capital owners would use that to further their goals of capitalism and private ownership or whatever. Because that's, remember, for a lot of these people, the only reason why the Soviet Union or socialist utopias have failed in the past is because of liberalism, because of capitalist economies like the United States. That's their argument.
You know, bad because you guys are saying you want to listen, but the fucking...
Isn't Econoboy's argument just that the government would buy large portions of successful business, but those businesses would run on their own? Savorily, can you please explain to me, what does it mean? You just said, can you explain why you just said large portions of successful business, but he said complete social ownership is ideal? Savorily, can you explain to me why you said the government would buy large portions of successful businesses, implying not all businesses, and they would just buy large portions of it? But the business, what does he mean when he says, why did he say the term complete social ownership? I feel like people with the socialism shit also do the same thing that they do with Donald Trump, where they take like whatever they want to read into a thing, and then they just read into the thing, and it like, why not just go with what they're actually saying? Like, why not just look at what is actually being said? Saverly says, I can't, I'm a retard. Okay, I love you.
Dream just doesn't work. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to... I have to, like, reset up all this stuff now. But, guys, just please let me know if it sounds fine.
An aspirational goal, but that in practice, it would not be possible. He argued that with Hutch. Okay, but that's if that's the aspirational goal, that's not a good aspirational goal. That'd be like saying, you understand that the final solution was an aspirational goal of Hitler. The first thing they tried to do was deport all the Jews, and then they tried to like basically put them in labor camps or whatever, or ship them around to different countries, especially ones that they'd taken over, and then eventually they got to killing them all, right? Like that. I don't know why you would be okay with an aspirational goal that is diametrically opposed to your core liberal values, as long as they acknowledge it's only aspirational and in practice they can never get there. That's such a stupid fucking thing to say. That's so stupid. I don't know why you would never accept that for any other radical extremist ideology. He said it's ideal, not mandatory, or what am I missing? Can't you have a moderate socialist, at least on paper? No, because socialists believe that capitalists are their enemies. They're diametrically opposed ideologically. That socialists and capitalists cannot exist. Well, correction. In a capitalist system, you actually can incorporate socialists because, for instance, people can have cooperatively owned business or whatever. But in a socialist-run system, they believe that capitalists are fundamentally evil, that transaction of employer-employee is a fundamentally evil thing, and that capitalists will always abuse the class divide to create a society where the wealthy can dominate the poor class, that the class ownership and extraction model from labor surplus value, that's always going to arise in a capitalist setting. So no, socialists and capitalists cannot exist. They can exist together kind of in a capitalist run system. They cannot exist together in a socialist run system. That's why in all the socialist countries, private ownership is banned or like super under attack, or why you have these like monoparty states like Vietnam or China or Russia. Like they don't allow, there's a reason why they don't allow the other parties to exist and to come up and like fight against them or have a chance like politically. They can't have it. It's contradictory to the model.
To Twitch. Okay, well, I don't know. Yeah, fuck. Sometimes I don't have the best internet, I guess. I don't have the streamer.
You're saying a bunch of things that Econoboy never actually said. He doesn't have to say them, though, but that's the issue. Every other socialist who knows anything about socialism will acknowledge all of these things, either implicitly or they'll just explicitly acknowledge it. That's why I don't know if Econoboy is being like an unwitting like fool that's being drug along to do like the whole like, oh, well, I'm a socialist now. Or I don't think he doesn't come off to me as like a mask on person. But I don't like, there's also this very weird, like, no true Scotsman game that's played with liberalism and capitalism as well, where people will look at these successful things that come from capitalist societies and they'll go, actually, anything good that came from a capitalist society was actually because of socialists, and anything bad that came was because of the capitalism. Like, you hear these things, oh, like the New Deal, and like minimum wage, and like the healthcare that we do have, like anything good, that was all because of socialists. However, that the bad stuff that comes, all of that is just because of capitalists. And it's like, oh, okay, well, fuck me, I guess, Jesus. Like, so in this capitalist society, all the good things are only because of socialism, but in the socialist societies, they never figured any of these things out. Like, isn't that kind of weird how that worked out?
Fucking 10 gigs up and down internet or whatever. So just give me a second and I'll be ready. Okay, so now that I've done that, I wanted to link, I wanted to pin in the chat a comment about my full model. Because people have been, I think, kind of asking me about all these specifics, and I'm free, I'm fine to give specifics about my socialist model or whatever, but
Destiny, but is the European idea of socialism the same as in America? I feel like over here socialism is pretty much just some welfare and support for public. Yeah, that's like the weird thing is that I think in Europe, I think for a lot of younger people, I think in Europe socialism actually is just like when the government does more stuff. But then it's very weird because like young people and even like middle-aged people, I think in Europe will broadly say that, which is strange because it felt like a dumb American idea. But then in America, you have like actual like the crazy socialists, like people like Hassan, who do want to be like subversive to the current system and to flip stuff into some crazy vanguard party like Marxist-Leninist shit. But then you have other people who will like, I guess like at the end of the day, if I felt like people like Econoboy have the same positions as like Lonerbox, where it's like very obvious that Lonerbox is not supportive of people like Hassan, then I'm a little bit warmer to like, okay, fine, you want to do, like your social welfare funds or, whatever type of social ownership that allows the state to take advantage of growth in private companies, which I think is actually really good. We should all feel somewhat invested in, the success of these companies. And right now you don't. If Facebook or Tesla or whatever the fuck else has a huge, stock earning quarter, like you don't feel like you've benefited as an American. And I think having ways to feel that benefit is important. But like, when you're also like giving a free pass to the MLs, then I'm like, okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't get that. That can't be the case. Like these people make you look crazy. Are you not aware of that?
Obviously, it's a little bit, it's hard to give an in-depth explanation of everything about my model in like the form of a single comment when I've already written it down before. Okay, good God. Let's just take that from the top, since literally everyone was saying my audio was fucked. All right. So sorry about that, guys. Do not mean to stream with like bad audio or whatever, but hopefully this is good now. Is this going to be a long stream? I don't know, probably a couple hours like my typical stream. I guess I don't normally stream this late at night, but definitely not on a Sunday. But I don't know, I just felt like I felt like I keep getting misrepresented. But anyway, so yeah, to repeat myself, you've gone and made me tired, guys. You've gone and made me tired. So let's kind of explain where I'm coming from on this, and let's kind of
Destiny, what is the correct label for someone who just wants the government to do more stuff? We call those people, they can be liberals and you can be capitalist. I don't know why you feel, I don't know where this obsession comes from that they have to identify as something totally different, right? Like we talk about issues with the Democratic Party's labeling and the Democratic Party's branding. And it's like, well, anybody that wants to empower the state, like the abundance guys, right? Oh, now the abundance guys also get unhingedly fucking attacked by all of these lefties too. I don't know why or whatever, because they're not full on socialists or whatever. But like liberals and capitalists can empower the state to do way more positive shit. You don't need like socialism to do that. You can just empower the state in our current like mode of operation. The United States didn't become socialist when we had New Deal programs that were being implemented across the country. We didn't need socialism or to become socialist to do that. We didn't need socialism for the Affordable Care Act. We didn't need socialism for like minimum wage. It's just this weird no true Scotsmaning of all capitalist stuff, and anything good that comes from capitalism can't be given, like liberal societies or capitalism can't be given credit for. I think it's just bizarro.
kind of explain why I'm even having this stream in the first place. And hopefully it'll all make sense. Okay, the audio's fine now. Thank you so much. Go ahead and cry. You can stop crying now. Anyway, so let's kind of take it from the fucking top. Okay, since my stream audio was shit apparently. So, all right. Tallybots, that Talia, yes, that Talia. She tweeted based, and it was to this clip.
Liberalism?
It was to this clip.
Also, to be clear, this Talia person is cringe as fuck. Okay, I don't support them. Okay, I don't condone them. This person is literally a single issue voter on trans stuff. Okay, that if you're wondering where the Talia person's political views come from, they literally are fully and completely informed by her obsession with trans people. All she needs is a British accent, and she'll be good to go as a TERF.
Clip. So. Let me just exit this out real quick. It was to this clip.
I think I've said this in the past with like 60% conviction. I say this with 90% conviction. Now, socialists, you should treat them as Nazis. They are just as cancerous and toxic for liberalism as Nazis are. You should treat them the same way. These people are not your friend and not your ally. They don't advocate for government would tolerate you. They would just as easily co-opt your liberal systems to enslave and murder you, your family, whatever, given the opportunity to. What they've done historically, and it's what they included speech, talking about going forward. Like, you shouldn't tolerate these types of people. If you care about liberalism broadly, you are a socialist. Well, God bless you. Obviously, you're friends. But if you're not, like, it's kind of weird to have a live and learn. If your audience is like how socialists, but maybe I don't know. Are socialists and communists different? No. What about Dem stocks that advocate for democratic reform to get to socialism? As long as you're okay with like not stocks, like Nazi socialists or whatever, I guess, that are national socialists. No, it's cringe and bullshit. All it ends up is like fucking code language anyway. How many sock Dems and Dem stocks have gone on to basically become fucking tankies, right? Fuck all that shit.
It's too much, dude. I'm mind broken on like the Dem sock and the sock Dem labels, because it seems like all of these people eventually just come out as like MLs eventually. That's what Hassan masqueraded as was. I don't even think he called himself a Dem sock. I think he called himself a sock Dem initially. And it seems like anything with socialism in it, eventually these people just gravitate towards either giving cover to MLs or becoming ML. I don't know why or how that happened, but
okay, now
it's just like it's too cringe. It's too much.
I responded to this in a tweet, and what some people a lot of people responded back and told me, like, you don't understand, like, Destiny's just talking about Hassan. He's just talking about, like, tankies.
I'm not just talking about Hassan. I'm talking about tankies. I'm talking about anybody that wants to use this, like, socialism label. I think it's super ultra cringe, and we shouldn't, like, give a pass to it. I think it's ultra cringe.
He's just talking about, like, authoritarian socialists or anti-democratic socialists, things like this, and I went back and I watched the full stream.
What is ML in this context? So ML is a Marxist-Leninist, okay? MLs are tankies. MLs believe that you need a revolutionary vanguard party to come up and authoritatively take control of a country's governing system to purge all of the capitalist thought from that country in order to bring about the conditions necessary for the socialist utopia to come afterwards. Now, surprisingly, none of them seem to have made it past the vanguard party authoritarian stage, but that is like what MLs, like broadly speaking, believe in. And that's why they have all of the mental models for how all capitalists are evil, and all of them will use their capital and their wealth extraction from labor to further their own interests and to make sure that we constantly stay stuck in a class warfare hellhole. And this is why they talk about the importance of class consciousness is to rise up and overthrow the capital class and all of that.
In the context of it, I just don't see that, I guess, like in the clip. Like, I don't see that in the clip, and I don't see that in like the surrounding context. If Destiny wants to clarify that, he can, but I mean, he even says, like, oh, I had 60% conviction on this in the past, and then references just broadly socialists, and then he even, like, narrows his criticism specifically the democratic socialists, and I'm like, I don't know, like, that doesn't seem very fair. I don't think that's a sensible way to understand the socialists.
So wait, socialists are the same as communists? Yeah, they try, sometimes people draw this, like, weird distinction, but I think, like, socialists and communists are all more or less, like, they don't like the word communist anymore because I think it's a bit dated, but, like, I think it's all more or less the same shit. Like, I think they're just, like, play games or play Yeah, I think they play word games between the two things. Nobody uses communist anymore as a term to describe anything.
Movement historically or even contemporarily. And so I respond with this tweet, trying to inject some nuance here. And what I say is this. This is not based. There's a robust history of socialists being elected, enacting reforms, and giving up power after their terms expire or losing an election with democracy intact. Treating all socialists as Nazis is to severely misunderstand the history of both movements. And in the reply...
Like, this is such a weird statement. Like, there's a robust history of fascists being elected, enacting reforms, and giving up power after their terms expire or losing an election. Like, technically, Trump did give up power on January 6th. He technically did. Or January 20th, right? But, what this... It's such a meaningless statement.
With democracy intact, treating all socialists as Nazis is to severely misunderstand the history of both movements. And in the replies, it kind of got lost, I guess, in the other comments. I don't know if I replied in the wrong way or something. I'm kind of a fucking boomer. But what I say was, I don't think people like Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, AOC, I don't really think that they're the same thing as the tanky left. And I certainly don't think they should be treated like Nazis, even though they're DSA people.
So Straw Waffle says, maybe I'm retarded, but 3 of the top 5 parties in Norway are called Workers' Party, Socialist Leftist Party, and Red Party. I don't have this ingrained aversion to the socialist label just because I want the government to do more stuff. I also don't want no planned economy. Yeah, but these people, I think, they won't say it, but they're in a roundabout way, they are arguing for some form of planned economy and a ban on private investment. Again, remember, he explicitly says that in his ideal form of socialism, everything would be socially owned, which demands some form of economic planning, meaning the government is choosing what companies get to exist. The government is choosing, what products are going to be made. The government is choosing what to invest in. Necessarily, you have no more private investment. Now, you could argue, and I'm sure Econoboy will argue tomorrow. He'll say, well, sure, but at least we can vote on what we want the government to do. We can vote on what we want them to invest in next, which I would argue has a whole host of other problems. Remember, we voted for Donald Trump, although they countered to saying, well, you voted for Donald Trump, sure, but that's only because of capital interest, which only further reinforces the fact that you would have to ban all of that in any ideal socialist society, because you would say the only bad stuff we voted for, we've done so because capitalists have abused the wealth disparity because of all the extraction they've done from labor in order to manufacture consent amongst the population that's causing us to vote for bad things, right? So it's another argument for why they have to ban all forms of private investment or privatization or whatever. All of this shit is so fucking cringe. It's so cringe. It's just so cringe. Like, why? Like, can we just not?
Mamdani or any other DSA affiliated Democrat, I don't think it's fair to treat them as Nazis. And I don't think that historical examples, I use Curtis in Australia, Clement Attlee in the UK, and a bunch of DGGers were pretty upset about these examples that I used. They would say these are just social democrats. And I'm like, no, we have to be clear on our terms here. The Labour Party in 1941 ran on a socialist platform. The platform of the Labour Party in 1941 literally said the Labour Party is a socialist party and proud of it. And they talked about nationalizing many, many different key industries and also starting a national health service, which they then ended up doing. So, I mean, it's just I think fundamentally, you have a lot of people.
I would have to go back and look up historically every single one of these things, but usually it comes that when I look up oh, who were these people? They weren't avowed socialists, or it was a minority party in a larger coalition of liberal capitalist things, or they called themselves socialists, but more or less they were basically just social democrats or liberals. But I would have to go back and look it up, so I'm not going to say he's wrong on that. Just every single time I've ever checked into any of these claims ever, they've always been basically liberals and capitalists.
People who have responded to this and said, well, if you're an incrementalist, if you're a reformist, if you believe in democratic frameworks, if you don't believe in socializing the entirety of the economy, you're not a real socialist. But I don't think historically or contemporarily that's how these terms have been used, and I think that that's kind of a problem. I use the example of a utilitarian. So Destiny's a utilitarian. There's a lot of utilitarians out there. Most utilitarians would say, hey, I believe in maximizing utility. But then some common, I would say, surface level objections to that is, what is utility? How do you maximize it? Can you even really maximize it? A lot of people who are utilitarians to that would simply say, well, look, obviously, practically speaking, it is a bit opaque what it means to maximize utility. In terms of literally maximizing utility, there's some natural, practical limitations to that. We can only maximize utility so much. It can't actually be maximized for various reasons. You might say that there's literally political constraints. Maybe there's ways to maximize utility that require certain political reforms, but practically speaking, we just can't do it. And so, look, for all those reasons, yes, I'm a utilitarian, but it's not practical to achieve those ideals for one reason or another. We can only take certain steps towards them. That doesn't mean you're not a utilitarian, and it doesn't mean that different political thinkers or governmental actors who acted in utilitarian fashions weren't really utilitarians. That's the only thing I wanted to do, is inject a little bit of nuance into that discussion. I thought a lot of the discussion, to be fair, I was getting, people were kind of, people keep assuming a lot of things about my position, which is kind of frustrating. I've seen a lot of comments to the effect of Econoboy just is a Hassan simp, and it's where's the evidence for that? Of all the comments I've made about Hassan historically, probably 95% of them have been negative, and the other 5% have probably been neutral. I don't even know. I literally don't. Probably 90% on simp, and it's where's the evidence for that? Of all the comments I've made about Hassan historically, probably 95% of them have been negative, and the other 5% have probably been neutral. I don't even know. I literally don't know if you can find any comments on any video or text fashion.
So this is the thing that I said, it's very hard to quantify, but it's not so much that they are saying positive comments about Hassan. It's the idea that you would be in a call and then the argument is over like, should we try to appeal to more like moderates or should we try to appeal to tankies like Hassan? And it seems like the argument is that you should try to appeal to tankies. Now you can say we're not saying anything positive about him, but it's like, damn, that's like that's just an insane position to inhabit. And then expect that nobody thinks that you're looking favorably or at least semi-favorably upon that ideology. That's just a crazy position to inhabit. I don't know.
Which is me making a positive comment about Hassan. Like, I literally don't know that that's even available. I don't know that that's available, right? I've had a lot of criticisms of Hassan and like his rhetoric, and I've had a lot of criticisms of these other members of the alternative left ecosystem. That's not.
Isn't it just quibbling over what their political labels mean? And you also can still go Trump as conservatives, but they are certainly not adhering to conservative values. So why stand this firm on the socialism label? Are you asking me or them? My biggest issue is because like this has all been kind of like couched. This has all been kind of like couched in the broader conversation of who should the Democratic Party be trying to appeal to, right? That's where this all kind of like sprung out of. I think if we were in a world where this had come from something else, then maybe my position on this would be a bit different, or I wouldn't care as much about it. But like when you have like this like row of dominoes of like the Democrat, like you've got the Mamdani stuff, who is pretty far left, but I mean, it's New York City, it's whatever, it's a mayor, you know? You've got the Mamdani stuff, and then you've got like, you know, like people like Econoboy on Live and Learn are like, actually, I'm a socialist now. And then you've got, you know, like Peace goes like, well, would you rather vote for Hassan Piker or Donald Trump? And it's like, God damn, those are some extreme positions. And then you've got the arguments of like, we should be trying to appeal and capture all of the Marxist-Leninists to be part of our political party rather than pushing this. It's just like a lot of stuff in secession. And I'm like, I don't know, man. It starts to feel like very, very, very fucking weird.
Not new. That's not anything that's I'm unfamiliar with or haven't done in the past. I mean, I think it's kind of ridiculous to frame it that way. This all fundamentally comes from the conversation that I had with Hutch and Jashai and Pisco. That's what Destiny was reacting to in the background, where what I said was, I don't think that the lefties criticizing AOC for her vote are going to have a lot of impact on AOC's future political career. And people were saying that was downplaying it. No, these lefties have like a huge influence.
Yeah, because but the question was never is like this, like the whole way that this got reframed. This is a big gaslight, okay? The question, like this is a huge gaslight of Hutch. All three of these guys mind fucked him so hard on this. Nobody was saying that the leftists are bad because they're going to have a negative impact on AOC's ability to get elected in the future. That was never the argument. The argument was that they're having a bad impact on the Democratic Party because the Democrats are constantly getting it from every fucking side, always, from everybody. This was that tweet I was looking for earlier, and it's a good tweet. If you're on the right, shitting on Dems is how you demonstrate the shared hatreds that make you part of the tribe. If you're on the center left, shitting on Dems is how you demonstrate the above-it-all independence that earns the admiration of your peers. If you're on the left, shitting on Dems is how you demonstrate the moral and ideological purity that are the price of membership. And if you're in the media, shitting on Dems is how you fight off accusations of bias and establish your objectivity. There is no faction in U.S. politics, barely even elected Democrats, for whom praising Dems is socially advantageous. There's no approbation weighting, no reputational boost, what he meant, for anyone. It is, from almost every vantage point, uncool. Just try it on Twitter to see for yourself. Thus, we get today's information environment. This was in 2023 that this guy tweeted this, by the way, which responds to a transition from 4 years of violent, irrational madness and mass death to 3 years of relative, scandal-free sanity and economic recovery with unrelenting top-to-bottom negativity. To hear Pisco ever say Biden did some Trumpian shit, that is like, it's like the most retarded comment you could ever make. Like if you saw like Joe Biden drinking a glass of water and it's like, what a Nazi and simp that he took from that glass of water there. It's like, what the fuck? No faction, as far as I can tell, not a single individual wants to reckon with their role and responsibility in this state of affairs. So I guess we're just going to talk ourselves into outright fascism, and it's going to be no one's fault.
Let's just say I'm completely wrong about that. Let's say I'm completely wrong, and actually these lefties have a huge amount of influence. That's just me being wrong on a descriptive fact is not me simping for Hassan or me doing anything akin to that. Like, that's a little bit absurd, if you ask me, to make that leap of logic. So that out of the way, Destiny sees that tweet, and he responds with this comment.
Link the tweet.
He responds with this comment, and I'll go into my response as well. So he sees this tweet where I say this isn't based, and I kind of try to, I put in a little bit of nuance there, I think to be nuanced. He says, would you ban all forms of private ownership in your ideal society and outlaw parties that support private ownership? Here is what I immediately say. And this is all you can see 6 hours ago. I immediately say yes and no. Now, this will be important later. He asks me 2 questions, and then I say yes to the first, no to the second. But even if you misinterpreted that and said, oh, well, maybe he's saying a middling answer on both of those things, like maybe he would kind of want to ban all parties that advocate for capitalism, and maybe he would kind of want to ban all private ownership, I immediately say in the tweet thread this. Practically, I think there's an upper limit on public ownership, but I think we can go even further than Norway and maintain economic growth. However, I think complete social ownership is ideal, and if we can figure out a way to get there, I'd be all for that. And no.
Like, well, maybe we'll see if he talks about this, I guess.
I'm a Democrat first. I don't think advocating for private ownership or any alternative model should be banned. Pretty clear answers to those questions. Next up, I say, on the presence of private ownership, I come to socialism from a normative view that social ownership is ideal for egalitarian purposes, but that doesn't mean it's entirely practical. For instance, most utilitarians, and I go into the utilitarian argument.
Like, I think that because of the way that socialism is described and because of the victims of socialism, right? Like, if you think in an ideal form, well, who are the victims of socialism? Well, it's the landlords and it's the millionaires and the billionaires and the large corporations. So the victims actually seem like okay victims. Like, yeah, fuck those people, right? Whereas in fascism, the victims are the poor, dispossessed, and the minorities and everything else. Now, obviously, if you flip this, right, a fascist empire will tell you the victims are actually the people who are in control of all society, like the Jews or certain minorities that are destroying our culture. And in socialism, it's horrible because the victims are just the small business owners and people that just want to live free lives and make free decisions, right? It just depends on who you ask. But like the idea that like I wouldn't advocate for private ownership being banned, but I think that social ownership of everything is ideal means that would be a direction you're constantly pushing it, which is a banning of all private enterprise and all private ownership. Is banning the ability to form a company on your own. It's banning the ability to hire an employee ever, that's just, I don't know. I guess we'll talk about it tomorrow, but
argument, right? Which you've already heard. So I feel like that is like a pretty tight, that's like, I don't even know. That's like 5 sentences where I say pretty fucking explicitly that in an ideal world, we would have total social ownership, but similar to the utilitarian who can't exactly practically accomplish his ideals, just thinks that it's just to do. I don't know that that's actually practical to do, right? There's limitations here that we're working with. And also egalitarianism, for those that don't...
You should watch us talk with Hutch. He explains how it would happen. Link me.
No, who haven't read the Substack post that I've made. I come to socialism through an egalitarian framework, but egalitarianism isn't the only thing that I value. I don't think that, for instance, if we were all equally poor, that's better than a society with some trivial level of inequality, but we're, much more wealthy in that society. I take economic growth to be important things. I take like what you might call utility to be important things. I take things like community and solidarity to also be important things. I'm an ethical pluralist. I have multiple values that I want to try and maximize, but obviously some of these values compete against each other. And you have to try and come to practical kind of like ultimately practical alternatives to the limitations of your ethical viewpoint in an applied sense. So again, similar to how a utilitarian would say it's not practical to totally maximize utility. However, I'm still a utilitarian because I think it's a generally good principle. And I think that social ownership in socialist economics is a generally good principle to adhere to, but I recognize that there's some practical limitations. And I go through that in the article that I pasted in the comments of this stream.
The analogy doesn't work here. This analogy is just analogous, okay? So when he's saying that this is the same thing as a utilitarian not being able to effect his ideal utilitarian world, and he's just getting to part of it, the issue that I'm having is not that he can't reach his idealized version of a world. It's that I think that the idealized version of the world is bad, right? If a utilitarian's idealized version of their world was the murder of all black people, but they're saying, understandably, I can't get there, so I guess in the meantime, I just have to make black people, as productive in society as possible because I can't enact my idealized version of utilitarianism, I wouldn't support that person's politics, right? I'd say, hold on, that's kind of unhinged. And if your idealized version is the banning of all private ownership and all private capital, but you don't think you can ever get there, so you're just going to try to take as many steps towards it in the meantime, that's not a thing that I would support, right? These are not, the issue is not the fact that you have an idealized version of something that you can never get to. It's that I don't like the idealized version of that thing, and I think there should be more criticism towards it.
And I kind of go, this is like a 5,000 word article, so it's very, it's a very, it's a very kind of like in-depth explanation. Ben Riley donates $5. One common contention Desi makes is what level of coercion are you willing to allow to achieve your version of socialism? My answer to that is just the ordinary coercion that's associated with property rights in the first place. I believe in entirely voluntary transactions to get there. So I guess not entirely because, things like eminent domain already exist and that would probably still exist in my society. But, those are things that clearly people are, I guess for the most part, okay with. And things like, probably there'd be like some, what you could think of as like maybe like emergency expropriation where like maybe it's the case that like some like absentee landowner or something is, creating a negative experience where a bunch of people are about to like die from a condemned property. So the city has to like take it over, that's all normal. That all exists in our current society, right? But for the most part, it's all like voluntary transactions and stuff like that. Everything that I just mentioned before that is very marginal and on the edges, okay? Now, I say all this, right, which I think that to be like a pretty sensible explanation and a pretty sensible, like clear explanation as to what I'm saying and like what I'm advocating for. And then later today, I get people sending me clips from, I guess Destiny did a stream called Hanging Out with Connor. I don't know if he's still doing it right now. And then Destiny says this, right? Which I just think to be, well, I don't know. Just listen and you guys can tell me, I guess.
How do you feel about that definition? Yeah, that's a definition that I would probably agree with, is like socialism. Okay. But a lot of socialists are like, oh, we just want more of like a welfare state. So do you feel like you're hiding the power level? Yes. Okay. Me too. But it's very fucking annoying. It's like very telling based on how mad they get at certain people. It's like I thought today Conboy quote tweeted somebody saying that I had a base clip or whatever, and he was like, "Oh no, not base. Actually, socialism is actually really cool, kids. Like, trust me." And I responded to him with a pretty hyperbolic tweet, like expecting him. I figured it was kind of a layup, like he should be able to like shoot it down easily, and then I could have like a more like detailed back and forth. But my question was like, "Hey, I'm just curious. In your ideal social society, would you ban all private capital and all opposing political parties?" And his response started off with like, "Well, yes and no." Right. Like, and this is the moderate. Keep in mind that he's like the insanely moderate socialist.
He's the nice
type.
one. He's the friendly one.
And even he's on like, I would ban maybe like kind of ban opposing political parties and ban private owners. Like, okay, well that's a little bit insane, but
this is my frustration with socialism in general, because when I came into Twitch and YouTube politics, there were a whole bunch of creators who were basically like, no, we're not.
Now, to be fair, in his next tweet, he says explicitly that he wouldn't ban opposing political parties. But if you're advocating for full social ownership, I don't see how that's possible. But maybe he'll explain it. We'll hear.
Not into the scary stuff, right?
Okay. And I think that's like the gist. I mean, to me at least, that's like the gist of the clip, right? So, you know, and if Destiny wants to just say like, oh, I didn't really read what you wrote, or like I misunderstood what you wrote, like that's fine, right? We'll get into that in his response later. But that's clearly an insane interpretation to what I wrote. Like that's clearly an insane interpretation of what I wrote. I clearly said, no, I would not, like practically speaking, I wouldn't ban private ownership.
Like practically speaking, but idealistically, I would be constantly pushing in that direction. Like, what is that distinction even relevant?
That I have like these normative reasons why I would think that social ownership is an ideal. And by the way, those normative reasons are reasons that almost everyone would agree with, right? That a pretty classic argument against socialism is, well, it sounds nice on paper, but it doesn't really work in practice. Which is to say, if it could work, socialism would be great. Because why should it be the case that private owners are the only ones that own capital, or you know, very disproportionately the people that own capital, and not just the society at large? My 3 Wonks podcast, neoliberal Micah Irfan, who is not a socialist by any stretch of the imagination, we did an episode called, about collective ownership, where we spoke about all these things. And even Micah said, if social ownership could work, it is ideal, because maybe you can internalize some externalities, and then you have this egalitarian distribution of profits, and that is a totally sensible opinion to have. A lot of capitalists and neoliberals have that opinion. I have that same opinion, that yes, like in an ideal sense, and because I think that's an ideal, and because I think that it's an egalitarian ideal, that yes, it would be great to only have social ownership, but as explained in my article, which predated this, which Destiny hasn't read, and it's okay that he hasn't read it, that clearly we would still have private transactions and private ownership in my ideal system, or like what you could say my practical ideal system, right? That I would take a lot of what Norway does, I would change a few things up, and I would go a little bit further, but that's, I think, where we hit kind of the bedrock of what is practical, and maybe in the future, that'll change. I'll read a quote from one of the parts of the article series that I wrote. It's by G.A. Cohen. It kind of, it's emblematic of the point that I just made. G.A. Cohen says this in his book. He says, any attempt to realize the socialist ideal runs up against entrenched capitalist power and individual human selfishness. Politically serious people must take those obstacles seriously, but they are not reasons to disparage the ideal itself. The socialist aspiration is to extend community and justice to the whole of our economic life. As I have acknowledged, we now know that we do not know how to do that, and many think we now know that it is impossible to do that. But community conquests in certain domains such as healthcare and education have sustained viable forms of production and distribution in the past. G.A. Cohen, in a book that he wrote, I don't even know how old this book is, honestly. This is like a decade-old book at this point. He makes substantially the same point. And G.A. Cohen was not an authoritarian. He was not, he was a socialist, but that's my point. And I feel like I laid that out pretty clearly. And Destiny interpreted that in clearly the most incomplete and not necessarily bad faith, but like he just didn't really read what I wrote, right? And he's speaking to like thousands and thousands of people.
All right, we'll see what comes out tomorrow.
Hold on.
Okay, hold on. Apparently, he talks to Hutch about this.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Hutch.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Doing all right. I'm currently in the trenches of DGG trying to explain socialism.
In the Reddit or where?
It's everywhere, man. Everywhere, Hutch.
One of the things I also don't like is, I'll just say this, okay? Like, imagine if I say, if I were to say this, I think that we should be able to have huge muscles and great bodies. We should also be able to eat chocolate cake all the time. Okay, all right, well, how are you gonna do that? Well, I'm gonna go to a whole bunch of powerlifters and bodybuilders. No, not powerlifters. I'm gonna go to a whole bunch of bodybuilders. I'm gonna go to a whole bunch of fit people in the gym, and I'm gonna have all of them start eating chocolate cake. And I was like, okay, based. And then you do that for a little bit, and you're like, okay, cool, look, you have all these people with these fit bodies, and they're really healthy, whatever, and they're eating chocolate cake all the time. That's awesome. So like, look, it seems like eating chocolate cake all the time is actually like a realistic way to have like the happiness of getting to eat chocolate cake always, and also like being really fit and healthy and having a nice body. It's like, hold on. Those bodies were not made because they ate a ton of chocolate cake. Those bodies were made because they were in the gym doing some form of caloric restriction and eating healthy and like paying attention to their diet and everything, right? Why is it that the socialists get to come in and say, well, wouldn't an ideal society be one where, we have like public ownership of all these things? Yeah, but public ownership of what? Of services and goods and firms that were privately massively successful. It wasn't socialism that produced all of the massive firms that now you want to have some social ownership over, right? So it's like they're like finding a way to say, because he said, well, doesn't everybody acknowledge that in an ideal system, this is what we would want? And it's like, well, even in your idealized system, and also even Marx said this, right, that you need capitalists to do all of the capital formation stuff before the socialists can kind of come in and take it all over. Like, would they be able to continue to create or innovate or push forward in the same way that private enterprise has? I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen any examples of that. Maybe they could, and it just hasn't happened yet, but
that community is like really activated right now, and we have our disagreements, but some of the rhetoric is fucking.
Read the Vosh message. The Vosh message for all time. This obsessing over Vosh's message from 6 years ago is fucking retarded. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about any of this.
Where Hutch?
That community is like really activated right now, and we have our disagreements, but some of the rhetoric is fucking crazy. That's showing up on my feed. Like, hold on, let me find it. Somebody was saying that. Where did I see it? It was in this thread. No, it was. I posted about the live and learn stuff, and then.
Wait. Hold on. Somebody says she listens for a minute or two more. 1 sec.
And it's clearly just an unfair interpretation of my position. And it's one of the reasons why there's a bunch of people saying now, like, oh, like, Econoboy is not in favor of democracy. Because you know, it's like, that's what they think, is they don't, you know, people aren't going to read this stuff themselves, right? And so I posted on Twitter. I basically said, you know, hey, OmniLiberal, that's his Twitter account. I say, hey, OmniLiberal, you asked me 2 questions. The second of which was, would I ban capitalist parties? And I said, no. I also included immediately a full explanation of my position where I said I'm a Democrat first. I assume you misread. I then say several times now, it's been represented that I'm not in favor of democracy or liberal government, not just by Destiny, and that's pretty frustrating. When predating any of this, I released my full model where I specifically rejected anti-democratic approaches, and I kind of highlight from the articles that I wrote. I talk about socialism without being afraid of democracy. I say some problems with this. Number one, I just straight up believe in democracy. And then I also say that when it comes to, you know, socialism with Econoboy characteristics, the thing that I advocate for, the model should be compatible with democratic frameworks. Like, I'm writing this. I'm literally writing it out as clearly and concisely as I can possibly think to. Maybe I'm not the best writer in the world, but it's just, you know, that's frustrating to have your position misrepresented by this. And if Destiny comes back and says, hey, look, fuck, I just, you know, I wasn't paying that close of attention. I just misread whatever. Fair enough. But then he comes back and within the same stream he says this in response.
But Drew Pavlin would do that shit. I don't hate
Drew.
I just don't get a very serious political person.
Hold on. I have to like go back to the
win election. You're a people center. You don't need to made a video in Moscow. Look at the grocery store.
I think I messed up.
I think there's an upper limit.
Okay, here we go. Found it.
I don't hate Drew. I just don't get a very serious political person. The point is, like, I'm pretty sure you have the exact tempo in order to do a 2-minute video. Oh shit, guys, I went to the grocery store in Australia and look at all this fucking shrimp. There you go. Also, hold on, I got you can respond to Mulder real quick. Please. He said, hey, I'm liberal. I appreciate your retraction. You asked me 2 questions. The second of which was, would I ban capitalist parties? And I said no. I also included immediately a full explanation of my position. Okay, so I said, would you ban all forms of private ownership in your ideal society and outlaw parties to support private ownership? His response was yes and no. Practically, I think there's an upper limit of public ownership, but I think we can go even further than Norway and maintain economic growth. However, I think complete social ownership is ideal. And if we can figure out a way to get there, I'd be all for it. So complete social ownership means the elimination of all private property and all private investment.
Okay. I feel like Destiny is reading this as if this is a gotcha. I have to repeat this for the 100th time because I feel like there's a lot of people watching. I've never eschewed away the idea that it would be an ideal to only have the social ownership of capital. I'm not going to repeat my point about this for the 100th time. Again, just because an ideal is impractical doesn't mean that it's not in some sense just.
I don't know. I guess maybe we'll read, maybe tomorrow, I guess. Maybe we'll read his Substack, I guess, explain this. I don't understand. I feel like this distinction is meaningless, but maybe in a Substack, maybe he has it.
Right? Just because there's practical obstacles to something doesn't mean that it is not in some sense just. That just period, right? Practically speaking, I don't think you can literally get rid of all capital, just to be clear.
So practically speaking, he wouldn't want to ban all private ownership, but idealistically he would. Like, why? Like, I don't think that's good. I think that's immoral. I don't like that. The idea that I would be banned from ever starting a company or banned from doing private investment, I don't think that's a moral good. I don't think that's ideal. And if you think that's ideal, I wouldn't consider this person somebody I would be in alignment with heavily. It's just not. The fact that you might pick up a few social programs on the way for like healthcare or whatever, on the way to your abolition of all private investment and all private enterprise, I don't think that's a good thing.
Doesn't mean that it is not in some sense just. That just period, right? Practically speaking, I don't think you can literally get rid of all capital, just to be clear. I feel like he's reading, and that wasn't even the point that I made. The point that I made was you misrepresented my views on whether or not my system would be liberal democracy, right? Whether or not you'd be able to advocate for capitalism in my system. In my system, if you want to go out and advocate for capitalism and say all this social ownership is cringe, you know, we need to privatize all this stuff, you can do that. And I've said that multiple times in multiple different mediums, right? Directly to Destiny as well, right? So anyway, let's go on, because he says more.
And everything is socially owned. It would necessitate the banning of all private investment. Probably, maybe he would still allow.
What's the retraction that he's looking for?
I think he's trying to say that he didn't say that he would ban all forms of private ownership. But I don't know how complete social ownership has room for any type of private ownership.
Everybody agree with him.
What?
Okay, so again, I can't imagine Destiny is misunderstanding this. It seems absurd. Destiny's saying I can't imagine how social ownership has any room for private. That's not the retraction I'm looking for. The retraction I'm looking for is that you could have a society with entirely social ownership of capital, but also a society where people advocated against that very system. Now you might say, look, that's not you couldn't.
Okay, wait. So he would be okay with a total. So he is okay with 100% social ownership, but he's just clarifying that he wouldn't necessarily ban the political party, I guess. Okay.
Practically have that. You couldn't practically have a world where everything was totally socially owned and people would politically tolerate that. People would always, practically speaking, in a democratic system want some level of private ownership, to which I would say, maybe you're right. But I also said I'm a Democrat first, okay? I'm not a socialist first. I'm not an egalitarian. There are certain things I prioritize other than these other ideals, and that should be sensible to anybody listening. That obviously you have to kind of weigh the different moral issues that you think are important and make compromises. I say in the piece, I'll say here now, that I think political egalitarianism is a much more important, for a number of reasons, a more important thing to maintain than economic egalitarianism. That it's much, to me at least, if I had to pick a society, and once...
Don't you think you can have an individual preference in regards to an ideology without the will to actually try to enforce it for the entire society? I don't know. Do you think in North Korea or Vietnam or China, where you have single party rules and opposing political parties are banned? Well, he's saying I guess they wouldn't ban opposing political parties. I just don't know in any of these like vanguard socialist states where any of that has ever happened ever. I don't know where that happens. Like it seems like it's almost necessitated by, because when they're moving to the socialist form of economic arrangement, they're doing so. He said it himself that socialism for him is a normative, meaning a moral statement for him. So if socialism is like the moral good, you would have political parties that exist that are advocating for literally immorality. It's just, I don't think in practice, I don't think that can ever be the case. And I think that's why in practice and empirically, historically, socialist states are typically one-party states, and that's it. And there is no opposing political party.
Society was my ideal economic institutions, but it was not free and fair democracy. And another society which was, let's just say a very, very optimal setup, free and fair democracy, but not my ideal economic institutions, I pick the latter option every single day of the week. And that's not a hard decision for me. That's not a hard decision for me. I have no problem saying or admitting or acquiescing to the idea that, hey, well, Econoboy, if we live in an open and free and fair democracy, people are going to want a lot of private ownership. And it's like, yeah, maybe that's true. People are different. People have different senses of values and prioritize. I believe in democracy first. And if my democratic ideals means that it's ultimately unachievable to totally socialize all production, then to me, that's okay. I'm much more offended by the idea that we ultimately unachievable to use and prioritize. I believe in democracy first. And if my democratic ideals means that it's ultimately unachievable to totally socialize all production, then to me, that's okay. I'm much more offended by the idea that we wouldn't allow free and fair democracy than the idea that we would have 20% of wealth of society be owned in private hands, because we still got the other 80%. And gosh, this democracy thing seems to be working out pretty fucking well, right? So that's
like, I don't know. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Like, what does that look like in practice when the government owns 80% of every single business? What does that even mean? So like, if I start a new business, like because you guys don't understand, or some of you maybe don't understand, or maybe I'm retarded. What that means in practice is that, like, if I want to start a business, if let's say I want to start a business selling instruments, okay, I would have to go to the government and get permission to do that. I wouldn't be able to do that on my own because hiring employees is unethical. It would have to be started cooperatively. And then if the government's got an 80% stake in my business, that means that whatever business I start, I have to go to the government for approval to say, hey, I'm starting a business. Can you fund me 80% of the startup money? Because if I start the business at 100% investment, at some point, I'm going to be forced to sell 80% of my business to the government, right? Which means nobody's going to start any new businesses. It'll all have to be done through some kind of central committee, some kind of planning.
That's my point here.
And somebody said that you guys are cowering in fear to morons.
That's true.
It says it sucks that your co-hosts are closet tanky regards.
Wait, hold on.
It's not just
Wait, just pit stop here real quick.
apt to be illiberal. He is explicitly illiberal, right?
You're gonna have to provide me what's the evidence that he's explicitly anti-liberal in the sense of, when you say anti-liberal, do you mean anti against liberals?
He is an ML Marxist.
Does he identify as an ML Marxist?
Okay.
I'm asking you that. Is that a fair question? Wait, why are you laughing? Is that a fair?
When he says illiberal, I feel like Pisco's making, I can't tell if I'm being uncharitable. I think Pisco, it sounded like Pisco was making the liberal like the Democratic Party. No, illiberal like when Trump made this mistake of Western liberalism. He means like illiberal like against liberalism broadly as a concept.
Fair question.
I laughed because I saw you go through part of that transcript on the conversation between him and Ethan on re-education camps. And one, I thought you were incredibly charitable, and two, I don't think you got it right in that interpretation. I have it here if you want to go through it.
Yeah, we can, and we definitely should. I'm asking though as a question. Do you think it's a crazy question to ask? Well, you said he's a Marxist-Leninist. Does he identify as such? Is that a crazy question?
I think it's hard with Hassan because you hear a bunch of different things from him. But I think it's in the same way Nick Fuentes doesn't call himself a Nazi.
Well, no, but he calls himself a Christian nationalist. He calls himself anti-Semitic.
But he doesn't call himself a Nazi.
Yeah, I know, but he defines
But
himself
is he
in
a
other
Nazi?
ways. Yeah, I understand. But is it crazy for me to ask oh well, what does he identify as? What does he state his belief is? That's not a crazy thing to ask.
Like he should just make him watch the deprogram thing. Hassan literally is sitting on a show with other Marxist-Leninists, with other tankies, saying, my purpose is to sit here as this part of the radicalization funnel to radicalize more people towards more hardcore, left-leaning beliefs without explicitly. It's crazy that Hassan gives the whole game away public. He says it explicitly public. He says all of it. We don't have to guess. We know what he does. We know what he says.
My understanding is that the way Hassan has talked about is I think he's openly called himself a communist. He's at the very least called himself a democratic socialist.
Aaron calls herself a communist. That can mean different. I'm just asking you.
Aaron is also a tanky. Aaron is a tanky. She's a Marxist-Leninist.
Is it a ridiculous question for me to say, how does he identify? Does he say he's a Marxist-Leninist? What's the support that he's a Marxist-Leninist?
Well, the reason that there's a lot of reasons, but like, I don't know what the point of this question is, because all I'm saying is we can look at his beliefs, see that they are anti-liberal, and the title of Marxist-Leninist isn't that important.
No, because you were saying that like you took issue with me saying, and I think he's more apt to be a liberal than Kyle Kalinske. Like, he's not just apt to be a liberal; he's a Marxist-Leninist. And I'm just like, okay,
I said he's explicitly a liberal. Maybe he doesn't fall under that specific title of Marxist-Leninist. I don't watch enough Hassan to quote him specifically saying I'm a Marxist-Leninist.
But already granted you, he's more illiberal than Kyle Kalinske. And
I'm not saying he's more illiberal. I'm saying he's explicitly illiberal. Like he hates liberals. He doesn't want a liberal system.
If what you mean by liberal is he doesn't like liberals, agreed. He's anti-liberal in the sense that he does not.
Well,
like
I also
liberals.
mean that I mean he also does not want a liberal system of government or
By
society.
that meaning that he would be in favor of getting rid of what
like private property, private enterprise, like the commodification of a whole bunch of things. Like he wants like a centrally planned economy, probably significantly curtailing a lot of different types of political freedoms, things that would revolve around like a vanguard party. Like this is the ML shit.
Get rid of like free speech. He would get rid of private property.
Yes, yes.
Where's the evidence that he would get rid of free speech?
The re-education camps is
that's the best piece of evidence that he would get rid of free speech.
That's a blatant one.
Is that the best piece of evidence that he's against free speech?
The best. I'm trying to think. Probably, yeah.
Okay, I don't think that moves me on. Like, that's your.
Do you want to go through his
Because
statements?
you're saying that's the best piece of evidence that he's against free speech, right?
The re-education thing I think is blatant. Okay.
Okay.
So
But in general, but I just want before we will read it. But if my reading is correct, if it's correct to say he only wants to apply re-education as where there's a crime as a condition precedent, you wouldn't have an issue with that in the abstract, correct? And it wouldn't be against free speech, would it?
As a crime and what?
Reading is correct. If it's correct to say he only wants to apply re-education as where there's a crime as a condition precedent, you wouldn't have an issue with that in the abstract, correct? And it wouldn't be against free speech, would it?
I don't want to. Let's just go through it.
Wait, even in principle, if I say, for example, in
well,
our system,
the thing is like that's our system right now. Like, right? Yeah. Like if we're just punishing people who are violent and doing crimes, that's just our system.
Yeah, I agree. So in principle, if someone said, hey, if we get to a socialist system and as part of the punishment and rehabilitation of crimes, we have education programs to better integrate into society and accept our socialist values as a precedent to a crime, you wouldn't necessarily have a problem, like an anti-free speech for that, given that we do similar things to prisoners today.
This is a very tricky. I feel like I can't tell if these are intentional or not. The answer is actually no, right? Like if I shouldn't have even granted this earlier because I couldn't believe anybody would actually say this. We send people to prison for crimes. We do not re-educate people ideologically. When we talk about like re-education in our current system, we're talking about like actually do book reports and get a college degree while in prison, or learn how to like do a trade or work a job in prison. We're not talking about change your ideology from Republican to Democrat or from liberalism or authoritarianism to communism. We're not talking about that type of re-education. That is the type of re-education that Hassan was talking about. That's why the examples that he was giving were things like white terror or whatever. These were ideologically informed types of violence that he would ideologically re-educate people out of. It's not really what we do in prisons today. When I said earlier, we already do this. It was more like we already send people to jail for doing crime, but we don't actually like ideologically re-educate them where ideology is defined as your actual like political or moral philosophy in the world, unless it's like just your moral philosophy is just committing violence or whatever.
Yeah, but
and other countries do this as well.
I understand that, but like he's not even in that example even in of itself, and I'll get to this in the transcript. He's not even talking about speech there. He's just talking about violent crime and how you would handle that, and like that's all.
Wait. So we'll definitely do not get anxious. We'll go. I am here. It is 2:30 in the morning. We'll get into the transcript. I'm here for it. I'm here for us to go parse it line through line. But I'm just asking you in principle. There's nothing anti-free speech, is there, about as a consequence for a criminal action, allowing for or mandating education programs, correct?
Like, how he does this for education programs. Oh, that can't be real. That can't. When they talk about re-education, they just mean sending you to go get your GED. That can't be a real statement. That can't possibly be real. Hassan just wants more people to have their bachelors. Like,
action.
He means go to community college.
Allowing for or mandating education programs, correct? We allow slavery.
I'll lightly say yes. There's nothing inherently. Although again, it depends on the crime. But
okay, so I totally agree that it depends on if you're just making political crimes. Then obviously this is all just a way to launder, right? You're saying it's because of crimes, but the crimes themselves are political offenses against speech. In which case, that itself would it's not helpful if the crime itself is speech related, and you say, well, the re-education is just for the crime, but you define the crime in such a way as to be, viewpoint not neutral, right? So I agree with you on that. So now let's actually look at what he said. Okay.
Okay. I have it here. Ethan says, if the will of the people is to go back to do more of a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism? Hassan says, I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted. Now, I'll clarify here. Hassan thinks that capitalist governments resist socialism and communism.
Oh, good job, whoever this is. Nice.
Through violence. He explicitly says this. This is how he thinks capitalists control and seclude communism from taking over the world. And then he goes on to say, historically, any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree. I think there's a speaking how capitalist governments have resisted. Historically, any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence. So here he's saying there will be violence, but not to the same degree as capitalists, supposedly.
Well, hang on. So let's read it. So you're saying I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but yes, the solution to that will always be education and offering more. So you think that means that he does think that we should have violence against people who use speech?
Yes, because like he says, he wants to do it akin to how capitalist governments do it, and he thinks capitalist governments use violence, and he even says even said we should use violence, but not to the same degree.
Where does he say that capitalist governments have historically? Well, I'll grant that he says that capitalist governments have used violence to resist historically socialist movements, right? By which he means, I assume,
like the Cold War stuff, you know.
So in the Cold War situation, what do they do?
Like when we like subvert governments, or when we like in like places like El Salvador and like I guess South Korea.
Right? So this is talking about. So I don't understand him to be referring to American foreign policy abroad. I think he's talking about domestic government. That's Ethan.
Hassan is literally on record stating, what did he say directly? If the American government has a position on something, if you have the opposite position, you're basically always going to be correct. Hassan obviously, massively, ideologically opposes the U.S. government and our foreign policy. Wait, was it in the violent clip? The one that apparently LSF fucking banned this and said it was a bad interpretation. Was it in that one where Hassan was speaking next to Ted Lorenz, where he said something like, as long as we can get the United States out of the way, there'll be like a globalist, like kind of global socialist revolution or something along those lines? Was that clip? Does anybody have a link to that TikTok? We can listen to it again. Like he says it outright.
More of it as well. I feel that in the city as well. Like I feel that there is a camaraderie and there is.
Well, like I think in the real world, the normies are way more radical than the way that the media is presenting this like liberal style resistance right now. I see Deborah's and Barbara's like wine moms on Facebook being like, Hakeem Jeffries, you need to go out and die. You need to go out and put your body on the line. What the fuck are you doing? And it's like literally like a 50-year-old lady on Facebook with her government name. And we kind of saw a bit of that with the North Carolina it wasn't Thomas Massey, Tom Tillis, where there were people like, I'm a 77-year-old veteran and I'm gonna this 1-8 you drive and messages they were leaving in this dude's this dude's office, and he's resigning. Like he's literally, this is his life. People are a lot more radical now. This is a time, it's an unprecedented time to really get others on board, to explain to them that it's not your neighbors, it's not like a Guatemalan migrant that is responsible for all the shit that you're going through on a daily basis, not a trans person. I said this on Theo Vaughn's podcast as well. It's like, a trans person is not your landlord, unless, I mean, we're in LA, maybe you guys got a trans landlord, I don't know, but
look at the juxtaposition there, right? It's hijacking the progressive issues, right? So it's not the immigrant, it's not the trans person, right? It's the conservative that's trying to take away the rights from these people? No. It's the capital class, right? That's what the juxtaposition is. This is right here. This is like and he does this a lot. I don't even know if I call this stuff out because I feel like it's just so obvious, right? It's always trying to hide. This is why he always he plays this game where sometimes he's a super progressive and other times he becomes like the kind of like ML Tanky guy. It's because he's trying to get those people with the idpol stuff and then make them care about idpol, but not really identity politics. It's idpol contrasted against like class consciousness, right? Yeah, they're trying to come after the gays and the trans and the immigrants, and it's not MAGA, it's not conservatives, it's capitalists, right? That's what he always does.
But for the most part, it's your landlord, it's your bosses that are fucking you over, it's capital owners that are fucking you over.
Your landlords and your bosses and capital owners are the reason why trans people lost access to healthcare in the United States.
And I think this is a unique opportunity to get even Deborah's and Barbara's on board with that, like white wine moms. And you actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about, someone has to do it.
See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean. Which is, I think that shows that there is a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and untapped potential, untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact. And it's a great opportunity for organizing, I think, in these unprecedentedly horrible times. So that's what I think.
Fuck, he didn't say it here. I wonder if he said it before. Can I not times two this fucking...
platform and be able to speak more freely outside of
Oh,
the
I can.
mainstream
Fuck.
media. But we're seeing this, like, just record kind of
Weird space to watch because I feel scary, or not scary, that is.
be able to speak more freely outside of the mainstream media. Free speech, whether it's the media, speech online. And, both the Democrats and the Republicans are aligned on censorship. They're manufacturing a moral panic around the internet and social
Both the Democrats and the Republicans are aligned on censorship? Oh, okay, Chief.
media and, telling people to support things like the Kids Online Safety Act, this horrible, horrible censorship bill. They're trying to repeal Section 230, which is a law that essentially protects speech online. So I think that, we need to do everything we can to protect it. To even be able to have episodes like South Park and for people like Hassan and me to be able to express ourselves freely as journalists still, in this time.
Yeah, I also wanted to talk about something else that's kind of tangentially related to the South Park thing, because we were talking about that. Like, I'm glad that, the fail-ennials and the boomer liberals, they like, Donald Trump has a tiny penis, it's cool, but, like, I think in the real world, the normies have...
Okay, fuck, it wasn't here. It was some other place. Fuck, some other place where he it's like a murmur at the end of a sentence, but he's basically saying that, like, if the U.S. can get out of the way, then the global, like, socialist class consciousness can emerge. I'm pretty sure it was Hassan that said it. Maybe it was somebody else, but I don't have the clip offhand, I guess. I don't know who. Revolutionary potential is absolutely an illusion for violence. Revolutionary and revolution always refers to like a socialist revolution, yes.
The scope of Ethan's question is about the will of the people, that is to say the American people.
Wasn't it in the deprogram thing? Maybe it might have been. Maybe it was in the deprogram clip that we listened to.
American foreign policy abroad. I think he's talking about domestic government. The scope of Ethan's question is about the will of the people, that is to say the American people.
Yeah.
Like, keep in mind, too, the context for Ethan's conversation with Hassan here is Hassan is supposed to be the knowing politics guy. Ethan is supposed to be the politics retarded guy. And he's speaking to a politically uninformed audience, supposedly. So how is there so much confusion here over what Hassan is saying? Like, wouldn't it behoove him to be as crystal clear as possible about his meaning and his intent behind everything?
Okay. But no, I'm just saying that, like, his problem, like, when he says it's akin to how capitalist governments have resisted, like, he'll also say that capitalists within the U.S. have resisted communism through violence, and he'll reference, like, McCarthy.
Okay, but he's saying not to that same degree of violence, but yes, we should do some stuff.
Okay,
so it's unclear what he's talking about, right?
Oh my God, it's unclear what he means, because he just says less violence. That could mean no violence, because technically, if somebody has 100% violence and another person has 0% violence, 0% violence would be less violence than 100% violence, right?
Not to that same degree of violence, but yes, we should do some stuff.
Okay,
so it's unclear what he's talking about, right?
Okay, but that's one that's by design. And two,
like, yes, because I was going to say, even if it is unclear, you've already conceded, in my opinion, the entire argument. Like, that, you've already, like, conceded that. Like, unclear is not acceptable when you're being asked about this here, right? Like, do you think that we should rape women in response to them committing crimes? Well, I mean, they rape women in some Middle Eastern societies in response to certain crimes. I don't think we should rape them as much as they do there. And it's like, okay. I mean, like, it's kind of like an ambiguous answer. Like, I mean, he says less in there. Like, you would never, ever, ever grant that. That would be a ridiculous answer. That's an unhinged answer. What do you mean less than? What? What does that even mean?
Also, I appreciate the charity with which you view people's arguments, but we have to remember, okay, and this is what I don't like about your analysis of this, is that
Hassan has explicitly said that he thrives in the ambiguity. It's like somebody comes out and they say, like, I dog whistle a whole bunch of positions so that it's hard to know exactly where I'm at so that I can radicalize people. And then somebody's arguing, like, don't you think this guy's saying a lot of insane shit? And then you're like, I don't really know if he's saying a lot of insane shit. I feel like a lot of it is actually quite ambiguous. And it's like, yeah, that's the point. He literally said that. He said that. That's the whole point.
Appreciate the charity with which you view people's arguments, but we have to remember, okay, and this is what I don't like about your analysis of this, is that Hassan is purposefully downplaying his rhetoric to funnel people into more radical positions. So when you just take him at his word in these conversations, when we know that his whole purpose is to downplay his position, to radicalize people further, then
I'm open to that.
Well, what are we doing?
So I want to say I'm open to that. Then if we can just...
You don't have to be open to that. Hassan has literally explicitly said that.
Agree that literally, as the words, as he's stating here, a good faith interpretation would not be that I'm against taking the whole quote in its context. The best faith interpretation of that, just the words and the context of the specific quote, putting aside the issues of him mask on, that the words themselves aren't saying we should get rid of the First Amendment and that we should put people in jail just because they think differently. That's not what the words actually say in context.
That's not what the words actually say. But I think that's going beyond good faith into like cover or like cope.
Wait, Hassan ML clips. Does he actually say he's an ML? I didn't think he actually like outwardly said that.
Many people in here did not start off as like card-carrying Marxist-Leninists, okay? As a matter of fact, no one does. It's crazy.
Does he really say this now?
That's it. That's why I always... Oh, she knows.
Okay. Jesus. ML is a tanky. That is a tanky. Okay? That's what that means. They're tankies.
Because of this perspective that I have.
Hold on.
It sounds like a guy doing good work, but the reverse purity argument is a miss for me. What? No. I mean, it might be a miss for you, but notice how you feel safe in this community. Here, I'll give you the greatest example. You want to know why you get to be in a fucking community with like 32,000 like-minded people, as opposed to your Splinter Discord that you occupy otherwise, where you guys do fake reading, reading seminars or whatever? Because of this perspective that I have. Many people in here did not start off as like card-carrying Marxist-Leninists, okay?
Many people here don't start off as, that's what he's saying, right?
Many people in here did not start off as
card-carrying
Marxist-Leninists.
As card-carrying Marxist-Leninists. That's insane.
Leninists, okay? As a matter of fact, no one does. It's crazy. That's it. That's why I always... Oh, she knows. What? Trump's anti-Semitism chief shares Jew card post from white supremacists. Leo Terrell, who runs the DOJ's anti-Semitism task force, shared a post from the former leader of an organization that promoted the Nazification of America. What? Leo Terrell, the civil rights attorney in charge of President Donald Trump's anti-Semitism task force, shared a post on the social media platform X on Friday from a notorious white supremacist leader. Trump has the ability to revoke someone's Jew card, said the post, which included the video of the president saying that the Senate majority...
Okay, was that it for that one? What is this?
Credibility, no gloves, let him have it, hold him to account. I mean, I don't really care about the petty shit. I just want to have this conversation, and more importantly, I want his audience to actually hear the truth. That is what I care about. Ironically enough, he believes that that's what he wants to do as well, to have my audience hear the truth about the dangerous nature, not realizing that my audience probably thinks I'm fucking not radical enough, you know? half of this community thinks I'm a pussy for not running around constantly and just like, I don't know, flying the banners, okay? So I don't know why he thinks that, I don't know why he legitimately and unironically thinks that like people are going to fucking be like, wow, I can't believe Hassan offered analysis and context to why resistance militancy exists against an apartheid regime that is doing fucking genocide and blowing the shit out of every neighboring country. I can't believe he said that. Oh no, the horror. Like, does he not realize that these are my points that I've said on my stream with additional fucking statements on top of that? I don't know why he thinks that my audience is going to be like, wow, this is a bridge too far. What's next? Are you going to say that you have Marxist-Leninist tendencies? How dare you?
Jesus. Okay.
First, than be called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Based.
Until you find a more appropriate and more successful method of building a Marxist-Leninist vanguard party, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, okay? And you do you.
Wow,
If you build it, I'll be there by your side.
Jesus
You understand?
Christ.
Try it.
Jesus Christ. Okay. I might have even watched that one before. Okay. I don't know. I'm just crazy. I didn't. Okay. He's super blatant and open about this. All right. In case you don't know where the term tanky comes from, there was a Hungarian revolution in the 50s where they tried to revolt against the Soviet Union. I don't know why. Those political parties were amazing and awesome. And I think as part of the counter to the revolution, Khrushchev, I think the meme is that he literally rolled tanks into Budapest and was running people over, right? I think is the, maybe that should be, I shouldn't call it a meme, I'm sorry. But they like rolled tanks out to like oppress the revolting civilian population. But you know, whatever.
For Hassan, like
so you can
no,
say,
sorry, and I don't think you're like doing this because you have someone who's Hassan. I'm just saying, like, if you're going this hard to like be like, well, just by the text that he says, he means this, or it doesn't go against.
I'm sorry,
speech.
I just did that for Destiny this entire time about like this little tweet thread where we were parsing like every single tiny word in ways that are like picking apart. So.
Parsing every single tiny word in ways we're picking apart. I know that Pisco's not the one who just said it about me. Excuse me, Mister, is this dispositive and blah, blah, blah. No, come on. These words are meaningfully different. Like, it matters when you say the difference between voting for somebody versus supporting somebody versus voting for somebody who's going to have the ability to enact their policy versus voting for somebody who's going to be politically ineffective. These are all important distinctions.
I feel like I do this for everybody. I try to do this for everybody, but let's talk about it. People have said for me, Hassan argues for re-education camps. They point to this, and I'm like, that's not what he's arguing for if you just take the words. And you're like, oh, come on, you believe him? Well, okay, you can say that he is masking the true nefarious.
I don't like that Pisco is saying that, like, okay, hypothetically, let's hypothetically grant, that Hitler really didn't like Jewish people. Okay, well, if I grant you that, no! First of all, we don't need a granting, we just need a shared reality. Hassan has openly, blatantly said this. He has openly, blatantly said this multiple times, that he masks in order to attract liberals to his political movement. We know this. This is not like a...
If anything, I'm more ML and less liberal than you are, you anarchist idiot.
This is in 2021. Like, Hassan is like open about this.
Scope of what he's saying, but then just don't sell this as the place in which he blatantly advocates for the bad thing. That you should say something weaker, like, oh, this is where he signals that he'd be in favor. But I think the reason people point
Hassan will never blatantly advocate for it, although he's basically done that because he literally says explicitly that I'm here to dog whistle and radicalize people down the funnel. What the fuck?
This is because he says he's in favor of re-education.
I mean,
That's what looks bad.
I think it gets worse even as you go down further into the transcript, into what he says.
Okay.
So after this whole section of, but I think that the solution will always be education, offering more education. Ethan says, re-education. Hassan says, re-education, certainly. Yeah, I know that's like a trigger word. Ethan says, let's put them in camps. Hassan says, no, not like that. I know that's a trigger word because people are like, what do you mean by that? Are you talking about like resident schools or Xinjiang? And Ethan says,
And he's
just
clarifying.
right. And Hassan says, yeah.
So this is him clarifying everything that he just said above. He's trying to clarify what he said above. Yeah.
Yes. He goes, no.
And he's clarifying it because Ethan thinks he's in favor of Vanguard Party, forced not enslavement, imprisonment of ideological enemies. Okay, that's what he's asking for clarification on.
No, I don't agree with that, which is something I openly criticize as well. That's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus they built is not good. And so then Ethan reiterates, he goes,
and then Hassan generalizes. He backs out and he generalizes. He doesn't answer the core of that question. It's like, you have to realize the strategy here. You have to know what's going on, right? Like, how do you discipline your kids? Well, I will send them to timeout. Sometimes I will chain them to the radiator and punch them as hard as I can until they pass out. Other times I'll revoke their computer privileges. And then somebody's like, wait, hold on. Like, do you you beat the shit out of your kids? And it's like, I think there's a lot of different ways you can discipline kids. When I take away the computer, I try to make it so that like if I take away the computer, you can earn it back if you do certain chores. And I try not to be, I punish them so much that they have, no place to go and then no punishment matters at that point, It's like, that's not really what I was asking about. Wait, that's not really what the question was about there. Like, how can you not see this?
What would be good about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists? And San goes on this, I don't think it would be camps. It depends on crimes, right? This is where he talks about the crimes. Yeah. Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this cause? If there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, okay, we'll pause here.
Yes, he's not just saying any crime. He's using explicit words here to talk about capitalism crimes.
What the fuck is he bringing up? What does that have to do with socialism?
Yes.
So ideological, I think he's trying to imply some kind of ideological crime, right?
Not imply, he's explicitly saying it. I want to murder Kyle Johnson. And it's like, damn, what do you think he's saying? He's like, I think he's implying that he wants to hurt Kyle Johnson. I think there's a heavy implication there. No, that's not what implication means. He's saying it outright. He's just explicitly saying it.
Some crime.
Yeah, he's explying it. Is there a word for exply? When you imply something, can you exply something? There's got to be some kind of verb there, right?
Nothing to do with capitalists versus socialists, right? White terror has nothing to do with capitalism.
Yeah, he's like oppressor, oppressee stuff. So everything good and everything or everything bad is oppressor, white, capitalist. So yeah, he has this view that we don't agree with, where capitalism is racialized and it's all intersectional. I don't agree. I think it's fucking
what? How did we macro out to that take?
Stupid, but it's ready context.
Like a dodge.
I don't think it's a dodge at all, right? He's basically saying if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror or is doing some kind of South Korean style purge of communists, he's basically saying if someone is doing some kind of ideological crime, specifically tying it to crime, right? So purges and terror, those are.
Why would you have to tie it to crime? I don't understand why he keeps missing the point, right? Like, how would you enforce the law in your society? Well, if women were committing violent acts and if women were out here doing these things like theft and arson, it's like, wait a second, why are we talking about women doing crime? No, he's tying it explicitly to crime. You agree? Hold on, I'm sorry. Are you saying that people shouldn't be locked up for committing crimes, for doing arson, for violent stuff? It's like, well, yeah, but why are we tying it to the women thing? That's kind of weird, no? I don't know how you can miss the point on every single sentence. It's like, it's the actual Matrix. It's the actual Matrix, and it's like the point, and it's like, woo, like what? What are we doing here?
He's basically saying if someone is doing some kind of ideological crime, specifically tying it to crime, right? So purges and terror, those are crimes that have also a nexus to ideology. And so I think if you take him in good faith, because if there's a social state and someone's doing like white terror, let's say, or someone's doing a South Korean style purge of communists, if you're doing some kind of ideological violence, then ... That's the best base interpretation of what he's saying.
Then what if the ideological violence isn't related to? Well, actually, this is the problem. Is all he's saying here is like, in a socialist society, we're against like violent crime, and it's like it's sidestepping.
Oh fuck! I think you're right on that. No, Wait, hold on. I'm so confused here. I don't know. I can't tell if Pisco has just never dived into leftist shit before. I'm so sorry. Fuck, I didn't even consider that. The reason why Pisco brought up that oppressor-oppressee thing and everything is because he thought that white terror meant like white people terror. He thought that was a racial thing. I think that's some, fuck, why did I just see this? It had to do with like fighting against revolutionaries in Spain? In France? Oh my God, in Spain. Oh no, and everywhere. Just kidding. The first white terror. This is like politically oriented stuff. This is not like white people. So I don't know why a 2-year period of repressive violence by counter-revolutionary soldiers being against the revolution in this sense is always like against like socialism. Not saying that you should use violence against socialists, by the way. Not good. That's what the Nazis did. Well, and against liberals too. But when he said white terror, he didn't mean like white people. There's no way that Pisco thought that. I can't. There's no way.
The meat of what Ethan's asking, because Ethan's asking, how would you re-educate capitalists? And he's saying, we would throw them in camps if they're violent. And it's
no,
like,
he says, I don't think it would be camps. He's saying it wouldn't be camps. It would be.
Oh, hold on. I didn't know that. Somebody just said the White Army was the side that fought against Lenin and Stalin in the Russian Civil War. I don't know. I don't know any history for the Russian Civil War. Wait, why are socialists so obsessed with like colors, like Orange Revolution and brown shirts and red shirts and the white terror? Why do they all use colors for everything? What about like shapes? Could we be like the rectangle? I'm just kidding.
They would go in prison, and it would be a prison instead of camps or whatever, and it would be based off of ideological violence. But it's like,
well, that's what he literally says, correct?
But the issue is like, again, he's not answering this. He's just sidestepping it.
Yes.
Because
Wait, no, what is he not answering? Sorry, what is he not answering? So Ethan is.
Oh my God.
So what would be good? What would be good a socialist re-education camp for capitalists? And Hassan answers. I says, I don't think it would be camps. He's saying I don't agree that it would be good. Right. And so now he's trying to clarify what he means on everything above. And his clarification, again, you can say that he's mask on, and that at this point he's trying to hide his true intentions and make it seem less bad than it is. You can make that argument. But all I'm saying, he is not literally arguing for re-education camps as classically understood. He's arguing for re-education in the context of ideological crime, violent crime specifically. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, but
what does that even mean?
But the reason I'm saying he's sidestepping it is because this is like we could do this in our system now, and it has nothing to do with socialism, right? If somebody was a violent capitalist and they said we should have no tariffs ever, and I'm gonna go bomb you, and they go and try and bomb somebody, that's the same exact thing. But we know Hassan doesn't like the system, and he thinks it's corrupt or whatever. So like. It just seems like a sidestep because he's not answering really like what are you doing with capitalists?
No. So this is what the extra bits you're saying, like he's sidestepping. He's being he's being like kind of dodgy because he's not adding like what's different about this current system. Is that what you're saying basically? Is we shouldn't read in these caveats? Because
he's just saying what already exists. And he's like, oh, it's not that bad.
Well, no, but he's not saying what already exists. I know the color in this. He's obviously trying to apply something more because if we do Pisco's reading of this, then Hassan's literally just saying nothing. He's just talking about the system as it already exists. And what's even the point of having this conversation or talking about any of this at all?
It exists.
I'll add you the extra thing that doesn't exist now, right? The extra thing is he's explicitly arguing for ideological re-education, right? He's basically saying this is something we don't have, right, in terms of socialism.
I don't know, because later on he kind of just says like, oh, we kind of do this with prisons right now when we try to do like rehabilitation.
The difference is the following, right? So when people do crimes, let's say someone does like a crime against communists. There are people who do that, right? There are people who are crazy who attack people for being commies. When they do that and they go to prison, we don't do rehabilitative like. And this is why socialism is good, right? We don't do that.
Yeah.
Hassan is arguing that there's some re-education tied to pro-socialism. He is saying that. That's different than how we operate now.
What?
But all he's saying is it's predicated on some kind of ideological offense with a nexus to a violent crime. That's what he's saying. So it is different from the current system in that there's ideological reinforcement at the point of criminal punishment. But that is different than now, but it's also not re-education camps. It's classically understood. Agreed?
Like, keep in mind, like somebody linked me this from a couple of years ago. Like Hassan believes that, like, for instance, like all police officers exist. This is a very common socialist talking point, that the police only exist to protect private property, meaning capitalist stuff. That's why whenever they say things like, oh, the police are there to protect you, you might think that like, oh, they're making some kind of like snide or mean comment about how cops are, assholes, or cops suck at their job, or cops sometimes, neglect to do their duty. What they're saying is that's an ideologically loaded statement saying cops do not exist to protect citizens from crimes. Cops only exist to protect capital owners from the proletariat rising up.
Part of the profession under false pretenses, okay? But cops as a profession, police as a profession, protect and serve the interests of capital. And in that process, there are plenty of unjustifiable laws that you would have a moral issue with, okay, personally, on an individual basis, that they uphold in the violent ways that they uphold them, okay? So while they are in the process of being a cop, while they're doing cop shit, when they have the badge on, they are behaving in a bad way, okay?
So keep in mind, I can't even believe I have to draw these connections. I feel schizophrenic having to draw the most obvious connections in the world. When he says people that are doing violence, he doesn't just mean somebody that's like killing somebody or breaking into a house. Like the police are an institution of violence. If you call the cops on somebody and they're brown and they're stealing something, or if they're anybody, I guess, the race doesn't matter, and the cops come and stop them from stealing something, that's unjustified violence from the cop side of things. This is why Hassan also supports like theft from capital owners. That's why Hassan had the meme about redistributing the Nikes. Hassan, Is this it?
There's good stuff happening on the protest side always. Like, you only see the looting of Target. You don't see the redistribution of the goods that they took from Target back to the community. Like, because a lot of these neighborhoods are now turning into fucking food deserts where you have to drive 30 minutes to an hour to go get food.
I can't believe I'm even having to explain it. It's like so obviously like front and center. None of this is hidden.
Okay? By design, their job requires them and urges them to behave in a violent manner. So even if you're an otherwise good person, when you're a cop, when you have the badge on, you are doing shit that cops do and upholding unjustifiable laws. There are so many examples of this, like cops going up and like arresting an old lady who is feeding homeless people. Like, no one would ever consider that to be a normal or a good thing. But cops are doing that because it's a part of their fucking job. That's what that means, okay? Now, on top of that, the system also demands they be violent because they are the authority. They're supposed to be upholding laws, okay? Some of which we all understand are unjustifiable and inhumane and cruel. Now, in order to do that, they have to be violent. They're exercising the state's monopoly on violence. And while they're doing that, when they do things like that, the state also protects them. So they're not actually following the book like a normal human being. They're behaving in a way where they are above the law. They're doing things, just like I mentioned, that no human being would consider to be normal or good or kind as a part of their job. And the state expects them to do that, and the state defends them when they do that. Qualified immunity is one example of this. There are many Supreme Court cases where the system basically has legalized their murders, okay, their murder charges, and have codified their lack of accountability. Cops have no duty to actually protect the citizens. This is the law. Technically, if they see a crime happening and they do nothing, like in Uvalde, they will not be charged for it. There's no expectation. Zero. That is the law. A cop, however, can kill someone. Whether they are holding a gun to the cop's face, or whether they are unarmed, or whether they are unarmed and running away, a cop can still legally get away with murder, as long as they claim that they had a genuine threat for their own safety, or that they had a genuine assessment.
Do police exist in Hassan Socialist Utopia? They always talk around it in a weird way of like community policing. They'll never give you like a direct exact answer for this ever.
There, where they were fearful for the safety of others. That is also codified. That is institutionalized, and it's completely fucking legal. I cannot imagine if you, like, for 1 second, I'm not that person who says, like, we don't need an organization that is going to solve crimes. We don't need an organization such as policing, okay, that will maintain the presence of law and order or whatever in a civilized society. Of course, I believe that there's always going to be need for detective work. I believe that there's always going to be need for a force like that, whether it's democratically organized or not. I'm not saying that, like, you know, cops or police as an institution or the theoretical purpose of policing is just fraught, okay? I'm not saying that. However, the way that it currently works in society is not the way that it's supposed to work in theory. And if you, for a brief moment, just stop thinking about these people as like police and all of the other social conditioning that teaches you that what they're doing is good, all the movies that you've seen, and think about them like a band of untrained, oftentimes right-wing, overwhelmingly right-wing, unaccountable bullies with all the gear that you would normally see on a fucking occupying force, bullying people that they have genuine disdain for, working at the behest of the wealthy, well, that system is completely fucked.
Cops only exist to serve the capitalist agenda, okay?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Okay.
You agree?
I mean,
do you agree?
Kind of.
And
I'll give you half. I'll give you half agree because again, like it's this is I know it's annoying because I know we're trying to be like the best faith or whatever.
Yeah, assume no.
But, like,
but what's stopping you from
assume
saying
no
yes?
mask on? Assume no mask on.
Assume no mask on. It's not describing. Assume no mask on. It's not literally describing re-education camps. You have to have some other way to. So like if I said this, or if let's say a convoy said the following. So I'm in favor of re-education camps, but only as a condition of precedent to a crime. And obviously, like this wouldn't be like what they do in communist China. This would be different. Just re-education where we would reinforce socialism values, but only after crime.
Like, it's so crazy to me that we're applying this level of charity to all the shit Hassan says, but meanwhile, if they ask you coming back into the United States, oh, what do you do for work? Unconstitutional. That's not viewpoint neutral. He's oppressing his civil rights. This is the worst fucking thing to ever happen. He's definitely trying to condemn him based on his political beliefs. He's definitely just hunting his son. Like, holy fuck. Like, it is I don't even want to call it charitable because it's not even really charitable towards Hassan. It's just a poor reading or a misunderstanding of or a refusal to engage with the plethora of stuff that Hassan has littered his commentary field with. You cannot miss all of the signs that Hassan has posted up, okay, on neon lit billboards everywhere, advertising his political belief. But then when it comes to Hassan's, unlawful detainment, it's like instantly, people are like 100%, I'm 100% positive, I've been completely vindicated, even though Hassan lied about that entire story. That's now basically proven that Hassan lied about that story. He laughed it off when people accused about him lying about that story, and there was never any proof or any evidence of any point of viewpoint discrimination thing ever. Even by Hassan's own account, he literally went through, got questioned, and left unencumbered, right? Even though Pisco was completely and utterly wrong on every single part of that, right? He thinks that he's completely, totally right on all of it with the most uncharitable reading ever of what an agent might be asking you at the gate. But now when it comes to the Hassan reading, it's like the most unbelievable, again, I don't want to call it charitable. It's the biggest misapplication of any kind of logic or common sense to anything Hassan has ever said ever. It's like unbelievable.
If Econoboy said that, you would never, would you, say he is arguing for re-education camps, right? Wait, Matthew, I don't agree with this policy. People do this, and I'm not yelling at you. I don't agree with this policy. I don't think the government should be doing this kind of ideological reinforcement. I don't agree with it. I'm just saying this isn't what is being sold to me by its literal terms. Now, there could be some other mask-on reasons to doubt the sincerity, but the words that are being used in context do not describe classical re-education camps. They just don't.
Okay, I would agree, at least right now. I don't know where the heck Econoboy is heading, so I'll say it right now. Okay, but like, I just have to, because this is a frustrating conversation, because, and just follow me and then we can get off. It's just annoying. We would never ever do this for the likes of Jordan Peterson. We would never do this for Candace Owens. We would never do this for Nick Fuentes. We would never do this for Richard Spencer. We would all take the totality of the person and we would say, okay, these are their overarching beliefs. We know what they are. And when they say things like, well, I don't want to kill all the Jews or whatever. I just want a proper culture in America. We don't say, well, literally by the words they're saying, they just want a cohesive culture. We say, oh, that's what they really mean is they want to kick out all the Jews and all the whatever. Like, so it's like we can go line by line and just look at the words that said. But it's I feel like
with Trump we use his actual words. We sometimes apply some other lens to them in context that makes the most sense. And so, for example, when he says march peacefully, we think that that's just him kind of doing a self-serving statement, right? So I totally acknowledge that at times we need to look past the stated words at the broader context, at what's being said, and at the person's character in general, what they stand for.
That's why I would agree with when you bring up Econoboy, right? If he were to say that, I would be willing to say like, oh, he's not meaning like an actual re-education camp, because I know in totality, Econoboy I don't think would like be for that. But if I look at totality of Hassan, I'm much harder in saying no, he wouldn't be for that just by his statement alone.
So for the re-education camps, what I would say is like, well, can you show me other instances in which Hassan has said we should crack down on people who say X, we should not allow this kind of...
Wait, somebody was linking it earlier. Where's the video of Hassan saying like the only thing I disagree with about China is that they didn't try to do like the global socialist revolution? Does anybody have that
kind of expression if it's counter to this? So for like,
I mean his whole statement on what Zionists shouldn't even be like a dog walker.
True.
That's pretty blatant.
Wait. So that's, I think that's a reference to, we should not let these people we should not, people should take it upon themselves to boycott these people, to drive them out of polite society.
What?
He said we shouldn't even allow them to be the local dog walker, which implies a whole bunch of things.
What do you think it implies?
Because we would.
That you want to kick every like Zionist person completely and totally out of your society in every way, size, shape, or form? Obviously, we won't even go as far as the Jew thing, which probably, but like it's the fact that like people who are pro-Israel existing shouldn't even be dog walkers in your community. What could that possibly imply? Besides, they should be excised from every community that they're in, maybe put into camps or given special armbands. Sorry, this is
I'm afraid that we're gonna try to check China and they're gonna slap us around. I mean, I don't know. Just my only fear with China is that they are not like ideologically interested in promoting socialism. They're just more so interested and invested in Chinese prosperity than anything else. They have mentioned time and time again that they are not interested in regime change, like recognizing the mistakes of the USSR, but not the good lessons that you could learn from the US.
Regime change isn't changing other people's regimes.
Sorry, but like these are the bad ones. So even the socialist alternative, supposedly socialist alternative, is not interested in a multipolar world that is like willing to ideologically prop up socialist parties in other countries in the way that the USSR did. Anti-colonial action.
Just that means invading the countries, killing the leaders there, and installing your own governments. In case you're like, that's what the USSR did. It's what the United States also did with the CIA. Again, it's not good, but we weren't the only ones doing it. Okay, but that is what Hassan is saying here.
And democratic socialism was ultimately fostered, and even if it wasn't directly funded or supported by the USSR, the existence of the USSR as at least at the time, socialist nation created an opportunity for a lot of these European social democracies to continue pushing for amenities that they take for granted to this day, welfare and healthcare and things of that nature.
Yes, welfare and healthcare were invented by and only exist because of socialism.
I think the existence of the USSR created an opportunity for these countries to be like, well, we have to capitulate to the Social Democrats. We have to capitulate to the Social Democrats lest we lose these countries directly to the specter haunting Europe, specter of communism. So I don't think that there is I don't think there's a good alternative. Wait, could you explain that one better? It sounds like you're saying liberalism inevitably leads to fascism. Wow. Is that what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Like, those are our allies. The people who say liberals will all become fascists, right? Scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. That in a civil war between Nazis and the nice socialists, liberals will always side with fascism. That liberalism always gives way to fascism, right? Like these are our allies? Really? We have to appeal to these people who think that we're all fascists?
Them to be the local dog walker, which implies a whole bunch of things.
What do you think it implies?
Because we would violence. I mean, at the very least, if not like violence, implied violence through like government, like law or whatever.
So if that's for example, we shouldn't let these commies like be local dog watchers. These people should be pariahs in our society.
Government, like law or whatever.
So if that's example.
Violence, implied violence through like government, like law or whatever.
So if that's for example, we shouldn't let these commies like be local dog watchers. These people should be pariahs in our society.
First of all, commie doesn't have the same heavy racial connotation that Zionist does, okay? Which it does. But secondly, I've never even said that. Remember, I'm a capitalist and a liberal. I think that all political views, I guess, can exist in the United States. I just don't know if I like them in our fucking media right now.
You think that that implies violence?
Or not necessarily the viewpoints, but just the lying.
He's like be local dog watcher. These people should be pariahs in our society. Do you think that that implies violence?
It depends on who says it again.
If Destiny
and
says,
also,
yeah, we shouldn't let these commies be dog walkers.
I think for Destiny, I don't think that.
Like, if I had just supported a terrorist attack and was supporting terrorist attacks around the world on communists, then I think it would be a fair reading of my statement there, right? If I were to make similar statements about MAGA, you could argue that based on other statements and jokes or whatever things I've said, maybe you could read some violence of that, possibly.
Implies violence.
Some people are saying he said dog catcher, which is an elected office.
Oh my! Oh, who said it? No! It's fucking Queeman! They're all here! Oh shit! I didn't even see his name in chat! It's fucking Queeman! Dog catcher. No, it's dog catcher. The lowest elected office. Oh! Fuck! Oh god! Oh no. But remember, I'm hallucinating all of this and I'm fucking crazy and I'm having a schizo moment and it's not actually true. Jesus. 1 second. We need to eat fresh. Awkward. He was still out there. Holy fuck. Listen to me screaming like a fucking lunatic. Oh, Jesus. God, fuck. Oh my god, I didn't even see his name in there. Jesus. Oh.
Yeah. That's why I was, the other caveat that I was adding was like it involves some sort of government censorship.
Yeah, wait, no. If he says we shouldn't let these people be dog catchers, then what he's saying is we shouldn't vote for these people, right? That's the best interpretation of what that is? Or do you think he literally means...
I just think the framing is frustrating, and this is why I get confused on where you're at on this stuff, is because I think it is appropriate to look at like the Hassan types. I think you should treat them like Nazis. I think you should think of them in the same group as Nazis. Like that's why it's because we're doing this like thing where we're like,
who's worse?
Where we're trying to analyze and hyper obsess over every single fucking thing to see if they've said the exact fucking thing they said, but they don't operate that way. And again, Hassan has openly said that he doesn't operate that way. Hassan is more blatant about his propaganda than Nick Fuentes is, and Nick Fuentes was pretty open about how he did propaganda.
Hassan or Nazi?
Who's worse, Hassan? They're the same. I think they're the same. We're doing this like thing where we're like,
who's worse, Hassan or Nazi?
Who's worse, Hassan? They're the same. I think they're the same.
Okay, so I'm trying to suss out why you think that, because I disagree. Because it sounds like...
Okay, here's something that is unambiguous, okay? Like, Hassan...
DGG tactics.
...is okay with just attacking civilians, right?
I don't know.
He cheered on...
Oh my god! It's...
He cheered on the Houthis who boarded that civilian cargo ship and was like, yeah, let's go to like Nick right there. And he was super happy with that.
Okay,
right?
so can I respond to that?
Yeah.
So I think Hassan will justify violence against civilians sometimes. Do you agree that Destiny will justify?
Agrees with it?
Oh my god! How could he possibly... What? Okay, we'll see.
Do you agree that Destiny will justify violence against civilians sometimes?
No.
Like terrorist attacks?
No, not in your example earlier when you talked about the shooting. I think you misframed the way I think he
Beyond
presented
that, for example, so he would be in favor of violence against civilians if it's casualties of war as an incident.
No, incidental violence is not the same thing as targeting somebody. What? Like, if it came out that, like, for instance, let's say Israel just, like, saw some civilians and was like, we're just gonna fucking kill these guys because they're civilians. They fucking kill them because they're civilians. No, I've never support that. That's obviously not good, ever, right? And you can tell this because anytime I, quote-unquote, defend Israel, generally it's always that incidental damage is part of war, collateral damage, these are all calculations that are made. It sucks, you know, but war sucks. But I'm not gonna sit here and say, like, oh, well, if there are times where Israel is caught intentionally targeting people, or they're actually weaponizing food as a collective punishment against Palestinians, it's not good. You can't do that. You cannot target intentionally and explicitly civilian population. You can't do that. That's not good. And I wouldn't support that.
To justify war, correct?
That's completely different, though, right?
I'm just saying there are some circumstances under which he would be okay with violence against civilians, correct?
But that's fundamental.
But that's such a watered down. It's like That's like saying like, oh no. If he does this, I might actually explode on stream. If he manages to bring up the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, then I'll know it's all. My brain is gone. He's like, do you think the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was okay?
Different than Hassan.
I'm just.
It's not even the same question.
You can just grant it and just later on find a way to
No,
distinguish
I'm fighting against it because I think it's important because he's not okay with violence against civilians in that scenario. That it's incidental. Hassan's is targeted.
Yeah. So
yes.
So my question is, so Destiny, he won't say that you should use violence against civilians with your conscious object to hurt the civilians. I don't think that he would say that. Do you think that Hassan would say, yeah, we should do this violence so that it hurts civilians for the purpose of hurting civilians?
Yes.
Well, no, because for Hassan, there are no civilians in Israel. There are baby settlers. So technically the caller is wrong because Hassan believes in baby settlers, okay?
Because that's part of the reason.
Can you give me the
that's
best
part of
example
the
of that?
part of the reason is like he thinks that it's
baby settlers. Do the baby settlers.
It's good to take away like the Iron Dome from Israel because it would allow the Israelis to get hurt more. Then if the Israelis get hurt more, it scares them away back to Brooklyn, like he says, and it'll slowly erode Israel until it's completely gone. So he thinks it is good to hurt civilians.
As an incident to what so I don't agree with him on some of what you're saying there, but I just want to be clear. He thinks that civilian death potentially as an incident to some broader, in order to achieve some aim, right?
Yes. But it's not, the civilian death is not incidental. It's explicit and targeted.
Okay.
Right, for the goal. And I don't think any of us, including Destiny, would want to choose unless it's like the entire world dies or we kill a baby, some crazy thing like that. Okay? But like Destiny wouldn't agree with that for some end goal, would he?
Well, just to support Israel right now in their current.
Oh my God, it's so bad thing. There's no shot. Does he think I support if the caller were to ask him, do you think Destiny would support just explicitly just targeting and killing civilians without any kind of military justification? Would people actually say yes to that?
Activities in
I don't know if I don't think so. I don't think
you don't think Destiny supports Israel right now?
Oh my God.
Well, I don't want to necessarily get into it, but I know Destiny doesn't.
And now Peter Goes like mind fucked him into this like that's totally not even related to.
I think it's a genocide. I think you do. I think I've heard you say as much.
I do. But regardless of whether or not he thinks it's a genocide, does he support Israel's?
I think. Well, I don't think. No, not.
You don't think Destiny
wouldn't agree with that for some.
Oh my God, is Doobie part of this too? Hassan supported Houthis imposing a blockade on ships suspected of transporting goods to a genocide. First of all, they had no clue where that ship was going. Number one. Number two, they don't give a fuck where it's going. Number three, it's a blockade, but it's a hijacking of a civilian ship and then the taking of hostages. What the fuck?
Some end goal would he?
Well, just to support Israel right now in their current activities in
Gaza. I don't.
Destiny talked about rounding up conservatives. He constantly stops himself when going on his calls for violence saying, let me not get banned. When I'm talking about like Donald Trump and the people that are leading this unhinged, insane shit.
I don't think so. I don't think, no. Not
also, I would argue that it is meaningfully different to talk about a domestic situation than it is to talk about an international situation, right? Like if I was having these same like talks and I was talking about like the political leadership in another country, I think that would be a significantly different thing. I'm a citizen of this country. We're not talking about necessarily terrorism or war or anything else. We're talking explicitly domestic policy. I think that is meaningfully different, but it's also not the same. Like I don't think. And I've clarified this like a million times with that Corey dude or whatever. Like, I don't think anybody should be going out and murdering people because of their political viewpoint difference. I don't think it's cool. Now, am I going to feel bad if it happens? Probably not, right? This is what I've said. I've said this a million times. I've clarified this a million times. And I'll continue to say it a million times. Hassan explicitly supports the hijacking of civilian ships. There's no comparison.
You don't think Destiny supports Israel right now?
Well, I don't want to necessarily get into it, but I know Destiny doesn't think it's a genocide. I think you do. I think I've heard you say as much.
I do. But regardless of whether or not he thinks it's a genocide, does he support Israel's current activities in Gaza?
Partially. I know I'll just say this. I know he hates Netanyahu. I know he thinks what's currently going on with the aid situation is abhorrent, and I know he doesn't like what's going on in the West Bank. So I would say.
But he nonetheless supports Israel, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So presumably, notwithstanding the fact that Israel does abhorrent action sometimes, notwithstanding outright war crimes as the Houthis do, 100%.
Like, excuse me, hold on. This would be the equivalent to what Pisco is saying. This can't be good faith. It can't be. Let me be clear here. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Okay, I don't know if you've seen this, okay? But this is fucking based and awesome, okay? So these guys they deliver food to Hamas, okay? All they do is they just take food and they think they can sneak it around and deliver it to Hamas. But you should have seen Israel, okay? It wasn't just one truck. It wasn't two. It was like 3 different trucks where, boom! You want to talk about a J-Down? They got all of these motherfuckers. They killed all of them and it was awesome and big. It was so fucking cool. Look at how they killed all these fucking guys, okay? It was so fucking cool. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Actually, that wouldn't even be as radical as what Hassan said, because here I would just be pretending that Israel only killed Hamas. So even that wouldn't be as bad as what Hassan said, because Hassan said that it was a civilian tanker, but it was, I guess, taking goods to Israel. Like, I don't understand. It can't be. Like, this is an unreal position to inhabit. Like, there's never been a time where I'm watching, like, Israel where they kill civilians. Like, if you're going to say that I'm running defense for Israel, then the defense that I'm running is that it was an accident, it was poorly planned, or they fucked up really bad and they shouldn't have done it, right? But I'm not sitting here saying, like, yeah, they did kill a bunch of civilians. And you know what? Maybe they deserved it. Maybe they need to go kill it. Maybe they need to go and kill other people, finding food and finding it. It's like, this is an unbelievable comparison.
Israel does abhorrent action sometimes, notwithstanding, outright war crimes, as the Houthis do, 100%. He supports them, not with, help, without getting into the actual merits discussion of, like...
Okay, the difference...
I don't support Israel because they've killed a lot of Palestinians. Hassan supports the Houthis, because and when they do terrorism.
The Israel-Palestine discussion is just difficult because I don't know where you stand on it or what your perception of it is, because I think I agree with Destiny in that the overall, definitely under the restraints of the Biden administration, it's definitely changed now under Trump. Israel, I don't think, has this top-down order of genocide, whereas the Houthis would gladly come in and by policy kill every Israeli in Israel.
Put aside the genocidal stuff, right? Because okay.
Well, we can just say the civilian thing, right? I don't if Destiny were to see an action from Israel where they line up 12 Palestinians, okay, and they just shoot them execution style, he would go, no, that's abhorrent.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, I just joked around with the bombing for the trucks or whatever. Yeah, this is fucking horrible, and it's a cause for concern. Even if it was a mistake, it must have been. I can't imagine their intention trying to murder fucking foreign aid workers. But even as a mistake, this is fucking horrible. They cleared the path ahead of time. These guys were moving on a pre-approved Israeli path. And these were expensive weapons. It's not like Israel just randomly shot these trucks. This was a whole ass attack that had intelligence, surveillance, and recon, and everything associated with it. This is a massive fuck up. You're targeting multiple missiles on trucks to kill people that I believe were ultimately civilians, were aid workers, right? It's not good. I'm not going to sit here and defend that. That's insane. That's unhinged.
Not do that. But if Hassan saw that from the Houthis with,
oh my God,
he would go, no, that's abhorrent. Israel should not do that. But
quick reminder that Destiny's position before he did any research was that the Palestinians should be genocided or ethnically cleansed. My position was before doing any research at all, which ironically, I said no. But my position before doing any research at all, it seems like these two people are probably going to fight forever. And if they're going to fight forever, I don't know. I guess I'd probably choose the Israelis to be the winners there. That was my position. And then afterwards, I literally said, it sucks, and obviously it sucks at the war and they're killing each other and all that. But it sucks. How does any sane person listen to this clip and be like, wow, Destiny wants all the Palestinians to die, I guess?
If Hassan saw that from the Houthis with lining up 12 Israelis and execution style, he would be okay with that.
You think Hassan would be okay with an execution style of what, sorry?
Of Israelis, if the Houthis got them or if Hamas got them.
You think he'd be in favor of them summarily executing all Israelis, including babies?
Yes, absolutely.
Why did he add that in there? Why did he add that at the end? I feel like I'm watching the oh God, fuck, what's the name of the Asian dude? Fuck, what was it? Oh, Bobby Lee.
I got molested by a guy with that.
And you're gonna laugh. Don't laugh. Seriously.
The thing is that I'm telling you something that's I'm vulnerable about it, and I'm expressing a truth to you.
Hey, dude, You gotta get serious.
And if you cover your mouth, I just feel like you're laughing.
Nope, let's do it.
All right.
This is,
So when I was 9, I was brutally molested by a guy.
You can't say brutally.
Why?
Because that's a curveball.
Why is that?
Because don't say curve. And look at Chin now. Don't,
It's not a curveball.
Don't say brutally.
You did add some
All right, don't add.
adjectives there.
So when I was 9 years old, every day for a summer.
You can't throw shit in there.
Why?
Because you fucking. I can't.
Why can't I?
Why did Pisco add? And a baby?
Summer.
If Houthis got them or if Hamas got them.
You think you'd be in favor of them summarily executing all Israelis, including babies?
Why does he add? Why does the babies come in here? Why?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. What's the evidence of that?
Wait. I mean, he says the more terror you cause the Israelis, the more they'll flee back to Brooklyn, so we can destroy the state of Israel. And on top of that, if you take his word, which I think he believes,
isn't that the Israeli argument? Like, we need to do this in order to get a Palestinian state, and so the more we do this kind of stuff, it's to protect our aspirations to be a state.
What?
Terror you cause the Israelis.
Also, yeah, I like that he brings up that as an example. It's the funny thing is that Pisco tries to think of the most unhinged thing possible. But Hassan has actually said there are baby settlers.
The more they'll flee back to Brooklyn, so we can destroy the state of Israel. And on top of that, if you take his word, which I think he believes,
isn't that the Israeli argument? Like, we need to do this in order to get a Palestinian state, and so the more we do this kind of stuff, it's to protect our aspirations to be a state. You might agree or disagree, but isn't that like the stated logic of the Palestinians, that we need to do, or Israelis, like, we need to do this to protect our state, and the Palestinians, we need to do this to make our state happen? And they both have an incident of...
I don't think the Israeli policy would be like, we need to cause terror and needless like civilian death. Maybe that would be like the Likud's or like Netanyahu's state policy.
The people who are in charge right now.
Yeah, but they are within the restraints of, well, the U.S. the former.
Where does Haaretz come from? Where does B'Tselem come from? These are Israeli human rights organizations or media outlets that cover almost exclusively favorably Palestinian issues. Like, how are you going to try to broad brush paint the entire Israeli society based on the current government?
Former U.S. administration and within the restraints of their
elective tool. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Trump won the popular vote, by the way.
People, which there has been pushback from their people.
When?
I mean, isn't there protests against Netanyahu constantly for not only for his corruption, but for, you know, the hostages and for the deaths caused in Gaza? Like, hasn't there been mass protests against him?
I don't think in general that the people are rising up against Netanyahu because he's too cavalier about civilian death in Gaza.
Okay, I don't want to really debate
Wait, does he think broadly everybody in Israel supports all the civilian death? Was that the implication there?
I don't think in general that the people are rising up against Netanyahu because he's too cavalier about civilian death in Gaza.
Okay, I don't want to really debate the Israel thing. It's just we're getting off topic.
Okay, but Hassan has a particular view on foreign relations. I'm not here to defend all Hassan shit. I'm just basically
saying...
I'm
sorry, I'm not trying to get you to defend all Hassan shit. I think it's...
I'm sorry, what did he say? Hassan has a particular view on foreign relations. What? What? So then the one statement that I made yesterday or the day before, whenever I streamed last, was correct, and that these people just don't think Hassan is that bad. So my statement there was absolutely correct, and now I feel, to quote somebody, fully vindicated in that position. They just don't think that Hassan's position is that crazy. Hassan cheering on terrorism is basically the same thing as me saying, that firefighter got shot at the rally, I don't give a fuck about it. It's basically the exact same thing. Okay.
Okay, I'll ask you this, and then maybe I can add evidence or whatever. Do you think Hassan is okay with destroying the current order of the United States, and he's perfectly fine with violence to do that?
Is Hassan okay with violent revolution in America?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's because I just don't think he knows very much about Marxist-Leninism, and Aaron is also very good at being mask on. He just must not know, I guess.
Don't know. I think there's a clip on the deprogram.
What? I'm so curious. And it's funny because people could be like, well, has Hassan actually said that? Has Hassan actually said that he's okay with violence?
It's hurt poor people that they can afford housing in Berkeley. I don't know how that works.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude. Oh my god, in a video game, of course. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, dude. Sorry.
Like, I mean, I don't know, like, what else I'm
podcast where he talks about this, and he talks about, have you seen this before?
No.
Where he's talking with, it's pretty creepy.
Wait, he hasn't even seen the deprogram segment? So that means he didn't watch Ethan Klein's Content Nuke. It means he hasn't seen any of the surrounding conversation about how Hassan tries to weaponize other communities and Democrats and liberals to further his own socialist agenda? How can he not be aware of literally anything around this? What?
I can link it to you. I have the link. I don't know where.
Do you know kind of what he says?
In general. He goes on to say, like, you know, I'm here for the purposes of, you know, funneling people into the radicalization pipeline in order to reach, you know, the communist or the revolution.
Destiny wants to kill half the country. Pisco, why aren't you saying Hassan is the next Hitler? Are you fucking him or something?
State or whatever.
So
So
that's
like,
not violent revolution. Revolutions can be violent and
I think
nonviolent.
the communist or the revolution state funneling people into the radicalization pipeline in order to reach, you know, the communist or the revolution state or whatever. So
That's
like,
not violent revolution. Revolutions can be violent and
I think
nonviolent.
I can't. There's just no way. This can't be proffered in good faith. That's impossible. There's just no way.
Yeah, but we're doing this Uber.
Okay, if it's all mask on and we're just assuming, I'm just asking, are there like explicit statements of him supporting violent revolution in America?
Is there an explicit statement of Donald Trump supporting a violent revolution on January 6th? Like,
I don't have all the moments. I just know through seeing enough of this. I know that's like a bad answer.
All right,
I just
did
when you
Hassan
look
talk
at
about? Wait, someone's saying this. That Hassan has been talking about letting landlords soak in pig blood or something. I don't know if that. Did Hassan talk about? Wait, someone's saying this. That Hassan has been talking about letting landlords soak in pig.
when did Palestinians just invade and rot all political discourse? I thought Doobie used to be like people accused him of being like fucking alt-right or whatever. Doobie says, okay, if there's a genocide happening, isn't it a good thing to stop the transport of missiles / ammo / gear to support the genocide? What the fuck?
Pig blood or something? I don't know if that's maybe.
Yeah,
that's
I know he said like let the capitalist
I don't know
blood
these
flow the
statements.
streets. But I don't bring these up because
But, like,
people
Destiny
can
makes statements
play
like
them
that.
off. If you're like,
I understand,
yeah,
but,
that's why I'm saying I don't
yeah,
bring them up because
yeah.
people can play them off as like jokey. But I don't like. Okay, like it's just like I don't know how much you've seen of his coverage of like Israel Palestine, but he's like unhinged talking about like how the violence is completely okay, and if he's okay with it there because he thinks Israel is a genocidal state, he thinks America is also a genocidal state because we support Israel.
Oh my God. Doobie tries to say he was LARPing now? Quick reminder that while I was LARPing as an open far-right fascist on panels on debate streams, Destiny was doing regular AMAs on my massive Discord server while I gobbled up members of his audience. Like he planned it because I was nice enough to do 4-hour fucking AMAs on his server? Bro, like I said, okay, listen, when people call me schizo, okay, this is why I will at least spend a little bit of time talking about all the connections, okay? Oh my God! And Vivian is there! What? Vivian is back! Donated $10, donated $10, donated $10, donated $10. Most of the destruction happened under Biden. There was starvation under Biden and LeMayo. This guy's coping hard. What should be done to Americans who distribute pamphlets they receive from an organization the U.S. Trump has designated a terrorist group, prison for rehabilitation? Zionism equals ethno-nationalism, by the way. Quick reminder that while I was LARPing, we said this, was Destiny pandering to the far right when he was doing streams with Sneeko, Myron Gaines, Nick Fuentes, and Lawrence Southern? They were often just hanging out or wandering around in public together. Almost every single fucking stream that I was doing with almost all of these people was like a fucking active debate. Even regardless of what you ever wanted to say about the unverified and unvetted rumors. With me and Lauren, even my streams with her were usually all fucking debates. There was never a point ever where people saw me on streams and they were like, oh my God, Is Destiny a Nazi now? Did Destiny believe in Nazism? Did Destiny become a Nazi? That's just never, ever, ever been the case. I don't know why people try to do this thing. It's not real. It can't be real. This can't be a real comparison, right? Where like, oh, you're mad that that Hassan brought on the Houthi kid, but weren't you with Nick Fuentes? I was debating him the entire stream. Hassan brought on the Houthi kid because he was supporting everything he was doing. He was supporting the whole time. Wasn't Aaron regularly on Disney stream for hours, hanging out online and in person, and also being pushed on platforms like Fresh and Fit through her association with him? I didn't push Aaron anywhere. That was all Progressive Victory and Pixie and whatever the fuck they were doing. That was Progressive Victory is not my organization. I know that like Kiwi Farms and all of these like weird, deranged, unhinged losers like to pretend somehow that it was my organization. It wasn't. I didn't direct them or give directions to them or anything at all. And they also say that I took a ton of money from them, even though they have to publicly file all the people they paid. I got paid $0 from Progressive Victory. I didn't have anything to do with any of their scheduled planning or anything, except I guess maybe whenever we did our canvassing events. Also, when Aaron was on, I was usually arguing with Aaron about shit as well. The initial response was embarrassing for him because it exposed his irrational Hassan derangement syndrome. He found it difficult to defend, so he pretended. You changed the context to avoid the L. Simple.
Why would he be okay with the total destruction of America if they're just as genocidal as Israel?
He may be. I just don't know. I'm agnostic on that. I don't know.
Because do you acknowledge that he thinks Israel should be destroyed?
If what you mean by destroyed is ended as a Jewish state, I think the answer is yes.
Oh my God.
You don't.
I don't know that he supports the murder, the death of every single Israeli living in Israel.
Okay. I don't think you're.
You can't win. No, this kid is right. I don't know who's arguing with him. Wait, was this Zip? Whoever's arguing with this is right. He feels frustrated, and he should feel frustrated because he goes like hardcore fucking not gaslighting, but like the way that he's like leading around this debate. Like, do you show me a statement where Hassan is saying, "I want every single Jewish person who's innocent and hasn't committed a single crime to be killed summarily for absolutely no reason," like
the side of Israelis.
I don't know. I think the furthest I'm willing to go would be like an ethnic cleansing of them.
Okay. Do you think Israel supports an ethnic cleansing of Palestinians?
I think the current administration does, absolutely.
Okay. So on that, would you agree they're on all fours?
Like, Israel does not support ethnically cleansing all the Palestinians. Netanyahu absolutely does, and all of the very far right Zionists in Israel absolutely do. If I had to guess like a percentage of their population, depending upon how you pull in how you ask, probably anywhere from like 10 to 40%, 10 to 45%, maybe that might be a little bit high, would probably support like doing it in practice, but not all of Israel, not every single citizen. Again, what do these organizations like Bet Salem and Haaretz, where do they come from, right? These guys, like Bet Salem's position is that Bet Salem is an Israeli-founded organization of Jews that monitor human rights abuses against Palestinians. They say that the Palestinians living in Israel are under an apartheid state. They say that Israel is committing a genocide. Like these are Jews living in Israel, Israeli citizens.
Sorry, what do you mean? What?
So as someone who supports Israel, who supports ethnic cleansing, as someone who supports Hamas or Palestine that supports ethnic cleansing, like how should we view those?
It's hard to do this because when we look at like someone who's like supporting like Hamas or whatever, and they want ethnic cleansing and they want genocide, versus like somebody who's Israeli and supports Israel, and obviously I think their government supports like ethnic cleansing, and some of their people are genocidal. It's different because when we look at the Israeli government, it's constrained. I mean, it's like you say, like Trump is constrained.
They seem pretty unconstrained, bro. They're attacking Iran. They're attacking.
No,
Syria,
hold up, wait.
So,
do you
saying they're he has no concept of Israeli history or governance? Right? He doesn't know anything about the country. He might get I think his girlfriend is like a pretty big anti-Israeli person, so maybe he gets all of his opinions from her. But even Joanna's not that stupid about Israel. That to pretend that Israel has no constraints around how they conduct their foreign policy is ridiculous. Like, they have a big carte blanche to do a lot right now, especially with Trump in office, for sure. But to say they have no restraints is just to be totally ignorant of the country and history. If they had no constraints, all the Palestinians would be living in the Sinai right now. That would be the...
Trump is constrained.
They seem pretty unconstrained, bro. They're attacking Iran. They're attacking Syria.
Hold up. Wait.
So,
do you agree that there's a difference in the way Israel has conducted the war prior to Trump versus post-Trump?
I think that there's a significant difference. I agree. But
good job.
So
that means they have constraints.
If we acknowledge that Israel has constraints, okay, which include America, and,
wait, can I just pause? I think it's significant. I don't think it's massive.
Really, there was no like starvation before Trump. Well, there was no ethnic cleansing before Trump.
I think that was their aim all along. I think it's intensified and ratcheted up for sure. I think it's significant. I just don't think that like it's probably right now like more people have died under Biden if we're just looking at deaths. I do think it's significant.
I don't think that's consequential.
I think it's a consequential difference. I just don't think it's like 3 orders of magnitude. I think it's like maybe.
Sorry, I keep getting into the thing because it's just it's so related to like the violent talk that Hassan employs. Like it's hard because I'm having to like work in this world right now where like Hassan is like, I have to take him at his good word, but I feel like we understand if we take his total things, like we can see. I don't even think you have to be like uncharitable to get to where he's saying certain things.
Just everyone in the chat, I think it's a significant difference. When I say it's not massive, I just mean like I think that Israel had the intent of ethnic cleansing the whole time, and that there was massive civilian death the whole time. And yeah, in terms of like the actual destruction, most of it happened under Biden. So I'm not saying that it's not a significant difference.
Most of it happened under Biden because Biden was the one who was president when the war started. 9/11 happened under Bush. That doesn't mean that Bush was responsible for 9/11. Also, PC was just reading off quotes from people like Doobie. Most of the destruction happened under Biden. There was starvation under Biden. LeMayo, this guy's coping hard.
When I say it's not massive, I just mean I think the intent has been consistent. And that a lot of the destruction happened under Biden, and so that's why I say it's not massive. Maybe it's an order of magnitude difference, but it's not many orders of magnitude different. That's all I mean.
Okay, I'm gonna try and like recenter because we just gone
let's
off
recenter.
horrible tangent.
Can we get to like prescriptions at some point?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll get to prescriptions. Okay. Have you ever read Rawls, like John Rawls?
I'm sure at some point, but I'm sure I can remember.
Like, do you know about his like idea of like the political principle and like common consensus? Like, do you know?
You're gonna have to refresh me on them. I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
so,
not right now.
Like Rawls. Like,
I did like part of a politics degree. I have an econ degree. I did a lot of politics classes. I'm sure I read John Rawls. I just do not remember.
Yeah, I'm in my degree currently, so I've read this recently. So that's why it's on my brain, and I just think it's important. It's an important reference for me. I'm not pointing against you or anything. I'll just quickly just say these things, okay? So like Rawls talks about like why or how a liberal democracy exists and why it's like a good thing, and like how it can exist. So he talks about like these two things. There's like a common consensus among the people. So like we all have to have like a common consensus on facts, and then if we have a common consensus, we can like move forward and like create legislation, and like this is a good thing for creating like a working like liberal democracy. This is why I think MAGA obviously needs to be rejected because they're delusional, right? They can't function as a common consensus. They're insane. And I think commies, tankies probably work within this framework as well, specifically on like Israel Palestine, but we won't go into that. Okay. And then the other thing is Rawls talks about like the political principle, and basically he says like the political principle is this principle that like broadly everybody in society agrees on, and inherently like not everybody agrees with every aspect of it, but there's enough there that as a pluralistic society of like ideologies, we can coalesce around this political principle, and then we can build our society off of that. And
Sorry, I'm trying to find this argument that Doobie's having.
Sure, I read John Rawls. I just do not remember.
Yeah, I'm in my degree currently, so I've read this recently. So that's why it's on my brain, and I just think it's important. It's an important reference for me. I'm not pointing against you or anything. I'll just quickly just say these things, okay? So like Rawls talks about like why or how a liberal democracy exists and why it's like a good thing, and like how it can exist. So he talks about like these two things. There's like a common consensus among the people.
Oh, just read the live chat. Oh shit, I forgot.
So like we all have to have like a common consensus on facts. And then if we have a common consensus, we can like move forward and like create legislation. And, like,
I don't know where
this.
I don't know how this fucking live chat works. I'm retarded. I'm sorry.
This is why I think MAGA obviously needs to be rejected because they're delusional, right? They can't function as a common consensus. They're insane. And I think commies, tankies probably work within this framework as well, specifically on like Israel Palestine, but we won't go into that. Okay. And then the other thing is Rawls talks about like the political principle, and basically.
If there is a genocide and civilian ships are being used to fuel the genocide, is it wrong to stop the civilian ships? And then he finally gets Doobie gets this guy to agree. Yes, that would be good. That wasn't the Houthi MO.
He says like the political
and then
principle.
Doobie says, okay, that's what the Houthis were doing. Like, the Houthis don't even give a fuck. Yemen people, they do not care about the fucking Palestinian issue. The Yemenis people have had their own issues that they've been fighting over for a long fucking time, okay? And a lot of other Arab countries have been interested in trying to assert influence over this conflict in Yemen that's been going on for a long time. Remember, one of the reasons why Egypt probably got so fucked in the 6 Day War was because Nasser had exhausted like tens of thousands of troops prior trying to do war in Yemen. It wasn't against the Houthis at this time. It was different fighting groups, but I'm pretty sure. But the idea that like the Houthis have some strong, huge connection to what's going on in Palestine is just not true. I guess except for like white dipshits like Doobie, or I don't know what his skin color is. He acts white. Who think that like every Arab and every Muslim are like connected spiritually through some kind of like mental, forged psychic link to always be invested in each other's conflicts at all points in time.
Is this principle that like broadly everybody in society agrees on, and inherently like not everybody agrees with every aspect of it, but there's enough there that as a pluralistic society of like ideologies, we can coalesce around this political principle, and then we can build our society off of that. And for America,
Doobie has over 4,000 messages in Peace Goes Discord. Holy shit. Okay. Damn. Jesus.
the political principle is the Constitution. Okay.
Okay.
And so the reason why, obviously, you and if you're not part of this, he calls you like an unreasonable ideology because you're not adhering to the political principle. Obviously, this is another reason why you'd want to reject MAGA, right? Because they don't adhere to this political principle. They're completely unconstitutional. All this, okay? I'd say this falls. Also, this is and this is the prescription I'm going to give. Right. This is why we want to exclude people like Hassan, okay, and tankies and.
You think Hassan is a tanky, right?
I do think Hassan is a tank. I think he's related.
And that by means like he supports Stalin, he supports CCP, that kind of stuff.
Yes, I know for a fact he like, you know anything about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact?
Yes.
Like, yeah, he blatantly says it's like propaganda, that's false. You know, it's equivalent to saying like I can't remember what he says, but he basically sidesteps that and says it's irrelevant, and that the communists weren't working with the Nazis.
Well, that doesn't necessarily make him a tanky. I understand that. I agree with you that I'm sussed at anyone who's like,
oh my god. Okay, I have my debate with them is tomorrow at 6 o'clock. It should be fun. I'm doing stuff tonight. Part-time streamer. Rip. I love you guys. It's been fun. I'll call myself. Stay safe. Be careful. Rip in a cappuccino. Yeah, stay mad. Can I email you memes? Yeah, if you have timestamps or shit or whatever that I can use, I'll probably write up an outline for this debate tomorrow. So be careful. Don't die.